everyone. Before we get started, I just want to do a couple introductions. My name is Kendall Hayes, and I am the Symposium editor here at the Journal of Law and Public Policy at the University of St. Thomas School of Law. I also want to introduce Thomas Maygard, the journal's editor-in-chief, as well as Taylor Daniels, the journal's incoming editor-in-chief. Both Taylor and Thomas will be assisting me with introductions for our panelists today. I also want to introduce Dr. Reed, our faculty advisor, and Dr. Khan, a professor here at St. Thomas. They will be moderating today's event. And last but not least, I want to introduce our Dean of the Law School, Dean Vischer, as he'll be providing an introduction for today's event. And with that, I'll hand it over to you, Dean Vischer.
Great. Thank you, Kendall. Welcome, everyone, to our Journal of Law and Public Policy's Spring Symposium on War in the Contemporary World. I would like to thank our student editors who have worked very hard to organize this, assisted by my colleague, Dr. Charles Reed, as well as our speakers who are spending time helping explore a complex and painfully relevant topic. Before we begin, I'd like to briefly frame this conversation about war through the lens shaped by the fact that St. Thomas is a Catholic law school. Catholic teaching provides a strong voice against war. Pope John Paul II, who grew up under Nazi and communist regimes, reminded us that, quote, war is not always inevitable, but it is always a defeat for humanity. War is never just another means that one can choose to employ for settling differences between nations. Now, unlike some other faith traditions, including some Christian traditions, Catholic teaching is not categorically pacifist. To be morally licit, war must be just in its cause and conducted justly. So the Catechism of the Catholic Church teaches that, quote, the damage inflicted by the aggressor on the nation or community of nations must be lasting, grave, and certain. All other means of putting an end to it must have been shown to be impractical or ineffective. There must be serious prospects of success. The use of arms must not produce evils and disorders greater than the evil to be eliminated. And the power of modern means of destruction weighs heavily in evaluating this condition. Now, this evaluation is not always self-evident or obvious. It requires the exercise of prudential judgment. Prudential judgment is not the most popular concept in our culture today. We prefer bright line pronouncements and big picture one size fits all theories to facilitate the massive red, blue tribal sorting in which our country appears to be currently engaged. It's us versus them, and too often our efforts focus on drawing crude lines between our two camps. One key to understanding prudential judgment's implications for any real-world issue is coming to grips with its nuanced, practical orientation. Prudence resists categorical answers, but it does not ignore absolute truths. It is not unprincipled, but it does require an appreciation of context. As the path by which general principles are connected with lived reality, prudence turns on particular circumstances. Why am I talking about prudential judgment in welcoming you to a law journal symposium about war? Because the centrality of prudential judgment to questions of war is why we must be deeply engaged with scholars and experts. Timeless Catholic principles are not a vending machine for easy answers. They are a lens through which to view the world. They do not excuse us from a deep dive into facts and data and nuance and history and lived experience. The lens can help us ask the right questions. We need experts to walk with us on the journey toward answers. I'm grateful for these world-class experts' willingness to guide our exploration today. Welcome to St. Thomas. We are glad you've joined us, and I will turn it over to Dr. Reed.
Dean Vischer, thank you for those powerful, important remarks. And I shall add simply that war remains, and we know this very vividly at this moment. War remains a tragic feature of the human condition. There was once, not so many years, decades ago, that we thought we knew what war was. War was militaries crossing boundaries. War was aggression defined, understood primarily as conflict involving physical destruction, the physical destruction of another nation through military means. War, however, in the modern world, in the contemporary world, war remains destructive. The destructive element of war has not been done away with, but the means by which destruction is wrought have changed. We see economic warfare, we see cyber warfare, we see the forced migrations of peoples, we see the expansion of war, and we see therefore a concomitant need to develop legal categories within which not only to analyze this form, this recurrent form of human conflict, but far more importantly to restrain it, to bring it back to relieving this destruction, to bring about finally peace. Peace now that has to be understood more broadly as simply the absence of crossing of boundaries, and peace and in the economic sphere, in the cyber sphere, and other spheres. We hope in the course of today's event to develop some of these legal categories, to move forward in not only understanding the problems we're faced with, but perhaps even coming up with solutions to some of these compellingly important public questions. Thank you, Dean Vischer, for your presentation. And we shall be launching our symposium. And we have three, well, Thomas, do you want to introduce
people?
Okay,
Absolutely.
I'll turn it over to you, Thomas. Thomas is the Law Journal's editor-in-chief. And Thomas, if you want to introduce the speakers, please.
Absolutely. That sounds great. And thank you for those introductions. We'll begin with panel one, Economic Warfare in Shakespeare. And we will begin that panel with Professor Joel Slowatsky. Professor Slowatsky teaches at Reichman University in Israel, where his primary areas of research and teaching focus on corporate and economic governance, international economic law, national security, and global governance. He is a former law clerk to the Honorable Charles H. Tenney and a litigator at Denton's. Mr. Slowatsky has taught, lectured, and presented at conferences in Asia, Europe, and both North and South America, and is widely published with articles appearing in the Chinese Journal of International Law, the Georgetown Journal of International Law, the Journal of World Trade, and the Duke Journal of Comparative and International Law. So with that, Professor Slowatsky, we are absolutely honored to have you here, and whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Well, thank you very much. I will set up my share screen. Thank you for the invitation. And thank you very much to Dean Vischer for those remarks, and of course to Charles and to you and to Kendall for organizing this and all the logistics. So without further ado, let me hopefully set up the PowerPoint. I don't see you don't see the PowerPoint, do you? Okay. Great.
Not yet.
Can you see it now?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I'm going to be speaking this morning on several interrelated aspects, but I will focus on economic and trade sanctions, as well as the expansion of the conceptualization of national security, and round it up with digital currencies. As we all know, over the last 7 or 8 decades since the Bretton Woods Agreement, the world or global trade and international finance has essentially been dominated by the hegemonic currency, the United States dollar. As Ray Dalio says, however, and he recently has published a, you can actually see it on Twitter, you can also, I believe he has a book, no global reserve currency lasts forever. It may take 20 years, it may take 30 years, it may take 2 years, it may take 5 years, but the status of the United States dollar will not last forever. And we're going to speak about that in the context of economic and trade sanctions. Okay, first of all, I think most people here already know that the United States is empowered due to the fact that it owns the hegemonic reserve currency of the world to impose sanctions. And they do this, they've been doing it actually much more aggressively over the last probably 8 to 10 years, particularly under the Trump administration, but it is continuing obviously with the Biden administration. And because the United States dollar is such a central part of global finance and banking, the United States is able to literally stop the flow of funds and target either nations or banks or specific entities. And this is an extremely powerful privilege. This goes way beyond the ability to raise a lot of money in debt. I think it was the French foreign minister or finance minister, I don't remember, just saying in the 1960s, who said the United States has an exorbitant privilege. This goes far beyond that. And the US dollar, because of its dominance, gives Washington a very, very powerful tool, and it has been used extensively, particularly in recent years. The former US Treasury Secretary, Mnuchin, he actually says this, and this goes specifically and comports beautifully with Professor Reed's remarks about the changing theater of conflict and war. This is literally a quote. The reason why we're using sanctions is because they are an important alternative for world military conflicts. And he claims it's worked, and we take that responsibility very seriously. But the bottom line is economic sanctions are essentially a replacement for war. And take a look at this. It kind of crosses into national security. This is from the Biden executive order. And you can speak about executive orders for hours because it's very interesting that the source, and I don't want to get too far afield, but the source of these executive orders tends to be the International Emergency Powers Act, which was originally thought to be something to temporary emergencies, and it is being used more and more extensively. And I want you to take a look, I highlighted it, is that the invasion of the Ukraine constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Now, again, as Professor Reed had remarked in his opening, is that war used to be considered a physical attack on your territory. This is now taking it, again, it's expanding the concept. This is now the invasion of Ukraine is considered a threat to the national security of the United States. I want to spend a few minutes discussing what this means and what the risks are, because it really is a slippery slope. Now, in recent years, the conceptualization of national security has gone far beyond the physical invasion, the revving up of tanks, sending out the fighter jets. It encompasses emerging, particularly emerging technologies, and robotics, and you can literally mess up the infrastructure or destroy the infrastructure of another country using cyber weapons. And this is going to obviously continue to expand. And it is essentially based upon this hegemonic rivalry between the United States and China, but it by no means is limited to that, as we're seeing now. Now, in the summer of 2020, in a series of speeches from the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of State and so on, very, very interesting. It's in the, I documented in an article I published in the Chinese Journal of International Law, that the retention and achieving of dominance in technology and in the economic spheres are now being considered legitimate national security interests. It's no longer, again, it's no longer the physical defense of your territory. It is now considered supremacy in the economic realms, the technological realms, and the ideological realms. And defending national security now potentially encompasses any technology, all data transfer points, commercial usage of technology, such as a central bank digital currency, political economic governance, and human rights, which we will address actually in, I think, 2 slides. Again, here's another representation. This is from the Biden administration, essentially saying that human rights are now linked to U.S. national security. Now, again, it sounds very nice. It really does for those in the United States. But where do you draw the line? Take a look at this. This is from the November 2021 report to Congress by the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Committee. Look at that first thing. China's tightened integration with global financial markets poses distinct economic risks to U.S. investors and national security risks. Wow, this is radical, right? I mean, I'm not from the 1960s, but it's radical. The integration of an economic rival with global financial markets is considered a national security threat. Now, again, I'm not commenting whether this is appropriate or whether it's not appropriate, but it is certainly far beyond what national security in international economic law would be considered normal. I mean, this is truly a departure. And if you look at the second one, China's digital yuan does not present an immediate challenge, but it could undermine the status of the U.S. dollar. And again, from U.S. standpoint, it's true, because if you can dethrone or topple the U.S. dollar from its hegemonic perch, then yes, that is a pretty serious threat to U.S. national security. But again, where does it end? And this is what I want to say. What are the future prospects? Where do nations properly draw the line? Is it any device connected to the internet? Is integration with global financial markets a justifiable national security threat? What about invoking national security to retain dominance? Is that legitimate? And if you take a look at the last section regarding sanctions, we know that the United States, for example, has imposed, and other Western nations have imposed, sanctions on Xinjiang in China because there are claims of genocide in Xinjiang. And that's used as a justification for imposing sanctions, but it's a slippery slope, because is there really in the proper sense of international law, a genocide? There might be, but I personally have not seen proof of that. Are there other violations of international law that are taking place there? That is an absolute possibility. But we're talking about genocide, and that's a very, very dangerous word, because it evokes a lot of emotion, justifiably, and it can be used as a pretext to take military action, to engage in war, which I think Russia has done by claiming that there is genocide going on in eastern Ukraine. So we have to be very, very careful that we don't inflate the words of genocide. We have to be very careful to make sure that it's exactly, what it is. And what would prevent somebody from saying, well, you know what, the U.S. is practicing genocide against certain minorities in the United States, and therefore we have a justifiable reason to do damage or to strike at the U.S. government. Again, there is no limitation. The last part of what I want to discuss is digital money and central bank digital currencies and sanctions. And I think this is extremely important, because I think the world is really moving towards the CBDCs. And as we saw, the United States does believe, and I think it's actually correct to say, that if the US dollar is dethroned by a central bank digital currency from another country, that is a serious national security risk. China is the obvious leader in this. Obviously, they are incentivized because they have the sword of Damocles over them in terms of sanctions. They see what's happening with Russia. They certainly don't want their assets frozen. China's BRI partners, and of course, Russia is incentivized unless the sanctions are rolled back very, very expeditiously, which looks doubtful, but you never know. Never say never. And they obviously have an incentive to develop this central bank digital currency platform, which would be used in global trade. And this is very, very, bears great ramifications legally. Just to take one example, I think many of you probably are familiar with the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. And to be within the jurisdiction of the FCPA, it would be US issuers, people who, the companies that trade on the stock exchange or otherwise have to file reports with the SEC, US persons, citizens, green card holders, US-based businesses. And if you perform the act of bribery, the FCPA is divided into two parts, bribery and record and accounting. I'm only talking about the first part, bribery. This is bribery. If you commit the act within the territory of the United States, and the hook is, if you perform it within the territory of the United States, and here's the thing, according to enforcement agencies such as the DOJ, the Department of Justice, and the Securities Exchange Commission, if you use US financial institutions or a correspondent bank, then that brings you within the territory of the United States. Now, it's never been appealed. All defendants that have been prosecuted or have had enforcement proceedings filed against them have settled. So there is no appellate authority, but I think it makes a lot of sense. And I think certainly in a world of virtual finance, I think courts are very likely to say that, yeah, that's true. And if you conduct your business using a US financial institution or even Coinbase or another cryptocurrency based exchange based in the United States, you're probably going to be within the jurisdiction. Well, if you use a central bank digital currency of China, well, you're not going to be within the jurisdictional parameters of the FCPA. Now, I think it's obviously that's an important lever of U.S. powers to be able to go after foreign companies that are not issuers or not U.S. persons because of extraterritorial conduct which touches upon the U.S. financial industry. If you take that away, you obviously are removing an important power lever of the United States. Now, I don't think the United States dollar is in danger of any time, the immediate future of being dethroned. The U.S. is known for having fair and independent courts. There's a perception that Chinese courts lack that independence. There also are capital market problems and convertibility issues. But I'll tell you, I don't believe the people who say it's decades away. I think that's a reflection of hubris. I think that China is very, very adept at expeditiously reforming itself. And I think that they can do it much sooner than decades. And the bottom line is, I think we're kind of ending, the possibility of global trade taking place outside of the US financial architecture obviously would degrade the power of the United States. And if that happens, I think that the hegemonic status of the United States would clearly be endangered. And again, I think you have to look back at it, national security. It is a national security interest, a legitimate national security interest of the United States to have the US dollar remain as the global hegemonic currency. The question is, by imposing sanctions on a variety of nations, are you simultaneously creating blowback and creating an incentive? It has to be really calibrated correctly, because if you overuse the power of sanctions, then it might really incentivize other countries who are going to think, hey, you know what? This could happen to us tomorrow. And just the last thing before I finish, Saudi Arabia, just 2 weeks ago, it was reported in the Wall Street Journal, the Saudis are reportedly considering selling part or a lot of their crude oil to China and accepting Chinese yuan. That would be a radical departure because, as many of you know, in the early 1970s, there was an economic crisis in the United States, and former President Nixon sent his Bill Simon, the Treasury Secretary, to the Saudis, and they kind of made an agreement. You keep selling your crude oil in dollars, we have you covered, literally. We'll make sure that the House of Saud remains in power, but you have to invest your money in the US and only sell it in dollars. And they were able to convince other countries. And that creates a tremendous demand for US dollars. And if China can dent that, and if China can convince the Saudis, you know what, even 10% and then eventually 20, 30% of the oil sales will be in non-dollars, will be in yuan, that really will chip away very substantially at US dollar power. Anyway, I hope I didn't use up too much of my time, but thank you very much. I will hand the floor over to the next speaker, and I will stop the screen share. Thank you very much.
Professor Slowatsky, thank you for presenting, and I do have some questions for you, which I'll pose at the end of this first panel's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that wonderful and extremely relevant presentation. We're really looking forward to the questions here as well. Next up on our first panel, we are going to have Dr. Theoman Hagemeyer-Witzleb, and he is a judge serving in the Berlin judiciary. Majoring in international economics, he earned a master's degree from the Friedrich Alexander University in Nuremberg. He studied law and economics in Nuremberg and Istanbul, and earned his PhD in international economic law at the Free University in Berlin. Dr. Hagemeyer-Witzleb clerked in Berlin and worked for a Berlin law firm specializing in financial law. His current research focuses on international economic law. He has authored various articles and studies, including works for the European Parliament and a major European government. Dr. Hagemeyer-Witzleb, we are extremely excited to have you here, and please, whenever you are ready.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Can you hear me fine? And are my slides up? Great. So then, first off, thank you very much, Charles, for inviting me, and thank you, Kendall and Thomas, for the great organization. It's a great honor to speak alongside Professor Slowatsky and Professor Bala. I'd like to add, as a small personal note, almost 10 years ago, it was Professor Bala's commentary on the GATT that triggered my interest in international law, which makes it all the more exciting to be here and speak on this panel. I have to send ahead a short disclaimer. Let me see. Working for the Berlin judiciary, I want to stress that this talk reflects my personal view only, and that I do not speak for any German court. And all the information I use in my slides and in this talk is publicly available. It's nothing from my docket. This being said, let me begin with a quote by Karl Marx. In German it goes, "Zwischen gleichen Rechten entscheidet die Gewalt." And the English translation I found reads, "Between equal rights, force decides." It's taken from his work Capital, a critique of political economy. And in my belief, it is by no means communist propaganda. No, it is an accurate description of what has led and leads states into war, from ancient times to the very present. Note that Marx does not speak of good, truthful, convincing, or just rights. He only speaks of equal rights, which rings a bell for anyone interested in international law. Because one of the fundamental principles of international law is the sovereign equality of states. It might sound trivial, but there is no instance above a sovereign. The sovereign does not have to ask anyone's permission. He can bind himself by treaty vis-à-vis another sovereign, but whether he wants to comply with any such obligation or not is, in the end, the sovereign's decision. If he decides not to, oftentimes it is force that decides between equal rights. What results are often violent interstate altercations, namely war and armed conflict. And adjudicators, by which I mean arbitrators on the international level and judges on the national level, adjudicators have a traditional role in armed conflict. This traditional role has usually come to bear when the weapons have fallen silent, but usually not before or during the conflict itself. The vision of the League of Nations that states would have to go to court and settle their differences in a court of law before resorting to arms has never become a reality. This idea of what could be called a judicial prerequisite before going to war is fundamentally at odds with the concept of sovereignty of states. Instead, the traditional role of adjudicators in, or to be more accurate, after wars, was mainly to deal with war crimes, restitution claims, or disciplinary action against combatants. I would like to make the argument today that this traditional role has changed recently. I think there is a new role of adjudicators in what we have come together to discuss today, a new role in war in the contemporary world. To keep within my time limit, I have to present the basis for my argument axiomatically and interest you in perhaps reading my book on the international law of economic warfare or the forthcoming conference article for more details. So please bear with me when I make the following assumptions. First, war in the contemporary world is waged by economic means, which sometimes function as a supplement to military action and sometimes fully substitute military action. This means that instruments such as sanctions, state-sponsored investments, currency exchange rates, or tariffs can be understood as weapons of economic warfare. They can either accompany tanks, bombs, and rockets, or they can be used in a standalone fashion. And the second assumption is that there is a set of international and national rules that governs the use of this economic weaponry. If we accept these assumptions, which I would like to underpin, the French ministers are getting a lot of credit here today, which I would like to underpin with the declaration of total economic and financial war on Russia by the French Minister of Economy and Finance, Bruno Le Maire, on March 1st of this year, I have to say. If we accept these assumptions for the sake of argument, it is relatively easy to see that the rules that govern economic warfare contain rights and duties for the belligerents and for those affected by economic warfare. And it is obvious to see that litigation regarding these rights and duties is bound to find its way into many courtrooms. Not years after altercations have ceased, but within days and weeks that hostilities have started. I want to give you only two examples in which adjudicators fill out this new role. I've changed the examples due to recent events. The first example concerns sanctions, which is, in my view, a classical weapon of economic warfare. I'm sure that you've heard that the EU and many EU member states have made it a priority to target certain Russian assets within the Union's jurisdiction, with sanctions, that is. There are estimates that up to 40,000 inhabitants of Cyprus, where in total 1.2 million people live, used to possess a Russian passport and now hold what is sometimes called a golden Cypriot passport, which makes these people citizens of the Union under Article 9 of the Treaty on European Union. Some of these persons are so-called business oligarchs, and some of these oligarchs have found their way onto the EU sanctions lists. This means that in some instances, fortunes might find themselves frozen on bank accounts, multi-million-dollar yachts might find themselves impounded, or mansions might find themselves sealed up. Not only are the affected persons EU citizens and thus hold numerous rights protecting them from state action, but also are they affluent, well-advised, and potentially litigious. As of now, there is no litigation that I know of yet, but it is being said to be forthcoming by newspaper articles. For details on what this kind of lawsuit looks like, I would like to refer you to the so-called hostile North Korea case, which was decided here in Berlin in 2020. You can find the reference to the case on the slide. The second example concerns foreign direct investment, FDI, especially from China, with what has been called the end of European naivete. FDI from outside the European Economic Area, which includes the EU, faces a quite diligent screening procedure, especially when targeting any type of sensitive industry. Sensitive not only including the classical topoi of national security, such as military production, but anything from artificial intelligence to telecommunication. Screening authorities in the EU, very similarly to the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, examine myriad aspects of transactions. They look at investor background, target relevance, financial sources, and so forth. And they have the authority to condition or even prohibit the transaction. In such cases, wronged investors and in some cases their insurers might, or by corporate law might be obliged to sue. Again, bringing measures of economic warfare, in this case, screening decisions, into courtrooms or into the rooms of arbitral institutions. The first case of this kind in Germany has been decided only this year in Berlin again. A company from Taiwan and its German subsidiary from Munich wanted to buy a German company producing so-called silicon wafers, which, as far as I understand it, are slices of semiconductors which can be used for integrated circuits. So long talk short, computer chips. The German screening authority was conducting its review and extended the deadline for this review. And against the extension of the deadline, the buyers filed preliminary injunctions, trying to end the review procedure at the original deadline because they were getting nervous, sealing the deal. They were not successful in front of the court. And because the details are tricky, I will provide a brief case note in the conference publication. A second example, which US lawyers are of course aware of, is the Rawls decision of 2014, which is quite similar. So on the basis of these two examples, I would like to make the case that the use of economic warfare by democratic states necessarily puts adjudicators into the role of what I have called, in lack of a better term, stewards of the war, meaning they have to pass judgment on whether a certain measure of economic warfare taken by a state is legal or illegal. The forum for such judgment can be international, such as in the WTO or in ICSID arbitrations, and it can be national, such as when an oligarch sues its bank or a foreign investor sues the screening authority. In functioning democracies, it follows from the separation of powers that the judiciary is not only entitled, but indeed obligated to examine the actions of the executive and legislative branch of government. And those other branches of government are bound by law. They have to follow court orders. In Germany, we call this the primacy of the law, and we've written it into our constitution, Article 20. So where rule of law exists, parties that are affected by economic warfare that hold actionable rights can litigate and thus subject a state's arsenal of economic warfare to an at times immediate legal assessment by a legally independent and at least theoretically unbiased institution. An institution which has the power to enforce a halt of the measure of economic warfare in question, at least in the case of national law. In the case of international law and international adjudication, compliance with awards can at least be expected from most functioning democracies, although there's no comparable enforceability. Due to the nature of economic warfare, the role of adjudicators is naturally a much more defining one. Adjudicators have an actual formative role in economic warfare, sometimes in real time. This is because economic weapons are generally rules-based, such as sanctions, and their implementation relies on the compliance of private market actors, which are necessarily based in some jurisdiction. This is quite different from armed interstate conflict, where weapons and kinetic use of force inflict immediate and physical damage and consequences. although, as Charles said in the beginning, the destruction of the two can be quite similar, if not the same. Coming back to Marx, from the perspective of the sovereign, this role poses a problem. Especially the executive branch of government, when dealing with other sovereigns, has little patience and acceptance for interference with its powers. This is why there is a tendency to accept certain matters from judicial review, with certain matters traditionally is being related to national security or essential security interests. We find these carve-outs on the international level, such as in Article 21b GATT on the slide, and in one way or another, they are mirrored on the national level, either by granting the executive an untouchable margin of discretion, which in German we call Beurteilungsspielraum, or by narrowing judicial review to formal questions and procedural rather than material rights, such as is the case with CFIUS, according to US Code section 4565E1, which I've also put on the slide for you. So from the perspective of the adjudicators, their new role in economic warfare is a delicate balancing act between deference for the decisions of the executive branch and full judicial review, which is the nominal standard or the aspiration of rule of law. Adjudicators tread a very narrow path defined by these poles in between their role as guarantors of rule of law and yet bound by the constraints in the applicable treaty or law. The depth and degree to which they can assess the legality of a measure of economic warfare depends on the applicable rules at hand, which is why no general, but only case-to-case statements can be made with regard to judicial review of measures of economic warfare. Yet, when adjudicators pass verdict on a given case, they do not only inform the parties to the dispute of their rights and duties, but they also inform the belligerents of the economic war, for instance, of the costs of violating the rules of economic warfare. They also create precedent and thereby shape the jus in bello economico, meaning they determine what types of non-violent hostilities are allowed in economic war. In a way, they shape the rules of economic engagement, or what could be called the rules of economic engagement, and they moderate, in a way, economic wars. I would like to close with a brief summary and normative argument in favor of having adjudicators oversee the conduct of economic hostilities. To sum up, adjudicators in economic wars decide not years after, but during the conflict. They do not make decisions in a matter of years, but in a matter of days, weeks, or months. And at least at the national level, their decisions are not only symbolic or pecuniary, but they are enforceable and they bind the executive. Decisions by adjudicators do not only look back ex post and say it was wrong to do this and that, they also look ahead and formulate an ex ante, it is forbidden to do X, Y, Z. Judicial review is not without boundaries, however. It is in many instances constrained, especially in the area of national security. Finally, adjudicators are in no position and have no inclination to make foreign policy. They hand down no foreign policy doctrines. They make case-by-case decisions, which are normally not a very good sell in politics, where simplifications such as the Chinese investors are in high demand, or as Dean Fisher remarked in the beginning, prudential judgment is not very popular in politics. Normatively, the argument for full judicial review of measures of economic warfare employed by democratic states is that adjudicators are ideally impartial, they are objective, they decide rules-based, and they decide transparently. Having and enforcing rules for and especially in confrontative circumstances is what characterizes democratic societies. This last point, which shall be my final one, even has an ideological component rather than a legal one. Rule of law is a cornerstone of the democracies of the so-called free world. If these democracies were to answer threats by autocratic states by abandoning fundamental achievements such as the rule of law, this would mean giving up what supposedly characterizes democracies. It would send the signal that the threats of autocracies can only be answered in kind by autocratic responses. It could imply that autocracy is in fact the superior system of government, and it could be read as the first sign of convergence of liberal democracies towards autocracy. In my personal view, this is a concession we should not be willing to make. Thank you very much, and I'm open for any comments and questions.
So much for your presentation. I will have a question for you after Professor Bala speaks, and thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. That was absolutely phenomenal. Really looking forward to the questions here as well. To round out our first panel of the day, we have Professor Raj Bala, who holds the inaugural Leo S. Brenneson Distinguished Professorship at the University of Kansas School of Law, where he previously served as the university's Associate Dean for International and Comparative Law. He received his JD at Harvard and holds master's degrees from the London School of Economics and Oxford University. Ingram's Business magazine designated him as one of 50 Kansans you should know. Professor Bala practiced at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. He is a senior advisor to Denton's US LLP, the world's largest law firm, focusing on international and comparative legal matters. Professor Bala, we are honored to have you here, and please, whenever you are ready.
Well, the honor is really mine. I'm very humbled to be with you. And let me first start by thanking you, Thomas and Kendall, and your whole team on the journal for this opportunity. And quickly and secondly, thank Professor Dr. Charles Reed. You know, part of being able to get through the pandemic has been the wonderful opportunities that St. Thomas has provided in the 2020 symposium and now this 2022 symposium. And those are very much thanks to my dear friend, Charles Reed. So when I'm sitting here, you know, alone during these last 2 years writing, I'm thinking about what the great opportunity is that y'all have bestowed on me. I'm also really thrilled to be on the panel with Professor Joel and Judge Tillman. There's actually a funny connection because the last time I was able to do some grand travel before the pandemic was in 2019. And the connecting point with my two colleagues on the panel was in April. I was in 2019, I was in Jerusalem for the Jerusalem Marathon, and in September 2019 for the Berlin Marathon. And those are two of the great marathons in the world. I will tell you that Jerusalem is much harder than Berlin. It's much hillier. But both are, I hope you all get a chance to do them now that we're coming out of the pandemic. So turning to the topic, the title of my presentation and article is Shakespeare and the Law of War, Observations from Shakespeare's Second Henriade. Now, I realize not everyone is a student or a scholar of Shakespeare. I'm very much a student. And so I'm going to go through within the time allotted, sort of slowly and carefully laying out both the argument and the background to the article. I've used the term Second Henriade, that is as in the name Henry. Henriade is Henriad. That is the term Shakespeare scholars use to refer to the second tetralogy, the second group of 4 of Shakespeare's history plays. And those plays are Richard II, Henry IV, Part 1, Henry IV, Part 2, and Henry V. There is, of course, a first tetralogy or first grouping of 4 plays, and that's Henry VI, Part 1, Henry VI, Part 2, Henry VI, Part 3, and Richard III. And as you can tell from the numerical ordering, Shakespeare wrote the first Henriade chronologically first, even though the events he's discussing in those 4 plays occur after the second Henriade. I'm not going to deal with the first Henriette at all. And in fact, Shakespeare scholars generally agree that the greater literary achievement, if it's possible to, kind of give A and A plus, I mean, is really the second Henriette. Now, my central contention is pretty simple, and that's this. Some of what we understand today about the international rules governing war exists in, meaning can be found in or learned from, Shakespeare's history plays. Reading Shakespearean drama informs us about issues that arise in armed conflict. Now, let me just pause there and make an almost psychological or emotional point. I think all of us have been stressed out about, rightly so, and the polls indicate that at least 81% of Americans have been, about Russia's war on Ukraine. If there's anything that can give comfort during these very difficult times, one thing that can, I find, are reading the classics, reading Shakespeare, giving us a sense of historical perspective, that yes, humanity's been here before and has gotten through it and has triumphed. What I'm saying in the second in the article is that these four plays, again, Richard II, Henry IV's part 1 and 2, and Henry V, Shakespeare raises issues that are dealt with in the modern law of war. Now, those issues can be grouped into two categories. You could call them the two C's: causes of conflict and conduct during conflict. And yes, this looks very much like ius ad bellum and ius in bello. So Shakespeare deals with respect to causes of conflict, usurpation of power, disputes about legitimacy and succession of leaders, civil unrest, strategical and tactical arguments about how to deal with the enemy, moral and theological conditions like considerations like just war theory. And on the second C, conduct during conflict, Shakespeare talks about hallmarks of strong versus weak leadership, sources of authority, the relationship between God and a leader, commitments to the enemy when negotiating and executing ceasefires or armistices or peace treaties. Now, already, if we're starting to think, wow, this is sounding like some things I've been reading in the news with President Putin or some of the other leaders involved in the conflict, those are good connections to start making, and I'll draw some of them in the presentation. So we see in Shakespeare discussion of ius ad bellum, the right to war, the right to go to war, and ius in bello, the right in war. Now, of course, in Shakespeare's Elizabethan English, he doesn't exactly use those terms, though of course Shakespeare knew Latin, and the modern law of international law of war was being developed roughly contemporaneously with Shakespeare's time. Shakespeare lives from 1564 to 1616. That is roughly when the Spanish Jesuits are writing, roughly when Hugo Grotius is writing. And we do know from other Shakespeare plays like Measure to Measure and Merchant of Venice, Measure for Measure and Merchant of Venice, that and Othello, that he studied a bit of law. He was very interested in legal themes. Now, interestingly, amidst the vast body of Shakespearean scholarship across the centuries, war has not been a major topic that literary critics have discussed. There are only a few books and articles on Shakespeare and war. Now, in this unwitting collaboration, we've had lawyers. International lawyers have generally given scant attention to whether they can read Shakespearean drama for insights about international legal problems. But as in so many areas of life, there is an intersection in Shakespeare's plays. Now, where do we start? Should we start with the plays and then draw connections to the law, or vice versa? I don't think there's a right answer to that. I start with the text of the plays. I don't try, and the article does not try and tie each and every Shakespearean insight to a specific doctrine in law. We just set out the article does some few linkages. But the idea is not to say that Shakespeare gives us a treatise on the law of war. And I don't want, the article, I didn't want to start with the laws of war and then point out Shakespearean illustrations for a very specific purpose. The origins of this project, in addition to the kind invitation that the journal and Professor Reed have given, is actually in a course that we have that I was able to develop at the University of Kansas called International Law and Literature, and a textbook I'm writing in the field. The course satisfies the ABA's requirements for the practical writing requirement. And there in that course, among other things, we start with the literary texts and we interpret them using legal and literary interpretive methodologies. And then we mine them for insights we can find about law. What we have in this second Henriad is glimpses, insights, and various glimpses about law of war. Probably there's no better example of the relevance of a Shakespeare to the law of war than the very courageous, I think we'd all agree, Ukrainian president, President Volodymyr Zelensky, in speaking on to the British House of Commons from Kiev, he starts off quoting Hamlet. He says, the question for us, meaning Ukraine, but I think the entire world, the question for us now is not to be or not to be. Oh no, this Shakespearean question. For 13 days, this question could have been asked, but now I can give you a definitive answer. It's definitely yes to be. So he framed his presentation to the House of Lords, which of course got a standing ovation from both sides of the aisle, to Shakespeare. Now, President Zelensky faces much more lethal weapons than the longbow that was used by English archers at the Battle of Agincourt in the Middle Ages. And Shakespeare could not have anticipated armed drones or heavily armed tanks or javelin anti-tank missiles. But he did, despite the hideous upgrades we've seen in weaponry, the greater and the faster killing power that weapons, he did go right to the issues, moral and legal issues of just cause and just conduct. Now, Shakespeare's insights, which I'm going to chronicle in a minute, they arise in two types of conflict. Domestic civil war in Richard II, Henry IV, parts 1 and 2. Those are civil wars. And in international law, in Henry V, he chronicles international war. The history that Shakespeare is teaching loosely is the Wars of the Roses. That's the Civil War. And then on the international war, it's the British invasion of France. Those civil wars, they occurred between 1455 and 1487 in England, and they pitted two houses against each other, the House of Lancaster against the House of York. Richard II, of course, representing the House of York, and Henry IV and Henry V representing the House of Lancaster, and they ultimately triumphed. And the decisive battle, or one of them, is the Battle of Shrewsbury, which I'll say something about. The international law that's chronicled in Henry V is the Anglo-French 100 Years' War. That occurred from 1337 to 1453. A key battle was on St. Crispin's Day, the 25th of October, 1415, and that's the Battle of Agincourt, and I'll say something about that. So we've got both civil conflict and international conflict. And of course, a loose analogy we can draw to today is President Putin practically characterizes the war on Ukraine as a civil war, arguing falsely that Ukraine had no serious history of being a sovereign country. Whereas, of course, the rest of the world knows that this is a violation of a legitimate cross-border boundary, and it is truly an international war. Now, there's a lot of historical and background that the article goes into just to kind of lay out for the, or to remind us about those events that the Second Henriad is chronicling, which range from 1377 to 1485. I will skip over those pages of the article, but I will point out this wonderful Shakespearean scholar, Alvin Kernan, who has characterized the Second Henriad as an epic. And what he means by that is that the four plays possess the quality which in our time we take to be the chief characteristic of epic: a large scale, heroic action involving many men and many activities, tracing the movement of a nation or people through violent change from one condition to another. 7 features of epic. And I would say we are living in epic times. The war in Ukraine is characterized by all of those features that Professor Kernan identifies. In short, the epic is an epic about not only the law of war, but war more generally, that is now showing us that we live through a paradigmatic shifts in history, in politics, in society, in psychology, and in culture. Now, what are some examples from the 2 C's? I'll give you 2 examples for each of the 2 C's, where I think we get some Shakespearean insight. First, on the causes of conflict, leadership disputes and ius ad bellum, the right to war. In the play Richard II, we see how questions about leadership can provoke conflict. Those questions include, what does it mean to be a king? Whether and how a king can be rightly disposed, the sources from which a king derives authority, and the boundaries of protests and rebellions by subjects against a king. So for Shakespeare, there is nothing inherently stable about kingship, about monarchical government. Shakespeare's queen, Elizabeth I, died childless. So there was tremendous controversy over her rightful successor, who ultimately was James I, Shakespeare's second monarch. And when James I died, Charles I ascended to the throne, but he was deposed by Oliver Cromwell's Puritan Revolution and executed in 1649. Not until the late 1600s is the monarchy restored with King William of Orange and Queen Mary. So kingship is an unstable concept and a cause of conflict. And in Richard II, that there are 2 sources of kingship that are debated and pitted against one another. One is the divine right of kings. That's embodied in Richard II, where he says, on many occasions, I rule by the hand of God. Show me the hand of God that will legitimize me to be overthrown. In contrast, Henry IV, Henry of Bolingbroke, is saying it's not birth, but worth that should be the legitimate source of authority, a meritocratic type of succession. Now, Richard, a key reason why Henry of Bolingbroke is successful in deposing Richard II is the failings of leadership by Richard II. In Act 3, Scene 3 of Richard II, it's set at Flint Castle on the border between England and Wales. And in front of the castle is the vast English army. But the commander is Henry, not Richard II. And looking down from atop the battlements of the castle, addressing the army, Richard II is trying to stave off a coup d'etat and civil war. And Richard II says, we are amazed, and thus long have we stood to watch the fearful bending of thy knee. In other words, the subjects bending their knee, because we thought ourself thy lawful king. And if we be, how dare thy joints forget to pay their awful duty to our presence? If we be not, show us the hand of God that hath dismissed us from our stewardship. This speech is an amalgam of bitterness and arrogance. And if you can again draw that nexus to President Putin, great nexus to draw. Richard is saying, I'm the lawful leader. My subjects bend their knee in fear. My claim is by divine right. But Richard has failed his subjects. He has mismanaged politics. He's failed to stop nobles quarreling. His military command has been weak. He's missed opportunities to rendezvous troops together. And he's been a horrible steward of the economy. His land is unproductive. And in medieval or Elizabethan times, as well as medieval times like today, as goes the leader, so goes the realm. And those of us, as we've seen this in both of the previous presentations, in the Russian realm, the economy is hurting. We have here one of the insights, and it's interesting. Henry laments his inability to participate in the Crusades. He wants to go on crusade to take back Jerusalem from the Muslim conquerors, but he's almost annoyed. Henry is that he has to launch a civil war and seize the crown from Richard II. And it reminded me a little bit reading that, and Richard and Henry says it at 2 occasions, I'd rather be on crusades than dealing with you, Richard. It reminded me a little bit about something we've talked a lot about in Council on Foreign Relations conference calls lately, and that is the distraction that the Americans are facing now from the Indo-Pacific strategy and their pivot out of the Middle East, and now having to be distracted with another conflict in Europe. This is, you could argue, and we can talk about this, in other words, a war of necessity, Henry would say, these civil wars. And it's preventing him from doing the war of choice that he would rather have, the Crusades. Now, there's a second kind of causes of war insight we can get from the Henriette, and that is the connection between God and war and rationalizing war. There's an explicit scene in Act 1, Scene 1 of Henry V. It's right at the start of the play. The play's first speaker is the Archbishop of Canterbury. And if you're thinking right away, wait a second, are you drawing an analogy maybe to the patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church? The answer is yes. What the Archbishop of Canterbury says is not what should be expected of a man of the clergy, let alone England's highest church official, save for the king himself. What should be expected, and to harken back to the Dean's opening comments, is what Cardinal Pietro Parolin, the Secretary of State for the Vatican, said in the context of Russia's war against Ukraine. And he was echoing St. John Paul's words, that war is madness, it must be stopped. We ask, appealing to the consciences of all, that the fighting must cease immediately. War is barbarity, as St. John Paul said, and it's a cancer that grows and expands and feeds on itself. Well, what's going on in Shakespeare's play? The Archbishop of Canterbury is discussing with another clergyman, the Bishop of Ely, that they should, in order to stave off a bill in the House of Commons that would confiscate half of the church's wealth, these 2 top religious officials should defend the church's economic interests by proposing an unholy trade-off. If King Henry IV will reject the bill, the church will pay him a greater sum than has ever been given by the church to the crown, and the church will provide the king with a justification for invading France. In other words, the church will give over money to help fund the war, and will give him the cover of a colorable theological justification to beg for this violence, an unprovoked attack by Britain on France. And this is then Shakespeare concludes this scene by saying, miracles are ceased, meaning miracles are over. These people aren't church officials. These are, to harken back to the comment that was made earlier, quoting basically the Prussian general Karl von Clausewitz. This is war as policy by other means, and the policymakers are the clergy. Now, we also see a connection between God and war and justification at the end of several of the battles, particularly the Battle of Agincourt, where Henry V credits the soldiers, credits the God. It was your arm, God, not our hands, that defeated the French. Now, to come to the second C and then end the presentation, conduct during war, the ius in bello. One way to interpret the Henriad is to see it as a study of leadership. The juxtaposition of characters, Henry Hotspur, Henry and his dad, Henry IV, Henry and Falstaff. And many Shakespearean scholars have done that. And the article definitely goes into that sort of analysis. And we do see the maturation of Prince Henry, Prince of Wales, going through to his ascent to the throne as Henry V. He becomes, in assuming the kingship, the leader his father had hoped, not the almost buffoon-like companion of Falstaff. And here I would draw a distinction between what I think, for what it's worth, and the great Shakespeare scholar Harold Bloom, who views these plays entirely through the lens of Falstaff. The University of St. Thomas's own Professor Delahunty has commented on Prince Henry in a wonderful article he's written a few years ago about leadership and whether or not Prince Henry is the ideal Christian king. To draw the nexus to the law of war, what we see in Shakespeare's chronicles are leadership and courage and fortitude, making command decisions, making strategic decisions, and not doing so or not on false pretenses, like what we've seen with Russia and Ukraine, and the idea that Ukraine somehow needs to be denazified. Lastly, and this gets very much into the law of war and international human rights law and war crimes, in at least 3 parts of the Henriad, we see war crimes allegedly being committed. We see Prince John of Lancaster ruthlessly slaughtering the rebel forces after a deal with the Archbishop of York whereby the rebels thought they were getting amnesty. And in fact, the rebels are marched off to be executed. We see in Henry V something that literally looks like today's siege of Mariupol, the siege by the British of the French seaport of Harfleur. The siege is not going well for the English forces. King Henry V literally says in Shakespearean English, if you don't give up French and open your city gates, we will rape all of your women and daughters and slaughter all of your men. And the French finally surrender. And then the third scene we see later in Henry V is the Battle of Agincourt, where the British lose 25 soldiers and kill 10,000. Well, to conclude, a few years ago, we had prominent American jurists, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Samuel Alito, Merrick Garland, Brett Kavanaugh, and they actually did a mock court hearing of the Battle of Agincourt. And C-SPAN actually broadcast this back on the 8th of March in 2010. And at issue was whether or not the behavior of Shakespeare's King Henry V amounted to war crimes. I don't want to spoil that wonderful program, but let me just, I guess, give a spoiler alert and say that these jurists said, as we apply the evolving standards of a maturing society, there is insufficient evidence to show that the French prisoners presented a dire threat to the English army. So our judgment is the killing of the prisoners was unjustified. Well, so to conclude, we've got this inexhaustible treasure of Shakespeare that I hope gives us some perspective and maybe a little bit of emotional comfort, certainly a lot of intellectual fascination, I would say, in drama as we go forward during these difficult times. So thank you very, very much.
Professor Bala, thank you for your presentation. And I think at this point, I may pose a question to each of you all. And I'll begin, Professor Slowatsky, with you, if I could. And that is the use of economic sanctions to defend an expansive concept of national security raises what Dean Vischer said in his opening remarks amounts to a prudential question. How wise is it to use sanctions as assertively as the United States is doing so? And that, I think, then poses two distinct sub-questions. Do we want this done to us? Should we be in a position of vulnerability? And do we want to incentivize others to develop independent means of escaping, evading, or perhaps inflicting sanctions on the United States? That's my question to you, Professor Slowatsky. To Dr. Hagmeyer-Witzleb, my question to you is this: is the judiciary of a nation state the best or means by which to render judgment in litigation that implicates questions of warfare? Because the judiciary of any nation state is necessarily acting in a question of momentous national security, acting, if you will, as a judge in its own cause. We're told by numerous authorities that you should never be a judge in your own cause. But is it necessarily the case that a national judiciary is a judge in its own cause when rendering the sorts of decisions you've discussed? And does this necessitate the creation of some kind of supranational, some kind of international arbitration, the World Court perhaps, or some other source where we can go to resolve these sorts of disputes? And Professor Bala, I'm going to raise a third C, if I could, and I don't know whether to use the word culpability or choice in raising this third C, but it reminds me, your presentation reminds me of not of Shakespeare, but if I could go back to my own classical training, my reading of Thucydides when I was way back in college, and the opening of Thucydides, where we see Thucydides discussing the causes of war, of the Peloponnesian War, and he depersonalizes this. He turns it into the cause of war, finally, is not the choices made by the parties, but what he calls a nonce, necessity. Athens is a rising power, Sparta is the hegemonic power, and it becomes a necessity. One must conflict with the other. Graham Allison has gone into this in his discussions of China and the United States. And Professor Bala, if I could ask you, how does Shakespeare discuss this kind of necessity, this concept that features so prominently in Thucydides? How does Shakespeare discuss this in his plays on warfare? So if I may, to each of you, Professor Slowatsky, Dr. Hagmeyer-Witzleb, Professor Bala, please.
Should we take these in order? Do you want me to go first? Okay, great questions. And by the way, it's an honor to be on the panel. I'll echo what Telman said. I've also, Raj is a legend in international economic law. I've cited to him numerous times in my own publications, and it's amazing that he was able to keep all of that in his head. I just had to say that because without PowerPoints, I would never be able to keep all of that so coherently, and kudos to him. To answer your question, I think this is really goes to the heart. You're asking whether it's being overused. I think, in my personal opinion, we're really at an inflection point. I must say that the United States has been outmaneuvered and outflanked by China for a number of years. And I remember when I was presenting at conferences in Hong Kong and in China and doing some preliminary work on the new architects of international law, the Asian Investment and Infrastructure Bank, the Belt and Road Initiative, WAN internationalization efforts, and I would speak to colleagues in the United States in law schools, and they were kind of in the dark about this. And I think there was this sense, and I think the United States has kind of woken up, and it may not be too late, but there was the sense that the United States rule would last forever, Pax Britannica. And I think the United States and every country needs to have some sense of modesty and some sense of realism. And I think that China has presented itself as a potential challenger for the United States. So it is not too late, and I can understand why the United States wants to aggressively use sanctions, because it kind of is desperately endeavoring to contain China at this point. And it certainly might be able to do so, but it is certainly not in the first or second inning of the game. Now, is it too much? Well, of course, it is being used very aggressively. It can inflict pain on a lot of the civilian population, even people who don't agree with the policies of their government. As you adroitly mentioned, it could lead to blowback and incentivize countries to evade sanctions, and that's very possible. But on the other hand, if you don't use it, you lose it. It's difficult. It is a very difficult calibration, and it's not easy. I don't envy the U.S. policymakers in this regard, because on one hand, from their perspective, they need to act now, and on the other hand, they might be incentivizing a rerouting of the system. In fact, I think India and Russia are doing some discussions about bypassing SWIFT. Certainly, as I mentioned in the presentation, the advent of central bank digital currencies clearly brings that. And I also want to say that the United States and Western democracies, kind of echoing on what Tilman said, they're actually fighting back in a sense with one hand behind them. We have to understand that in China, it is a different political economic governance system. In China, economic interests serve political interests. So it's very, and Tilman makes a very good point that you can litigate these issues in Western democracies. If victims of sanctions want to, they can. They are empowered to, as in the Rawls case, and Rawls ultimately, the DC Circuit said that there was a violation of the procedural mechanisms, and the Obama order was improper. But you try to do that in China, I think the perception is that you will not get very far, because China has a different, I'm not criticizing the system, it's a different system, and we have to respect that. So, it's noble to say that Western democracies, the United States, for example, should allow the rule of law when it comes to attacking sanctions. But on the other hand, I'm not so sure that US companies would be able to do the same thing if they were sanctioned by China. By the way, China has the blocking statute. China has enacted the anti-foreign sanctions law. They are also aggressively expanding their conceptualization of national security. So it's a very, very difficult question. And I'll just, end with these questions, as Raj mentioned, quote from King Solomon, Kohelet, Ein Chadash Tachat Hashemesh. There's nothing new under the sun. Technology changes, but human nature doesn't really change. People have the same desires. Autocrats, kings, they will want to, or whatever political form, who want to dominate and extract benefits for themselves, which are kind of like a conflict of, a management agency conflict, directors of a company, getting benefits that the ordinary shareholders do not receive. I guess that's kind of unfortunately endemic to the human condition. And again, I think, bottom line, I think the US is, in a sense, overly triggering, pulling the trigger on sanctions, but I'm not sure that the United States has that much of a choice, because this really is, for the first time since the World War II era, there's a real legitimate challenger. Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union, had nukes, but what did? They supported rogue regimes, dictators. They really did not ensconce themselves in the global governance architecture. China has. China is a major player in global governance, and they really represent a challenge to the hegemonic status of the United States. It's a close call. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hagemeyer-Vitzler, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I just realized, hearing you say my name, I've by marriage acquired a literally unpronounceable name. I used to be Hagemeyer, and this is my first international event as Hagemeyer-Vitzler. In any case, thank you for the question, and thank you, Professor Slavotsky, for your remarks. Yes, it's a difficult question. It's a tough one. We discuss it under the heading of reciprocity in Europe, but we can table it for another time. Professor Reed, you had a wonderful question. Is the judiciary of a state the best means to render judgment in what I call measures of economic warfare, or would it be better to have an international court deal with these things? I can only present the German perspective. The German judiciary is independent to an extreme level. I could give you examples. Nobody can interfere with my decisions. I don't have to ask anybody's permission. I don't have work hours. I don't even have to show up in the office. Nobody can tell me to come to the office. So the degree of independence in making decisions is extremely high. The outside circumstances and, of course, the material decision itself, I cannot disclose too much, but I can say this much. In Berlin, we have a Russian TV station. It's called Russia Today. I think you have it in the US as well. And they were forbidden to continue their broadcasting in February. And I can only say what the press statement says. My chamber had to make the decision whether they are allowed to continue broadcasting. And you feel pressure. You feel pressure because we're not, as judges, we're not isolated from the rest of society. We take the train, and at the main station here in Berlin, we see Ukrainian refugees, and this puts pressure on us. But in the end, it is a very, how can I say, it is a deductive process. We look at the law, we look at the facts, and then we make a decision. And if the decision would have been, they can continue broadcasting, if this would have been the decision rendered by the law, we would have made that decision despite the pressure. So from the national perspective, I can say national courts, even under these special circumstances, at least in Germany, they act quite independently to a remarkable level, I think. But there's the outside perspective, and there are other nations also of the so-called free world also of the so-called free West, however you want to frame it. Perhaps it doesn't function this way everywhere in the EU. We are also frowning upon practices in other EU nations. We're not sure of their court systems. So this might not be the case everywhere and every time. And as I said, judicial review is restricted in certain areas. And there's, of course, the outside perspective. A Chinese investor who loses a court case before a German national court is not going to think that he lost because the law says he's supposed to lose. He's going to think, I lost because I'm Chinese. That's going to be the case. So he's not going to accept or normative standards and or big reasoning in our judgments and verdicts. He's just going to think, okay, I'm Chinese. I was bound to lose. I never had a chance. Which is not true, but he's going to think it anyway. So there's the outside perspective. There are other jurisdictions I cannot comment on. So from this perspective, of course, it would be much better to have an international court, to have something that the League of Nations had in mind, where international lawyers come together and assess, is this national security, is it legitimate or not? It would be great. But historically, we see the problems. I hinted to that with the League of Nations, didn't work out. And in the present, we see it with the WTO dispute settlement body, which is also having enormous trouble. I mean, the only case we have, and many were surprised by it, the Russia traffic in transit case, it's difficult. It's difficult to make decisions on that level. So yes, there would be a better solution, but for the time being, we have to, it is a tough sell. The better solution is a very tough sell in politics, so we have to live with the second best option. And if I may, just very quickly, personally, Professor Bala, I'll be running the half marathon on Sunday, so I'll be looking forward to running the full marathon with you in September. I hope you'll be here, so we can run it together.
That is awesome. I wish you the best. I hope you have really good conditions, good weather. Wonderful.
Thank you.
It's a great course, as you know. Well, that's great. Well, let me thank you for the questions and also the answer. And I know we're running short on time, so I'll try and get right to the point. On this question of the Thucydides trap, an Athens versus a Sparta scenario, let me offer two perspectives. One directly responsive to Dr. Reed's question. I think Shakespeare is ambiguous on this question of culpability or choice. If you look in Richard II at the evolution of Henry of Bolingbroke and why he ultimately decides to usurp the crown, one read of Henry's behavior is that all I'm doing is taking back the titles and the lands that Richard II had wrongly taken from my family and wrongly banished me because of Richard II's failure to settle conflicts among us noblemen. Another view is all along, Henry's of Bolingbroke's aim was to usurp the crown. And that's what, of course, Richard II suspects him of, that he was always ambitious. In the first, it would be more of a war of choice. In the second, it'd be more of a war of necessity, because what's motivating Henry is, again, Richard II's failing leadership that has caused poverty and chaos across the realm. Likewise, on the international conflict in Henry V, where King Henry is making this decision, as it were, to invade France, is it necessity or choice? Well, he would argue it's necessity because he has a rightful claim to the titles and the throne in France. And indeed, the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of Ely have blessed that claim and funded it. But on the other hand, when the French, the Dauphin, insult Henry V by giving him tennis balls as a gift in a meeting, you can see his ego welling up and making it sound like, well, now I'm going to really get back at you. So I think Shakespeare leaves us with this proposition that the distinction between war of choice and war of necessity, which is now very common in the international relations realm, thanks to Richard Haas's book, The President of the Council on Foreign Relations, and it's entered the lingo of President Biden. I think Shakespeare is saying that's a much more ambiguous distinction. I would then, on the second part, very quickly in the answer, in the context of the Sino-American trade war, it's hard for me to not say anything about it because I've been spending so much time since 2018 when it was launched on it. I like the characterization of George Soros that it's not a Thucydides trap, it's a conflict about open society. And Soros has given several speeches about that. And what we're really in is a conflict between the open society and its enemies, to use the term of Soros's own mentor, the philosopher Karl Popper. So let me stop there. And again, thank you.
Well, thank you all. Wonderful morning presentation. And I believe, Thomas, we take a short break.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yep. We'll take a short break here, and I believe we will plan on coming back at 10 a.m. for our second panel. Thank you so much again. We really, really appreciate it.
All right. Well, that was a really great first panel, and I think we're ready to kick off our second panel of the day. Taylor, if you're ready to give an introduction to our first speaker.
Good morning. I'm Taylor Daniels. I just want to quickly echo everyone else by saying thank you for being here today. First up, we have Mitsu Parikh. Ms. Parikh is a senior researcher for the international legal research consultancy called World of Legal Research, a company offering academic research services to government and private entities. She has a dual master's degree from Gurut National University, India, in comparative international law, and the University of Sydney, Australia, in legal research. Ms. Parikh has published numerous papers and has written many chapters in several books on private and public international law, comparative law, social policy, and international humanitarian rights. She is also a visiting faculty in several Indian law schools. Ms. Parikh, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Hello, thank you so much for introducing me. So generally in India, whenever you do something which is almost like a dream, we ask other people to pinch us like quite forcefully. But as this conference is on war and crime of aggression, I would like to do that to myself. But I'm really honored and thankful to St. Thomas University for giving me such a nice chance to be present with all of you. And I was also there in the last session as well and saw the amazing level of discussion and presentation. So I'm already facing some goosebumps. So let me start with my presentation. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. So some of the most significant 20th century development of international law has been the design and thresholds being designated to states for resorting to use of force, as well as the developments of the concept of collective security. The later concept is essentially legal, as it is important the notion of the general interest of all states in the maintenance of peace and the preservation of the territorial integrity and political independence of states, which would be threatened by an act of aggression. I thought in last some years, we were just on the verge of forgetting the concept of aggression. I think we should be, and the globe itself should be thankful to Russia and Ukraine for reminding us about the concept of war and aggression. So as the textbook example, one of the most conspicuous fields where the inherent lacuna begins work on regulation is that of civil wars. The problem in the present era is that civil wars and international war opened and res integrate the peace space, owing to no specific prohibition or regulations being instilled by customary international law or international legal instrument. Thus, the authors have reached a conclusion that a new approach is required to overcome the challenge that present system poses. It is posited by the author that the solution to this this issue cannot be merely achieved by adopting some resolution that are, in essence, reiterative version of United Nations Charter provisions. So as I will be presenting in my paper and also in the publication, we have gone through the entire history and evolution of different definitions, some effective, some non-effective. And as we see in wars, in the time of wars, not effective at all, that we can, like what we need to change. Therefore, the author is carrying on this research to evaluate the development of the role of international humanitarian law while scrutinizing the historical aspect of war and armed conflicts, along with legal regulations of the right to resort to such use of force in this paper. Although epistemology of humanitarian law so may allow you to glance at how the wars should operate, has not provided any specific prohibition itself. For the purpose of this research, I would like to be relying upon the work of eminent publicists, general principle of law, various case laws, treaties, custom, historic events, international cases, disputes, domestic judicial cases, and other act of state signifying state practice, documents by international organizations such as ILC, and resolutions. So don't worry about it. I'm not going through each of them. That I will be doing in my paper. I would like to keep it very small. So can we go to the next slide, please? The naked violence and the outright viciousness that often accompanies war or armed conflicts have engendered abominable and unquantifiable suffering to millions of people throughout the source of human history. So you can see the entire list and in this list, can we go to the next slide, please? So in this list, we have just reached till 1965. We have many more to go. Next slide, please. Yeah. So first time, the well-respected definition in war was defined in the case of the Fulton Consolidated Gold Mine versus Janssen in Great Britain. When differences between states reach a point at which both parties resort to force, or one of them do acts of violence, which the other chooses to look upon as a breach of the peace, the relation of war is set up on which the combatants may use regulated violence against each other until one of the two has been brought to accept such terms in his enemy is willing to grant. Next slide, please. So, in very short, we would like to see the theory of war, which are just three, and I'd like to discuss very shortly. The first is the status theory of war. The commercial or non-technical meaning of war is not necessarily identical with the meaning under international law. Thus, in the case of Kawasaki Kisen, the English court held the word war in a charter party applied to the non-war hostilities in China in 1937 between Chinese and Japanese forces. So the question of whether there is a status of war or only a condition of non-war hostility depends on the dimensions of the conflict, the intention of the contestants, and attitudes and reaction of the non-contestant. Next slide. Legal regulation on right to resort to war or to armed conflict and to the use of force, apart from the power of Security Council to control acts of aggression under Article 39 of the Charter, the judgments of the Nuremberg and Tokyo Tribunal confirm the view that the aspect of war or resort to hostilities involving aggression, a resort to war or to hostility while in self-defense. So one useful test of aggression is a repeated refusal to seek settlement by peaceful means. Now, the last, next slide, the laws of war, international humanitarian law. So in this mostly under present rules, such acts as the killing of civilians, the ill treatment of prisoner of war, and military use of gas, and the sinking of merchant ships without securing the safety of the crew are unlawful. So these are the general laws of war. Also, which I have not emphasized right now, is Article 38 of ICJ, which mainly focuses on customary law and treaty laws. Now, we have seen numerous examples of treaty laws. These rules of international humanitarian law are binding not only on state as such, but on individuals, including members of the armed forces, head of state, minister, and officials. Now, next slide, please. So basically, this slide shows many. Next slide, please. This slide shows mostly many arenas which can be explored when the talk of war is going on. So first of all, there is first of all, I would like to talk about punishment of war crime. So as we all know about International Criminal Court and ICG, that how it works. But at the end of the day, the rules are like we can see in the case of Gaddafi, where the public itself tortured him and killed him, or in the case of Idi Amin, or in the case like Korean, you can call it tyrant, or you can call it monarchy, whatever you want to call it. So are we really that stringent about the laws of punishment of war crimes? Sometimes many countries keep their deterrents, especially Gulf countries, they keep it in their private jail where they are getting the 7-star treatment as well. So is that really a treatment, like really a punishment of war crime? Now, diplomatic pressure. I think according to me, this is the most used and very powerful as well. Because as we all know, under every war, the main reason is mostly economic. So diplomatic pressure, import, export, they all work properly in this way. Now coming to the third, enemy character during war. So in the case of Dalmar Company versus Continental Tire, House of Lords adopted the test of enemy association or enemy control for corporation carrying on business in an enemy country, but not incorporated there. So we know that after COVID as well, many Japanese countries withdrew their consent or giving any kind of benefits to the company which had main headquarters or something in China. So I think enemy pressure is also important. Now, human rights rules and standard at the time of war. The resolution of the International Conference on Human Rights at Tehran in 1968 recommended the UN General Assembly that a study be made of existing rules for the protection of human rights in time of war. Then we also have Geneva Convention. Then calling upon the Secretary General to make such study. The report was response for human rights in armed conflict. And then we also had ICRC and reaffirmation development of international humanitarian law. We need to rethink it because we're talking not about domestic law, we're talking about international law. Are these reports just for documentation sake, or it does apply, or it is really effective? Now, rules of land, sea, and air warfare. Now, if we talk about land or sea or air, it's not just about war. We have so many economic sanctions about them, so many new rules about them. We talk about, I think, Turkey versus France. So in this kind of situations, that even marine or law business, like land business, everything gets affected. So what shall we do? And not only between the countries which are involved in the war, but what about the third country? Like if I give example of India, and if India enters into war with Pakistan tomorrow, then at least 68 countries, planes are going through the airspace where the India's border mixes with Pakistan. 68 countries and around 320 flights a day. So what will happen to them? Now, necessity for new approach to problem. So I think I'll be ending after this. So there are 3 points. So for practical purpose, we already have laws, but what about new warfare, new way of dealing with things like drones warfare, then chemical weapons, then most popular right now, cyber attacks. This new kind of warfare and of armed conflicts have emerged, which do not belong to the pre-existing stereotype of hostilities. And another illustration is Vietnam War itself, which is mentioned above, was partly an international conflict and partly major civil war. So we need to rethink about what is coming now, what can come now. Now, environmental protection. We shouldn't forget about this. The ICJ, in one of its judgment in nuclear weapon advisory opinion, said that the court does not consider that the treaties in question could have intended to deprive a state of the exercise of its right to self-defense under IL because of its obligation to protect the environment. Now, third state intervention controversy. As in previous panel, it was discussed that Ukraine is asking India, China to interfere. So what about them and how much weight they can carry? And after interfering, what will be their state? So international law should do something to protect them as well. Now, paragraph 5 of the Article 2 of Draft Code of Offenses Against the Peace and Security of Mankind adopted by ILC treats of following as an offense against the peace and security of humanity. Now, lastly, mercenaries and guerrilla warfare. There is a general consensus to the effect that such conduct is in breach of IL, seems to be supported by reiteration and resolution of the UN official and assembly on provision of this. But we all know that it has been used and it will keep on being used time and again, where government cannot officially enter someone, they send their mercenaries or people undercover. So what about them? So I would like to lastly conclude in the conclusion slide. So one of the most famous person in India, Swami Vivekananda, rightly pointed out that he had a very strong opinion against Mahatma Gandhi, who at the time of India-British non-violence war said, the peaceful nation fall down yet rise again. But the others, once they go down, do not come up. They die. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall enjoy the earth, as the Dean Robert rightly quoted in the last session, that as St. Thomas University is a Catholic university, and that Catholic teaching doesn't approve of war. I can vouch for my Hinduism and Buddhism as well. We do not encourage it as well. Nobody in right mind would like to see war. In the progression of steps which led to the first session of the conference in 1974, an important role was played by the International Committee, ICRC. And there, while met under the aegis of ICRC to consider the subject of reaffirming and developing international humanitarian law, and in particular to examine two draft proposals, 1 and 2, prepared by ICRC to deal respectively with the rules of international armed conflicts, these being basic texts submitted to the first session of the Geneva Conference in 1974. Every day we hear that Ukraine faced this much loss. The geopolitical chessboard is toppling and destroying soil, resources, manpower. But the truth is that real loss is not evident right now. After the war ends, we'll realize the meaning of true loss. These moments of ever-evolving changes cannot be achieved by the candid process of codification. I'm from India. I have more laws than I know even. But enforcement is weak. That is one of the major issues we are facing. And I think international law in its enforcement is facing somewhere along the line the same problem. Thank you so much for listening to me. Last slide, please. I think that will be in the end of discussion. Thank you so much.
Yes, we will defer the questions to the end of the presentations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Great presentation.
Thank you. Your 6 factors in that upside down pyramid were quite interesting. So thank you very much. Second on our panel is Dr. Richard Sakwa. What was that?
Thank you very much.
Oh, Dr. Sakwa is a professor of politics at the University of Kent at Canterbury, a senior research fellow at Higher School of Economics in Moscow, and an honorary professor in the Faculty of Political Science at Moscow State University. Dr. Sakwa earned his PhD from the Center for Russian and East European Studies at the University of Birmingham. He has published widely on Russian and international affairs, including his 2020 book titled The Putin Paradox. He is currently working on another book with Yale University Press entitled The Lost Peace: How We Failed to Prevent a New Cold War. We are very grateful for your presence here today, Dr. Sakwa.
Thank you very much indeed. And I'm working, as you say, on the book, The Lost Peace. And obviously, we have lost the peace in quite a spectacular manner. And so in my comments now, I want to examine how we managed to lose this peace, just in a thumbnail sketch, to look at how the great hopes of 1989 at the end of the First Cold War, the end of the epochal struggle between revolutionary socialism and capitalist democracy, ended with the apparent victory of the latter, but also the way it ended, as the penultimate US ambassador to Russia, Jack Matlock, constantly argues, that the end of the Cold War was negotiated. It was a common victory. That certainly was the understanding of the Soviet leadership under Gorbachev, the leadership of Russia under Yeltsin and Putin afterwards. Nevertheless, the great hopes of Gorbachev's new political thinking, that there was no need ultimately for this conflict, that we could move on to a new stage of human history, all of that was betrayed. We had then 30 years of what Yeltsin himself in December 1994 called the Cold Peace. And then we're now not just back to a second Cold War, but to something far worse. We're back to a hot war. So how did we do it? My view is, my argument is that this war, this Ukrainian war, Russo-Ukrainian war, has been 30 years in the making, yet were potentially avoidable in the final weeks, if not days. That this was a war that was predictable, it was predicted, and I've spent the last 20 years predicting it, and it was avoidable. Well, why didn't we avoid it? And then, the comparison emerges immediately. Is the better comparison, because we as analysts always like to compare, is it better to look at the run-up to 1914 and the Great War, the great powers, that the lineup of the war began in 1914, the First World War began back in the 1890s, as some argue, that the beginning of alliances, the beginning of a sense of insecurity, the arms race, the building of major battle fleets in Germany and elsewhere, all of this was a long run-up and with all sorts of alarms and warnings on the way. But some other would say, no, the analogy is not with 1914, it's with 1939, that you have a revisionist leader who wants to overthrow the existing system, dissatisfied. The analogy would be, perhaps more specifically, that the peace order after the First World War, the Versailles Peace, as Keynes warned, in the economic consequences of the peace, would have left Germany outcast, humiliated, sense of a stab in the back, all of that language, which in Russia was repeated. And often there was talk of a Versailles syndrome in post-communist Russia, that it too had lost a peace which was meant to have been a common peace, and it was, as it were, declared ultimately the loser, which means there was a victor, and again a sense of betrayal. So this analogy, these two different analogies suggest two different motivations and two different logics to conflict. But I would still argue that in some ways, the guns of August in 1914 may have been avoided with more adroit diplomacy in the final weeks. If we remember the July crisis, which went on after the assassination, Yet, of course, the preceding 20 years created the conditions for a major conflict. And the same applies, in my view, to the war of 2022. That the March of Folly, as I mentioned, The Guns of August, which is a magnificent book by Barbara Tuchman. She also had another fantastic book called The March of Folly, which follows the folly of how people got into conflict. And the subtitle is From Troy to the Vietnam War. And we could add, of course, another chapter, which is the war of 2022. So two observations immediately emerge out of these observations. The first is methodological. How to understand the logic and motivations of actors and what role did systemic or structural factors play in the run-up to this war, and indeed, more broadly, in the study of international politics. We can look at the relevant issues, possibly the socioeconomic. We've talked about sanctions as a type of economic warfare, and Russia's been under sanctions basically non-stop since 1974. December 1974, the adoption of Jackson-Vanik, which was came into effect the following month, January 1975. But the very day it was repealed in December 2012, a new cycle of sanctions began, the Magnitsky Act, which only intensified thereafter. So we've had nearly half a century of sanctions. So that's just a sense of a long-term grievance, if you like. Socioeconomic factors, cultural factors. One of the most prominent interpretations today is by John Mearsheimer, which says Russia is behaving like any great power would in its position, that its structural factors, great powers try to maximize security, and Russia, from that perspective, faced a fundamental security challenge from Ukraine, the onward march of NATO, a body which was designed and established in the First Cold War to contain the Soviet Union, not only perpetuated itself after the Cold War, but expanded up to what one of the Robert Gates, former US Defense Secretary, said, to the gates of Moscow, effectively. So Mearsheimer argues that Russia's behaving like any great power, so you shouldn't expect anything different. I don't accept that argument. I think it's important, but I think it undermines the whole normative and indeed the agent-centered. Decisions were taken. The actors took a decision. I mean, my own approach is an interpretivist one. And if the analogy could be put, that there has been, in my view, for 30 years, a pistol on the wall. And as in any good Chekhovian drama, if the pistol is on the wall in the first act, you can guess that by the fifth act, it would be used. And so the structural factor was a pistol was there, but ultimately someone took it down and pulled the trigger. And the responsibility lies with that person. So it's an interpretivist approach, which basically tries to describe and explain the agent's self-understanding of politics and to what extent they're subject to continuity and change. And in the case of Putin, I've done, as suggested, many works on this to see how his thinking has evolved from one of the most pro-Western leaders Russia has ever had to where we are today, catastrophic. And so that, of course, leads to the second observation, which is that any interpretation is ultimately political, even ideological. And so I talk in terms of a 30 years crisis. And by talking in terms of this 30 years crisis, I immediately exclude other approaches that, for example, as I said, the best ontology or comparison would be 1939, or simply that Putin is a Hitler-type Manichaean person intent on restoring the Soviet-Russian Empire. So my approach is not like that, interpretivist. And let me apply that specifically to the conflict which we're faced with today. My fundamental argument is that the issue, and one of the reasons for conflict, is that after the end of the Cold War in 1989-91, we were faced with two peace systems, or to use the jargon of the time, as George H.W. Bush put it, two new world orders were on offer when the Cold War ended. Two peace orders were on offer. The first one is the one that the great powers, the United States, the Soviet Union, China, UK, France, helped constitute at the end of the Second World War in the form of the United Nations system and its associated body of international law, norms, and practices. We've heard much of that earlier today. This is the international system based on the UN Charter, which combines state sovereignty, rights of national self-determination, and human rights. The UN Charter of 1945 banned war as an instrument of policy and provided a framework for the peaceful resolution of international conflicts. This is what I call the Charter International System. We've heard a lot about it today. The Charter, but my point is, there is an international system called, and to give it a name, because so often it's called Wilsonianism, it's called the liberal international order, but I would argue that's a confusion. So this is the Charter International System. And it was an international system that built on, but yet modified earlier international systems, the Versailles International System after the First World War, the Congress International System after the Napoleonic Wars of 1814, 1815, the Utrecht International System after the wars of the Spanish Succession in 1713, and indeed the Westphalian International System. So these are obviously all Western ones, and so I'm excluding the Asian and other and African international systems, because focusing on our European continent. So this is the international system in which we live today. And it was to this international system that the Soviet Union appealed as the model of civilization and development as it launched into the reforms at the end of the 1980s. This peace order is based on a modified form of great power politics, with its associated lexicon of balance of power, buffer states, and spheres of interests. It is modified by the type of international politics that it advocates, which tempers, weakens the great power logic. So it is a model based on sovereign internationalism, where the respective interests of all the powers, great and small, are respected. The assertion of sovereignty, Westphalian type sovereignty, is tempered by an internationalism based on a charter system, yet it remains within the realist tradition of international relations. So, and of course, the permanent five members of the Security Council is a type of mini concert of powers in itself. So the Charter International System has survived 75 years. It's the biggest challenge, of course, today. It's massive. The war today is a challenge to this international system. Yet this was the system, international system, which survived for 70 odd years after the Second World War, and the one that we really thought would triumph at the end of the first Cold War, and the one to which Gorbachev and other Russian Soviet leaders appealed. However, and this is the issue, a second New World Order was also on offer after 1989. This is the one more narrowly associated with and led by the United States, also created at the end of the war. There's marvelous works on this subject, by the way. Stephen Wertheim has got a marvelous book on it, how the United States embedded its leadership, because of course it was the most powerful state after 1945, but it embedded its leadership, and it understood this in the need to anchor its leadership in international institutions. And it created, US created a type of separate liberal international order of its own within the international system, but an uncomfortable relationship with that international system. So in the 19th century, it was Great Britain which acted as the champion of free trade and open navigation, a role assumed by the US after 1945, which of course has delivered huge, massive public goods in the years since. This is a model based on liberal internationalism consisting of two key elements: the open trading and financial system created within a framework of the Bretton Woods Agreement and later on GATT, World Trade Organization, and so on. So that element, But it also had a second leg because it was born in the Cold War. And this is the military security aspect. NATO, which, of course, in its European manifestation later, as the Cold War developed into Asia, a whole network of alliance relationships with Japan and other countries. So this was a liberal internationalism. And of course, the term liberal in the Cold War largely signified anti-communist rather than liberal democratic. But it was also a hegemonic peace order. It was a hegemonic peace order dominated by the US and its allies. Of course, it was challenged by the Soviet Union. Without the Soviet Union, after it collapsed in 1989-91, this liberal hegemony, liberal internationalism became, as it were, unbounded hegemony. You could put it like this. Its ambitions became universal, the application of a universal Monroe Doctrine. We've talked about in terms of sanctions in earlier, the first session this morning. This universal jurisdiction, in a sense, was a reflection of this huge epistemological change which took place after 1989. By Cold War, bipolarity was gone, and in the subsequent unipolar years, there was no one left to contest their assertion. Moscow grumbled, but post-communist Russia in the 1990s was in no position to challenge us. While China, of course, used the opportunity of US leadership and its public goods to engineer its quiet rise. The model cannot be called idealist in the classic term because the expansionist power system at its core, yet it had a large element of idealism within it. So this expansive system after the Cold War became genuinely radicalized itself. So in short, two models of post-Cold War order, the Charter and the liberal peace systems, were on offer. They were not incompatible by any means, because both drew on the post-war settlement. And of course, that Moscow believed that that settlement could be interpreted in one way. The West thought it could be interpreted in a rather more expansive and a different way. But nevertheless, these two fundamental principles were incorporated into the whole normative framework of the post-Cold War order. Even earlier, before the end of the Cold War, I'm thinking in terms of the Helsinki Final Act, which of course has two principles, which is sovereign inviolability. Yet it also, if you look at it, it also says that the security of one state should not be at the expense of the other. In other words, the indivisibility of security, the feature which, of course, Moscow and Russia appealed to in the run-up to the 2022 war. So, in other words, the two peace orders on offer at the end of the Cold War were then incorporated, this tension, into all the normative frameworks. We'll talk about the Paris as well, not only the Helsinki Final Act earlier, but then, of course, the November 1990 Paris Charter for a New Europe, and of course, the Istanbul Declaration of 1999, the Astana Declaration of 2010. If you look at them, all have this tension between these two peace orders. And so I actually believe a modicum of goodwill and trust could have allowed some sort of reconciliation between these two models. But the tension between these two normative models were then exacerbated and reinforced by the geopolitical contest between two divergent spatial visions. And this is then where the second conflict, the geopolitical logic, emerges. On the one side, the Euro-Atlantic alliance system, created to fight the Cold War, did not dissolve, but instead enlarged. I won't go into all of the debates about NATO enlargement, but just to mention just one thing, Zbigniew Brzezinski himself understood the implications of splintering European security, contrary to the promises of indivisibility in Helsinki and the other acts which I've mentioned. He argued, and this is Brzezinski, passionately in favor of NATO enlargement, yet going back to just recently to his book, The Grand Chessboard, he argued that Russia should have been offered a deal it could not refuse, namely a special cooperative relationship between Russia and NATO to create a new transcontinental system of collective security that went beyond NATO proper. And lots of other US commentators and politicians incidentally mentioned this as well. The excellent memoir of William Burns, who's now head of the CIA, and I think one of the most creative, one of the best diplomats the US has today, and is marvelous thing, also argues that there should have been some sort of framework, something on offer. And of course, we know it didn't happen. And so we have this tension between the Russian idea of a type of pan-continental security system, which was always defeated by this Euro-Atlantic vision, Atlantic-centered vision, and it led up with nothing. So two normative models contested, and in my view, that makes this war more tragic than anything because it was so easily avoidable. And the war in Europe, and of course, I'm not going to go into all the tensions within the Ukrainian model of state building, except just one comment, that these two normative models were explosively overlaid on the internal tensions of Ukrainian state building. And I've argued before that within Ukraine, there were two models, what I would call the monist versus the pluralist. The monist was the nationalist vision of a Ukrainizing state, monolingual, culturally Ukrainian, and so on. Of course, I don't for a second suggest that they should not have developed. Of course it should, including the development of Ukrainian language. But at the same time, federalism and other models of multiculturalism in which you have, like Canada, like Wales, where Russian population represented 20% of ethnic Russians in Ukraine, and about 60% up to 2014 used Russian as their first language. And yet their failure to give it constitutional status was an enduring issue, and of course fed Moscow's sense of betrayal. Anyway, so just in conclusion, quite clearly that when it came to the war, when that trigger, the pistol was taken off the wall, the issues were, could the war have been averted? Yes. But ultimately, when the trigger was pulled, clearly Putin had miscalculated in at least 4 ways. This is my final point. He underestimated the scale of Ukrainian resistance and the nature of what had happened within Ukraine. The second miscalculation was the scale of the Western response, which of course, in terms of sanctions, were unbelievable. Never in human history has there been economic warfare on this scale against a major power. And I will, it's quite clear that, some people have indicated this earlier, that it's going to have a huge boomerang effect. I mean, endless people tell me within Russia today that, what's one of the more unique factors of these sanctions is that there is no attempt, and it always has been in the past, to try to avoid pain being inflicted on common normal citizens. There's always been a language, we just want the elite or the leadership to suffer. This time, it's perceived certainly as a war of peoples against the Russian people, which has massively consolidated support for Putin and for the regime, very interestingly enough. So the second miscalculation is, and of course, the economy, it's hugely going to be damaging for the economy when it's only just beginning. The third miscalculation was, of course, to overestimate the Russian popular appetite for war. Very little. Maybe people are rallying to the flag, but there's no appetite for war, especially against a brotherly nation like the Ukrainians. And the fourth miscalculation is the combined effect of the first three, the destabilization of the Russian political order itself. Of course, we're talking about possibility of regime change. And the bottom line is ultimately that in some ways, in the last years, Russia tried a type of revolt against the West. It was a revolt with a language of traditionalism, conservatism, and so on. So in other words, its geopolitical concerns and security became overlaid by an existential sense that it was that Russia was under threat, an ontological conflict rooted in those two visions of betrayal, that there were two visions of peace orders, and instead of this inclusive operation of a charter international system, sovereign internationalism, which was reflected in the joint declaration of Russia and China on the 4th of February, by the way. Of course, the war itself is a fundamental repudiation of the principles of charter international system. So in other words, a more dramatic case of self-destruction in human history, and that's why I keep referring to Barbary Tuchman, I think has seldom been seen, because it's a repudiation of everything Russia had been up to thence, defining and claiming in appealing to one of those peace orders at the end of the Cold War. Hence, a tragedy, obviously for the Ukrainian people, but also for the Russian people, and of course for us, because we're only just beginning to see the blowback this war is going to have. And so I thank you for having this conference today, because it gives us a chance to examine and to analyze where we are today and how we got to where we are today, which may perhaps suggest a way out. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Very relevant and interesting insight. Thank you very much. Next, we have Dr. Andrew Latham. Dr. Latham is a professor of international relations and political theory at Macalester College in St. Paul, Minnesota. Professor Latham earned his PhD in political science from York University. He is a non-resident fellow at the think tank Defense Priorities in Washington, D.C., and a regular opinion contributor for the publication The Hill. He regularly writes and speaks about war, disarmament, and strategic affairs with a special focus on issues related to arms control and weapons of mass destruction, great power rivalries, conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, the transformation of war, and U.S. defense policy. On behalf of our journal, welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Taylor, for that very gracious introduction. Let me just get all my technologies lined up. Well, on December 26th of last year, I wrote one of my columns for The Hill. And the upshot of it was, everybody wake up. The Russia that you think exists, the impoverished, backward, crushed relic of the Soviet Union that we imagined existed, and in fact did exist 30 years ago, is a thing of the past. It's no longer with us. And today, December 26, 2021, Russia is in fact a great power. And the broader point I was making was that Russia is a great power in a world, a multipolar world, populated with a number of great powers. It's not the bipolar world that we're all familiar with of the Cold War, and it's not the unipolar world that emerged out of the wreckage and rubble of the Cold War, the so-called unipolar moment, the end of history in which we deluded ourselves that this thing, the liberal international order, would eventually extend to encompass the entire planet, and there'd be peace and harmony and the rule of law and good order and prosperity and all of those good things. That moment of delusion lasted for a few minutes, although I think there are a lot of people in positions of power in the West whose reflexes have been shaped by that moment and who simply can't let go. And the point I was making, though, that moment is over, and it has been over at least since 2014, arguably since 2008, and that in its place has emerged not Cold War 2.0 that people like Neil Ferguson talk about. I think that's unlikely and really an unsustainable argument, but a true multipolar order. In fact, I was arguing that the factory settings of international relations have kicked in once again, and it's back. The last 75 years have been anomalous, I was arguing. We're now in an era of true multipolarity, and one of those poles, I was arguing, was this revived, resurgent Russia. Now, I defined great power in a very particular way in that column as a country possessing the substantial instruments of national power and the will to use those instruments to influence political outcomes around the world. And the argument I made explicitly was, if a country had certain hard power capabilities, conventional military, but especially nuclear weapons, had certain soft power and sharp power capabilities, and if it had an identity, I'm a constructivist or interpretivist at heart as well, as a great power, with a glorious past as a great power, and perhaps a noble vocation to act as a great power, then it's a great power. And having established that benchmark or standard, I then went on to confidently pronounce that Russia met those standards and therefore was a great power. It had hard power, I argued, in droves. It had a certain kind of soft power. The last panel references to Russia today, for example, but many forms of soft power. Sharp power, or if hard power is coercive power and soft power is attractive power, sharp power is manipulative power. Russia seemed to have lots of that. Certainly had global reach, at least as far as Syria, but well into Africa via some of its proxies like the Wagner Group, and indeed in Latin America as well. And as we all know, Russia had a self-perception of great powerness, if I can coin a phrase. The Russian political elite, their equivalent of our blob, certainly saw itself and Russia as a great power before the Soviet era, during the Soviet era, and after the Soviet era. Now, I wrote that, as I said, on December 26th in a post-holiday kind of euphoria, I suppose. Since February 24th, some people have written me to call that judgment into question. And the point they make, to put not too fine a point on it, is, doesn't the Ukraine fiasco prove that Russia is a decidedly less than great power? They could not even impose their will readily or easily or handily on a relatively poor, weak neighbor right next door. They didn't look by February 25th or 26th, or now 5-6 weeks later, they didn't look like much of a great power. And I paused, as one does. We're in that kind of business, and I reflected on what I had written. And because we're in this kind of business, I came to the conclusion that no, I was absolutely right on the 26th. That Russia really is a great power, notwithstanding the military fiasco that we've witnessed over the last month and a bit. It's true, I told myself, and I will share with you, that Russia has some flaws when it comes to structural faults in its military. I don't think we can, anybody can doubt that. Maybe attributable to the relatively easy victory Russian forces enjoyed in 2014, by the way, in which they devastated Ukrainian army units in about 5 minutes and accomplished all their goals in that war, almost all their goals, in very short order and with very little. They looked like they were on the cutting edge of cyber war or hybrid war or gray zone warfare or whatever we want to call it these days. They looked like they were at the cutting edge. And I think the bloom is off that particular rose. We don't see the Russian military in quite that light anymore. But if there are some arguments to be made to the effect that Russia is not the greatest great power on the planet, there's a lot of evidence, there's a clear argument to be made that it's still a great power. In fact, let me suggest this, that had we treated Russia like a great power in the run-up to this war, had we conceded, as has been in the case in eras of multipolarity in the past, that great powers have spheres of influence and that other great powers tread on or enter into those spheres of influence at their risk. The whole point of a sphere of influence is to deconflict great powers and great power politics. And had we respected that, the Ukrainians certainly would have suffered a fate, arguably a less horrible fate than they're suffering now. And indeed, one of the ironies of this whole business is the offer that was on the table 7 weeks ago is likely to be, in broad brush terms, the terms of the peace settlement that we're likely to get in some weeks into the future. But that quite aside, it's true that Russia's not winning as handily as Vladimir Putin thought that it would, but that doesn't prove Russian impotence any more than the US fiasco in Iraq or Afghanistan, or more distantly, Vietnam, proved somehow that the US wasn't a superpower. Nobody would make that argument. Nobody did make that argument because prima facie, it just doesn't stand up. So of course, poor performance on the part of the Russian military tells us a great deal, but it doesn't disqualify Russia as a great power. Russia is not canceled as a great power as a result of this. And to put it in a slightly different frame, the People's Republic of China, the PLA, in fact, by its own judgment, has determined that under no circumstances will China be ready to cross the straits and liberate and or invade, depending on your perspective, Taiwan before 2027. It couldn't, in other words, easily take Taiwan today. Does that make the People's Republic of China something less than a great power? Of course not. Of course not. What's really gone on with Russia in Ukraine is not proof that it is not a great power. It is proof that great powers can make tragic mistakes. I said a little earlier that I'm a bit of a constructivist at heart when it comes to international relations theory, but it would be a realist kind of constructivism. And in fact, it would tend towards a classical realism at the end of the day, which, despite what some people in our field will have you believe, many of those classical realists were in fact constructivists or of a sort. The upshot of it is that for realists, systemic pressures generate incentives for states and what we used to call statesmen. But that doesn't mean that states or political leaders react rationally or appropriately to those systemic pressures. Domestic politics, perhaps even political psychology is at play. States can do things which are counter to their own interests. They can act recklessly. They can misjudge situations. They can fail to react appropriately to systemic pressures. And since we're talking about Thucydides a little earlier, and I would remind everybody that if you read the Peloponnesian War, Thucydides, often invoked by realists, is making arguments about leadership. He's making arguments about national character. He's making arguments about fate, what Machiavelli would later call fortuna. All of these have a role to play that can get in the way of the kind of Mearsheimer argument that in a realist world of states competing under conditions of anarchy, states merely react almost automatically like automatons. That is not a classical realist perspective. Such a perspective always introduces a human factor, an individual human factor, collective human factors, and of course, fate and fortuna. That's what's going on with Russia's catastrophic, from their perspective, catastrophic failure in Ukraine. It is, in fact, an instance of coercive diplomacy gone wrong. And the previous speaker, I think, nailed it when he talked about a 30-year crisis, a nice play on E.H. Carr's 20 years crisis, a 30 years crisis, but the upshot of which is that this crisis need not have erupted into outright war as and when it did. That is on Putin making a number of making a number of judgmental errors. He thought he could amass this massive military force, which he must have known wasn't all it was cracked up to be, in the hopes of using a kind of coercive diplomacy approach and simply expecting that the West would not want to be dragged into Ukraine's war, and Ukrainian leaders, knowing this, would not do anything to ultimately provoke. The Russians would come to some kind of modus vivendi, some kind of an agreement that everybody could live with, maybe Minsk III, because the first two Minsks didn't work all that well. Something like that. And when the Russians didn't get their way, without adequately preparing for war, logistically, which of course is one of the most important, often neglected aspects of war, but simply in terms of planning, doctrine, not having expected to pull the trigger on Chekhov's firearm, when they did, they realized that there wasn't quite enough priming powder in the pan, and it didn't quite work the way they had intended. And that, of course, is compounded by a number of structural defects that have plagued Russian/Soviet militaries for a long time, having to do with the defective NCO corps, but we needn't get into all the details. So the upshot now of my reflection on that, to my mind, infamous December 26th piece on my part, was that Russia remains a great power. It is a weakened and chastened great power, perhaps, but it's a great power nonetheless. And most importantly, given my broader kind of intellectual project, is it remains an important pole in a multipolar world. Again, not a bipolar world of the US versus China, not a bipolar world of autocracies versus democracies, not a bipolar world of one bloc versus another. That's too Manichaean to my viewpoint. And in fact, I would simply point to India as a country a great power playing a role that doesn't easily fit into the model of bipolarity and never easily fit into the model of unipolarity. And even during the Cold War, didn't quite fit into that model of bipolarity. India is not an inconsequential player. It is a great power as well, one that is a swing player, as it were, between the US and Russia, the US and China, maybe even China and Russia. It's playing a very complicated role in all of this. But I've come away from the last, what has it been now, 6 weeks-ish, thinking that this is not the world that I think most of us are accustomed to thinking it is, a unipolar world structured around Western norms of liberal democracy, human rights, and market economies. That world flourished in the aftermath of the Cold War for 20 years or so. It gave rise to all kinds of delusions that this was the end of history. But in fact, it's the end of history. It really began in 2008, picked up a head of steam in 2014. And I think this is the definitive nail in the coffin of that particular vision. I'll say one last thing by way of closing. Defeated powers. Ukraine in 2014, Germany in 1918, often learn lessons from their defeat in ways that victorious powers have no incentive to learn. Why should they learn any lessons? They won doing what they did. They will continue doing what they did. This is why the Russians are where they are now. They thought they had it sorted out in 2014. They brought the same kind of military to bear, but the Ukrainians had learned all the lessons and had been able to turn the tables on them, as it were. I'm enough of a pessimist to believe that the next time the Russian military goes into action, the Russians are going to have learned some lessons from this Ukraine debacle. And they're not going to fare quite as poorly next time. And nobody next time is going to be asking the question, is Russia a great power? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Latham. I think you gave us many things to think about. So thank you. Finally, we have Dr. Christopher Ankerson. Dr. Ankerson is a professor with Global Risk Specialization, a part of the master's program in the Center for Global Affairs at New York University School of Professional Studies. He holds degrees in international politics, history, and international relations. Dr. Ankerson worked at the United Nations for over a decade, holding numerous posts, including appointments at the UN assistance to the Khmer Rouge trials in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. He has acted as a strategy consultant to militaries, governments, and private firms. He is an esteemed academic and has served as an officer in the Canadian Forces on missions with the UN and NATO. Dr. Ankerson, we appreciate you taking the time to be here today.
Thanks, Taylor, for that kind introduction, and thanks to St. Thomas University for the kind invitation to take part in this event, and thanks to my fellow panelists. I think be interesting to have the dialogue between all of us. And I'm going to shift gears slightly from the idea of the geopolitical framework of particular wars, or even the look at the laws of war as they deal with the reasons or the thresholds for going to war, use ad bellum, as it were, and kind of shift gears to look at a particular challenge in applying international humanitarian law in terms of use in bello. How are we experiencing, and what role does the law play once the war, for whatever reason, has taken place? And so I want to begin in the afternoon of the 18th of June in 1815 in a little Belgian village called Waterloo, where Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington, remarked to his staff, "Hard pounding this, gentlemen, and we shall see who can pound the longest." And in the end of that hard pounding, the French forces were routed, the Allies entered Paris, and Napoleon eventually abdicated. Despite this end, Wolseley called the battle the nearest run thing you saw in your life. Hard pounding, it seemed, was a reciprocal activity and therefore a risky one. Another perspicacious participant that day was a Prussian staff officer, a chief of staff to 3 corps, one Colonel Karl von Clausewitz. And later on, reflecting on his experiences in various battles, including that of Waterloo, in his masterwork on war, he agreed with Wellington's appreciation, likening war to a duel. The logic of war, he wrote, was to use force to compel an enemy to do one's will, in the full realization that one's enemy was contesting this effort, trying likewise to compel us to do their will. If we fast forward a little bit to 1859, in the aftermath of another war involving another Napoleon, Henri Dunant was moved to codify efforts to protect those affected by the fighting. And in 1864, the first Geneva Conventions were agreed. And a key, indeed fundamental logic at play here was that of distinction, dividing combatants and separating combatants from non-combatants, extending significant protections to the latter. And of course, these principles were not born on the battlefields of Solferino, nor were they born in Europe. The notion of giving quarter to those non-combatants has a long and broad historical scope far outside of Europe. However, what's common in all these is that those who are hors du combat, outside of war, should be spared that hard pounding to which Wellington referred. Civilians are not to be targeted, and care was to be taken to avoid collateral damage, particularly because that collateral damage was in some sense outside the main scope of war. It was ancillary to the main effort. And in this sense, the logic of war and the logic of the laws of war were well aligned. Distinction meant pounding for combatants and no pounding for non-combatants. And perhaps this was most clearly articulated, perhaps ironically, in 1868 in the Declaration of St. Petersburg, which made it clear that the only legitimate object which wars should endeavor to accomplish is to weaken the military forces of the enemy. And I'm going to argue that we've moved quite a ways away from that alignment of the laws of war and the logic of war, and far from being apparent or collateral now, civilian suffering has become the chief means by which the political ends of war are pursued and often achieved. War is fundamentally about pain, the infliction of it and the resilience to it. And as Thomas Schelling wrote in 1963, war involves pain, not just fear and cost, but pain. And winning a war is not just cashing in on one's superiority. It is a painful, risky, expensive, and ugly process. If a model of warfare ignores that pain, it cannot encompass the bargaining process. So the danger, as far as what I'm going to talk about today, is that we should worry, or at least wonder, if that logic governing the laws of war and the logic governing the conduct of war have diverged too greatly. Because if we look at the list of locations where war has taken place over the last 30 years, and we can just in our first instance restrain ourselves to this notion of the last 30 years, we can see that pain, the hard pounding inflicted on civilians, has not been collateral, but indeed has been fundamental. And we can add to our vocabulary now the city of Mariupol to a longer list that it would include places like Aleppo or Grozny or Sarajevo or other places to kind of round out and perhaps change our interpretation of what war is and how it is achieved. Indeed, wars involving the squaring off of armies versus armies are now the exception and not the norm. And I would also add that it is often strong, well-disciplined armies that hold the principle of distinction to be of primary importance. Weak armies are much more content to shell apartment blocks that do not fight back, rather than engage with and target armies that do have that potentiality. But to blame this phenomena solely on the armies operating in the post-Cold War epoch really misses the point. This logic of holding populations at risk, of subjecting civilians to the threat of hard pounding, lies at the heart of, for example, Cold War nuclear strategy. The euphemistically named counter-value doctrine deliberately targeted civilians as a means of ensuring mutually assured destruction and hopefully deterrence. But this horrifying strategy has its roots even further back in the reaction to the senseless slaughter, to the hard pounding that was the trench warfare of the First World War, where giant armies subjected each other daily and incessantly to hard pounding for 4 years, but to little effect short of shell shock and stalemate. An Italian officer, Guido Due, involved in this war, believed that the answer lay in the sky. And he advocated using aerial bombardment, including, and most importantly, specifically against population centers, as a means of breaking the deadlock, making armies, he said, superfluous because the bomber will always get through. And so we can see that civilian deaths are not held to be peripheral or unfortunate or collateral in the conduct of warfare, but on the contrary, they are often regarded as central, a means of trading pain for ultimately political advantage. And this logic, I think, clearly challenges our conception of international humanitarian law that is grounded in this logic primarily of distinction. And in World War II, for example, civilian deaths exceeded military deaths, accounting for about 65% of the total fatalities of that war, rising up to, in some cases in the post-Cold War panoply of violence, to about 90% of the deaths. And therefore, if international humanitarian law is to remain relevant, it's going to have to come to grips with this grim reality and not merely stand and watch the hard pounding and perhaps make, tally the butcher's bill for some later reconciliation. And with that, I'll end and look forward to some discussion of all the panelists. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everyone for their participation. I have questions for each of the panelists. Professor Khan also has some questions, but I'll begin with Mitsu Parikh, if I could. And I'd like to focus on some concluding observations you made regarding the Hindu and the Catholic traditions on war. And of course, both religious traditions are deeply, deeply suspicious of war. But we also see in the Catholic tradition, we see St. Augustine. And St. Augustine in the 5th century argues for what becomes, he doesn't use the language of just war, but what becomes a just war, premised on what we would seem to be, what seems to be two incompatible ideas. One is the idea of sinfulness. Every human being is sinful. Every human being is fallen, flawed, what have you, and so prone to violence. But there's also, he says, that every human being is capable of love, and an act of love is to defend another human being. Interestingly, he has a weak notion of self-defense, but defense of others becomes the premise of what is his theory of warfare. We fight in order to defend the innocent. And I'm just interested, Ms. Parikh, if you could elaborate on that, perhaps in the Hindu tradition. I'd be very, very interested in hearing that. Professor Sakwa, a very important distinction between the two forms of a world order that you've developed, the rules-based world order coming out of 1989 and what we've seen evolve since. And I'm going to pose the question to you. Professor Khan also has a question to you, and that is the idea of economic hegemony. As economic hegemony, specifically as exercised by the United States, has that had the effect really of blowing up the 1989-1991 international order, or is that the source of the kind of conflict we're seeing today? What role, in other words, does economic conflict, economic hegemony play in this international in the conflict we're seeing? Rob, you have a question also.
Yeah, it's a two-part question, both of which kind of focus on the same thing. The first question would be, going back to that critical moment, 1989 to 1991, what leads the United States to prefer the liberal, unipolar, end of history kind of model. And then looking at the current end of the 30 years crisis, what sorts of things could US diplomacy have done better in the run-up to the crisis that would treat Russia as a great power?
And so let me then go, Professor Latham, a question for Professor Latham, and that is great powers. John Mearsheimer has written provocatively in Great Powers, and I'm going to really do injustice and summarize them quite crudely by posing this question. Do great powers play by different rules? Is that our definition of great powers? Do they play by different rules? That's the first element of the question. But then the other side of that coin is, do spheres of influence really matter anymore, where we have the possibility of imposing crushing economic sanctions around the world, in a world that can be dominated by crushing economic sanctions? Is it even relevant to speak about spheres of influence in a classic geographic sense of that word? And finally, Professor Ankerson, wonderful presentation. And my question to you, developing the point you've made about civilian suffering being the point of war, is this: have economic sanctions really become a new form of nuclear war? And again, Professor Sacco developed this point very well in his assessment of the situation now prevailing in Russia. And have we just seen I'm going to be very provocative here. Have we just seen a new form of nuclear warfare unleashed, aimed at the civilian population of another nation, precisely in order to coerce the population of that nation, to put that the population of that other nation into sufficient pain to coerce its behavior? Have we seen, in other words, a new Hiroshima? I'm going to be very provocative.
And can I just
go ahead,
elaborate?
Rob. Go ahead.
Kind of ramp that up a little bit, which is, in thinking about civilian terror bombing and the way it developed in World War II, and not to only talk about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but also to look at Dresden and Hamburg and the bombing of German cities, which may have had military purposes, but also had morale purposes. What does it mean that the United States enters 1989, 1991 as the victor of the Cold War, but has this past? Is there a sense that makes it lacks a certain credibility as that leader of the post-89 unipolar world order, if such a thing were possible? Thanks.
Ms. Parikh, please, if you could.
Thank you so much for your wonderful question. I would like to throw light that Hindu religion is based on two legendary stories, that is Mahabharata and Ramayana. So they both are based on war only. So it is said that any trick which is used in the world even today is there in the Mahabharata. So in Mahabharata, Lord Krishna is said one unwilling, powerful soldier that you go and do the war, but do the religious war and do it because it means something and you are fighting against the evil. So even like recently, I was doing research on the Geneva Convention and the principles of Mahabharata. So even in that, it is said that the war should, there are some rules. And even there is a book on the war itself that after 7 p.m., there should be no war partitions, like both can go to each other's places. Then you can't fire on someone whose back is towards you. You have to do something in front of people. So yes, Hindu religion definitely frowns upon it, but Hindu religion and Buddhism both, they are very protective of religion as well. So if they think that someone is evil, non-God or atheist, going against the rules of the God, that is ironic that we have more than 20 million gods. So you don't know whom you are going against. So if you go against the God or any philosophy given by God, then yes, war is justified.
Thank you. Professor Sakwa.
Thank you very much for your questions. On the first one, I argue, and thank you on this is about economic hegemony, that it is a fundamentally important issue, and we need to put 1989 into context. I've been arguing lately, rather provocatively, in the spirit of this session, that in some ways, 1979 was more important than 1989. 1979, symbolically, the date of the birth of neoliberalism, of the end of the old social democratic Keynesian dominance hegemony, which dominated in the UK and in most of Western Europe. This is, 79 symbolically, the year Margaret Thatcher came to power in the UK, the following year Ronald Reagan in the US. And, this had been maturing for a long time. This what we call, the neoliberal questioning of state interventionism, of collective bargaining with the trade unions, that whole post-war economic model was eroding. So bad luck for the post-communist states after 1989 that the dominant model of economic life happened to be at the very moment when the West had already repudiated. So in other words, 89 was just a coda, a postscript in economic terms to what had already been happening a long time before that in the West. And yes, and so of course, in Russia in the 1990s, this led to the extraordinary destruction of the Soviet welfare state and the oligarchs, and this massive inequality. Today, Russia is as only second in inequality to the United States and so on. So yes, it did. And so 89 allowed the radicalization of neoliberalism in the West as well. It has obviously a boomerang effect because it reinforces all that until today. And obviously the pandemic and this war and the sanctions. So we're into beginning a new phase of economic life today as well. Just to say that in more specific terms, the deal offered to Russia after 1989 was not a really good deal. China, despite Tiananmen, was offered a great deal. It joined the WTO early on, much earlier, 2001, if I'm not mistaken, whereas Russia had to go and wait until 2012. In a sense, the deal always was worse for Russia, that this neo-containment policy was not just military, but also economic. That, for example, I remember sometime in the very early 2000s, the plan was to modernize the Trans-Caspian, it's not across the Caspian, the far side of the Caspian pipeline, a Soviet-era one, to modernize it. I lost count after 38 US diplomats and economists and advisors went to the States, to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, etc., and to block it. And, we were just sitting in Moscow and saying, what on earth is going on here? That, this attempt to suffocate Russia economically at that stage, and that it was not going to be allowed breathing space in its own, let's not even call it a sphere of interests, but a sphere of security, an economic zone which had been built before not just the Soviet times, but back in imperial times. Anyway, thank you for that question. The second one, this unipolar model, why did it dominate afterwards? Yes, you could say it was hubristic, but it was the radicalization of that system, the liberal internationalism, which had, the US had sponsored and, as I said, delivered huge public goods, by the way, until 1989. After 1989, in the absence of either an ideological or geopolitical alternative, it fundamentally radicalizes, and liberal internationalism becomes liberal hegemony. So that's the pivot point. It becomes liberal hegemony. Again, in some ways, it was excellent. And my underlying what I'm trying to say is that if Russia after 1989, instead of clinging to illusions of being a great power in the sense of déjà vu, it would always be a great power. So I agree with Professor Latham. But, in a sense, if it was going to be a great power like Germany after 1945, Japan after 1945, UK and France after 1956, the Suez humiliation debacle, which accepts its diminished status, then it could have bought into this radicalized liberal hegemony, and it would have been fantastic. Then, everything would have gone. But we all know we don't have to be a constructivist and national identity to say Russia never accepted it was a defeated power. So it was a great power, but it was never a defeated power. But it could have been a more UK, France type power, but it didn't. And so that was a tragedy of it. But the US, of course, it went to its head, the hubristic, and we've got all of this endless, because of the US domestic policy, the neoconservatives then merge with the liberal, the Clintonites, later on, the liberal internationalist interventionists. And this is a huge, powerful complex, which led to its all sorts of misguided wars in Iraq and so on. Could US diplomacy have done better to take in as great power? Absolutely. This has been my argument. The worst thing is, and I've got various papers on this, the death of diplomacy. After 1989, the US didn't need to do diplomacy. Does a power so powerful, so huge, and so on? Why bother with diplomacy? Guys, just forget it. We basically, what we say are the rules. We make it up. And of course, the famous quotation, when you're a great power, we make the weather. We don't follow the weather. So, but just before the Russo-Ukrainian war, 5 words, and there's a good article on that, 5 words would have done it. Ukraine will not join NATO. Of course, that's just the peak, the spear point, because there's lots of other things behind that, but nevertheless, that would have been enough. And there was no diplomacy. Russia put forward its proposals for a new European security treaty back in 2008, Dmitry Medvedev for the Berlin talk, and in 2009. And then, of course, came back to very same issues on the 17th of December, 2021. And of course, it was effectively rejected. And so there was no diplomacy. Olaf Scholz, Angela Merkel before that, and Macron went to Moscow, but they couldn't do diplomacy. They had nothing to offer because the decisions were being taken in Washington. And that, again, for us Europeans, and even though I'm a British citizen, I can dare to speak on behalf of the European Union, is that those great powers, France and Germany and Italy within the European Union, can no longer act as great powers because they're constrained both by the EU, by NATO, and the whole structure of Euro-Atlantic relations, which is a tragedy of the worst order. No one could talk and offer anything, and so it led to this catastrophe. When the history books are written, I'm afraid, obviously Putin pulled the trigger and he bears the responsibility for that. I don't for a second equivocate on that point for the tragedy which ensued, but nevertheless, who provided the gun? Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to associate myself with those comments wholeheartedly. I could not disagree with anything that Richard had just said. Spot on. Just 3 quick comments. Do great powers by their very nature, definitionally, are they above the rules, as it were? And I think to some extent, yes, although they do tend historically to balance each other. They do tend to plug into a loose rules-based order, not anything like the liberal international order was imagined to be. But at this particular moment, there's one country, and only one country, that has inherited a reflex from the unipolar moment. Only one country that still thinks it is absolutely above and beyond the rule of law, and that is the United States. It was above and beyond the rule of law when it went into Iraq in 2003. No United Nations Security Council approval for that. It was our interests. We're going in. That's the end of it. The same thing in the intervention in Kosovo. Kofi Annan famously says, well, this is illegal. It doesn't make it immoral, but it's certainly illegal, right? Whenever the United States has decided it's in its national interest, in order to uphold this order, ironically, that's the rhetoric anyway, it does what it wants to do. Those habits die hard, and those habits are not dead in Washington. The blob still reacts and to developments around the globe as if this were still the unipolar moment, and it's not. Sanctions, second point. I see the sanctions that the US government catalyzed against Russia as the last spasm of this unipolar moment. And I see the non-state sanctions as a manifestation of moral panic in the classic strict definition of that term. It's like the Salem witch hunts. It's like the pedophile mania in the 1980s, the fear there's a pedophile under every bed. From Apple to Zoom, private companies canceled Russia. I do not believe for one moment that the sins committed by Russia in Ukraine are worse than the sins committed by a long list of other countries, including China, by the way, where these countries are still happy to do business. This was not a rational response, a measured, prudent, rational response to an objective threat or challenge or development. This was something more akin to a classic moral panic. So just put that out there. The spheres of influence matter in a world in which that kind of moral panic and overreach is possible on a planetary scale in a way that it wasn't maybe even 20 years ago. I think they do. I think this war could have been averted if those 5 words that Richard mentioned just a moment ago had been uttered. If Europe hadn't tried to extend its own sphere of influence into Ukraine, and if the United States had pushed NATO to accept that Russia has whatever weasel language was needed to make the case. This is Russia's backyard. It's its sphere of influence. We feel really bad for Ukrainian people, but you know what's way worse? This war. And the outcome of this war, as I said earlier, will be the same outcome we could have had before the war, in broad terms. So I do think spheres of influence are a mechanism for mitigating and managing some of the frictions that are going to arise in this multipolar world. We're out of the habit. They're kind of taboo in Washington, the whole idea of sphere of influence, unless, of course, it's an American sphere of influence that encompasses the whole planet. That's different because, that's the way we are. Those are my 3 responses to 2 questions.
Thank you. Professor Ankerson.
Yeah, I think I would say right off the bat, I'm a little bit hesitant to make analogies with a couple of different world events, and one of them is Hiroshima. I think in some sense, the beginning of atomic warfare, later nuclear warfare, represented a quantum leap. And while I appreciate that there's a difference in scale in terms of the economic sanctions that have been imposed on Russia, in some senses, as is mentioned by a few other people on the panel, it harkens back to other forms of economic hardship that Russia is no stranger to. Economic collapse, impoverishment of its people, decapitalization. These are not new. And so therefore, I think these economic sanctions are an incremental change, whereas Hiroshima and the advent of nuclear war would have been a quantum leap. But having said that, I think there is this notion where the mechanism at the heart of what we're trying to do, whether we call this warfare, as I mentioned, but then also expanding that out into perhaps what used to be called statecraft, is this notion that inflicting pain and overcoming resistance to it. And it's this kind of reciprocal notion here of where I can easily generate pain, but at the end of the day, that's not the hard part. The hard part is, how do you gauge the resilience to it? How do you build up that resilience? So we have several of these kind of mechanisms happening at the same time here. We have the Russian military versus the Ukrainian military. We have the Russian military versus the Ukrainian people. We have the Ukrainian armed forces and kind of resistance fighters against the Russian military. We have now Western economic sanctions versus the Russian people, and people kind of differentiated into the oligarchs or the elites and the rank and file Russian people, as it were, but also, and to a much more limited extent, and I'll bring this up in response to the second question, we also have a bit of a resilience pain mechanism going on between Western sanctions and the European people, in the sense that there will be pain, albeit of a much lower kind, that is going to be reflected back on the European people, paying more for natural gas, for example, or I think, as was overestimated by the Russians, that the pain of having to absorb refugees would be also this kind of countervailing force going on. And therefore, we do see this notion, I think, the old kind of term that we used to use, population-centric warfare, is very much at the heart of statecraft. That we perhaps have expected that in the economic sphere, but we actually are seeing this logic as part and parcel of the entire enterprise. And I think what used to be involved in this, which is to a large extent no longer, or at least no longer for some of the actors, and whether you call that indicative of the unipolarity of the mentality of the lone superpower, so to speak, is this notion of reciprocity of risk, right? Clausewitz talks about this, that you're trying to do something, but the enemy's trying to do something at the same time. Whether we talk about mutually assured destruction, that there's a mutual vulnerability here. And this should raise the threshold of whether or not you want to go to war, knowing that you too are going to be subject to some risk. What probably has changed, though, to some extent, is the belief, and to a large extent, the actuality, that you can fight war with a less reciprocity of risk. High altitude bombing, the use of standoff weapons, the use of proxy forces, the use of drones, for example, that really do take out the reciprocity from one side. So even things like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were, to a large extent, meant to mitigate this reciprocity of risk, rather than losing American soldiers in the long, hard fight that it would have been to invade and occupy the Japanese mainland. There was a magic fix to this, which was to remove that element of mutual risk and impose single-handedly risk on the Japanese. To the extent America, in its unipolar moment, is able to do that more or less, or at least thinks it is, through these uses of risk mitigating forms of warfare. And therefore, this, I think, is part of the belief that they're at the end of history, that they're the end of having to worry about this reciprocity of risk. Hence the surprise of 9/11, that actually your population too can be held at risk. And this notion of the end of mutuality and the shock that brings to the American establishment will be very interesting to see how or when this changes this notion of hubris. That because we can't be held either legally accountable, we can't be held economically accountable. This notion that Russia, for example, could reciprocate sanctions, or China could reciprocate sanctions on the United States, the American elites know that is just not credible. And therefore they act with a large degree of impunity based on the fact that there is going to be very little pushback or effective implication of risk to them.
Professor Ankers, we have a question. Shall I read it?
I think Kendall will.
Okay. Kendall, are you going to read the question?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who this was posed to, so any speaker, feel free to answer. The question is, do you see the use of economic sanctions to punish/create pain for private individual economic actors, oligarchs, and expansion of warfare to otherwise non-combatants? Is there an inherent danger of ostracizing economic power brokers who provide an alternative means of establishing relationships outside of political power brokers? In other words, do we risk politicizing business people who have the greatest interest in political stability?
If I'm, please, sorry, go on. Someone was trying to answer, or should I answer?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think generally every nation face the economic sanction life most favored nation or national treaty, that you can't put extra tax and things like that. So, but in the time of war, this is one of the way not to traumatize individual or a particular firm or corporate. It's a way to end the war. So it's one of the way that at the end of the day, at the end of the war, every individual is going to suffer as such. So rather than taking it in as a traumatizing someone, particularly individual oligarch or anyone, we should take it as a ways to means the ending of the war.
Aqua, you have your hand up.
Yes. About the oligarchs, I must say this particularly affects obviously the 22 these sanctions now, but they've been continuing for some time. It's a peculiar thing because, in a sense, oligarchs haven't existed in Russia since the early 2000s when Putin tamed them. They were not oligarchs in any classic sense of, in other words, powerful business magnates exercising political power. Yes, in the 1990s, there had been state capture, but in the Putin years, it went the other way. We had business capture. So the Oleg Deripaska's and all the others effectively, and Roman Abramovich famously in the UK, became instruments of state policy. And so they had to deliver public goods. Roman Abramovich, for example, the former owner of Chelsea, had to act as governor in Chukotka, because that was, in a sense, there was a social tax on the wealth made in the 1990s. So it was a very peculiar system, which the West completely misunderstands. If the idea of these sanctions on the Roman Abramovich and so on, and it's extraordinary, and I very much agree with the term I think Professor Latham mentions about this moral panic against these oligarchs, because they were becoming, the Carnegies and the Vanderbilts in an earlier age in the United States, and they could have evolved. And they then would become the foundation of the, genuine, technically, the bourgeoisie of a, market economy in Russia. And they had become so. They were focusing on business and working as classic capitalists. And the idea that Roman Abramovich, for example, in London was undermining the British political order is just so fanciful. It's an abuse of the worst order. So this, we talked about economic sanctions earlier, but this personal aspect is taking things to misunderstanding the very nature of the Russian system, not to defend the corruption and the nepotism and all the other bad things, but simply to say that that particular idea and the way that Roman Abramovich was stripped of the ownership of Chelsea was quite outrageous in any rule of law system. I mean, it really was outrageous. And, I've got no particular reason to defend Roman Abramovich, apart from being a supporter of Chelsea Football Club. So for me, it's rather personal. But because just to say, Roman Abramovich, and again, just one little point on this, he was a model owner of a football club. He developed the women's team and really personally supported the women's team and very active in supporting it. He was very active in developing the Chelsea Foundation, which was bringing in, talent from, deprived parts of the country and so on. So a model owner, and the way that he has been stripped of his ownership now, I think, it's an extraordinary type of this aspect of economic warfare, I think, should be focused on. And the idea that these oligarchs go to Putin to change his policy is just absurd. So in other words, what is the purpose of a sanction? Is to change policy? Well, this is not going to do it. And in fact, it's going to be the exact opposite. What it's done is reinforced the oligarchs behind the system today, because they've got nothing else to lose. They've lost effectively everything. Thank you.
I would say, I think there's a couple of assumptions going on in that question that I think are kind of lie at the heart of what's going on here. One is to assume that business people or other economic actors are somehow not political actors. And I agree exactly with what Richard just mentioned. There's a degree to which the system, any political system, incorporates and has at its heart the economic system. Now, I agree also with Richard, the degree to which those individuals may have policy influence it is probably overstated, but the logic, I would say, that you are going to have, or the logical assumption that you can somehow fight war only on a military front lies, I think that is the illusion. And again, we used to call it statecraft, and that would include all elements of national power working in some coherent way and amplifying to some extent the pain that you are inflicting. It would make no sense, for example, on the other extreme, to be fighting the army of a particular nation, but also feeling free to encourage, economic trade or even increasing economic ties. The coherent argument of statecraft would be taking all the elements of national power, not only military, not only diplomatic, but also informational and economic, and applying them in some coherent way. Again, with the stated, often implicit, but aim of ramping up that pain to compel the other side to bend to our will. So I don't necessarily, I'm not sure it's very helpful to call things economic warfare in the sense that really we're disembedding war and economic sanctions from this larger activity called statecraft, which can be done for good, can be done for evil, it can be done well, it can be done poorly, but there is, I think, a particular logic to that. And again, I would say that it all really does focus on this notion of inflicting and somehow resisting various forms of pain in order to bend to the will of our opponent.
Professor Ankerson, thank you. Oh, Ms. Parikh?
Yeah, so when we talk about oligarchs, you're absolutely right that especially in Asian countries, the famous and powerful ministers are always in the hands or bribed by the economic power, the businessmen. But what about those people, like what's happened with India in 2 wars against Pakistan? They directly bombarded our transportation area. So in first war, there was just one way to join Kargil and India, like Kashmir and India, and they bombed that area. So all economic transport, food supply, and everything just stopped. And in Indo-China War as well, what happened that they tried to bomb a bridge. So that not only affects the military, which might be justified to some level, but what happens when a common man is affected? So I was also thinking along the same line. Isn't that economic warfare?
Well, if I can jump in, it's in fact the equivalent of unrestricted submarine warfare in the Second World War. The problem, I have many problems with sanctions as an instrument of statecraft. They are almost inherently, the rhetoric of smart sanctions notwithstanding, indiscriminate. And in fact, the people who suffer most in Russia are not the oligarchs, I'm pretty sure. It's going to be people down the food chain, as it were, from them. So there is a moral component to this. And it might even be justifiable if that kind of pressure could affect policy. But I think Putin et al. Are probably sufficiently insulated from those kind of popular pressures that they'll be able to weather this storm. The Russian people will suffer terribly. How do I know? Because with the best of motives, we sanctioned Iraq in the run-up to the 2003 invasion at 500,000 excess deaths. That's nothing. It's not a trifle. So I'm very concerned about this, and I could almost justify it if I thought they were going to achieve some kind of political aim, but I just don't see that in the cards, which is why I have some serious moral qualms, is understating it, when it comes to this sanctions regime. And then the informal, commercially driven sanctions, which are, people not drinking Moscow mules at the pub. If anybody could convince me that this is a rational response to a policy challenge, I'd love to hear it. The people who suffer, there's an old saying, lots of people claim it. When the elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. I think the grass is well and truly suffering in Russia.
If I could just come in on that, because I don't disagree that the effects are immoral, and I think the effects indeed are going to be, in some senses, a cul-de-sac. They're not going to link back in this way that perhaps this feedback mechanism was envisioned. But that's not entirely new either, right? For example, America renaming French fries as freedom fries was also not a rational impact. It was another form of moral panic. I'm sure people stopped drinking whatever the Berlin Mule equivalent would have been in 1939 as well. So I think to assume that war, and not just warfare, but war in its total, in its cultural, in its social sense, it is not a rational act. And I think this is where Clausewitz again is useful. He talks about war being rational, irrational, and irrational all simultaneously. And that's what makes the phenomenon of war much more difficult to predict and anticipate. And I think that was one of the largest contributions that he brought, was that we have almost now, I think, disembedded this notion that we can have smart sanctions or surgical strikes or some kind of painless effect that we can achieve by some fancy machine or some intelligent use of special forces, that we can achieve a military end and therefore some political end without involving anybody else other than a guilty individual through a no-fly list that then becomes a drone strike list, etc. So I think to some extent, we have disembedded this notion of suffering and of pain from this larger equation, which really has been illusionary for us for the last, pick your number of decades.
Professor Ankerson, I think you will have the last word here, because we need to break for lunch. Thank you so much for this lively discussion. I want to thank the first group, the first panel, of course, also. We'll break for lunch. We'll resume at 12:30 Central Daylight Time, however that translates to the time zone you're in. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think we're about ready to get started. But before we begin with the keynote address, I'd just like to introduce our keynote speaker. Dr. Aurel Sari is an Associate Professor of Public International Law at the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom, where he's the director of the Exeter Center for International Law. He is a fellow of Supreme Headquarters Allied Power Europe and a fellow of the Allied Rapid Reaction Corps. Dr. Sari studied law and politics at the University of Durham, received his LLM degree with distinction from London School of Economics, and a PhD from University College London. His work focuses primarily on international conflict and security law and the law relating to military operations. He's been widely published in the law of armed conflict, status of forces agreements, peace support operations, international human rights law, and the legal aspects of hybrid warfare. In addition to teaching at the University of Exeter, Dr. Sari regularly lectures on international law and military operations in the United Kingdom and abroad. By invitation, he did so for the Council of Europe, NATO, the European Center of Excellence for Continuing Hybrid Threats, U.S. European Command, and U.S. Africa Command. Dr. Sari maintains close working relationships with legal practitioners in the armed forces, and he has engaged in many multinational exercises. Dr. Sari, it's an honor to have you here with us today. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that introduction. And let me echo the earlier speakers and the earlier panelists by expressing my gratitude for bringing us together today. Professor Reed, Kendall, Thomas, thank you very much for organizing this event. You've chosen excellent panelists and an excellent subject, the war in the contemporary world. And earlier we heard a quote by Karl Marx. So let me add by recalling a remark that is usually attributed to Leon Trotsky, which goes something along the lines that you may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you. And I think this echoes somewhat what Professor Reed said in his opening remarks, that war remains a tragic feature of the human condition. And it is a tragic feature of the human condition because it is, unfortunately, it has been with us since time immemorial, I guess, in many respects. It affects us around the world and affects all ways of life. So when we talk about war in the contemporary world, I think it's a subject that is extremely broad and that we have probably no hope of covering even in the symposium. And I absolutely will not even try to cover the totality of the subject in my speech. So with that in mind, let me actually turn to the subject and the theme of the symposium. If I can just figure out how to advance my slides. But here we go. So just as a quick reminder of what the focus is for today's symposium, it's the idea that the world has become an arena for emerging new types of international conflict. And we've already been discussing some of these new types of conflict, economic warfare, the geopolitics of war. But there you see the description of the symposium making reference to new paradigms of warfare, such as cyber warfare or the militarization of outer space. And then, of course, in relation to Ukraine and Russia, the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, The idea that Russia and of course also Ukraine are using the full spectrum of capabilities at their disposal, not just the military, not just the traditional forms of warfare, but also novel forms of conflict, cyber and informational. Now, I guess if we wanted to sort of express this in a single phrase, what we are talking about, it's essentially, I would suggest, a changing character of warfare. If we read Clausewitz, and again, we heard Clausewitz mentioned earlier. So if we read Clausewitz, he would tell us that the nature of warfare is constant. Warfare and war is really about inflicting pain. It is about hurting the adversary through violence, using violent means, using coercion, as a way of imposing our will on the adversary. But the way that this violence is inflicted, the target of the violence, whether that's the military or whether it's civilian population centers, so in other words, what's the center of gravity that is being attacked and leveraged through violence, that changes. In the same way, the methods and the means of warfare are changing. And it's what this idea of the changing character of warfare really refers to, that the nature of war is constant. It is about violence. It is about the infliction of pain. But the way this is being done actually changes and has changed very significantly throughout history. So I think that leads to two really interesting questions in the context of this symposium, two overall questions. The first one is, if warfare is changing, if the character of warfare is changing, and of course this is not something new, it's always changing, but then what is old and what is new? So what does that change look like? What are some of the old features of warfare that are perhaps still with us, and in what new directions is the character of warfare actually evolving? The second set of questions then comes from this focus on the norms and the rules. What implications does the changing character of warfare have for international law? What should we as lawyers, or even if we're not lawyers, but interested in international order, which of course the legal order is a part, what should we do, and what implications does the changing character of warfare have for the international legal order? And I guess that leads to an even broader question about the role of law itself. What do we expect the legal order to do? Limit warfare, restrain warfare, get rid of warfare? So I guess this raises a range of very broad questions. What I will try to do in the time that I have been given is to reflect on these kind of overall questions, hopefully pulling together some of the threads that we have already discussed in the earlier panels and that we will be discussing after this session. But I'm not promising to give you conclusive answers. I wouldn't dare to do that. So what I will try to do is perhaps offer some suggestions, but then also raise a number of questions. So the way I would like to do that, and the way I'd like to structure my remarks, is go through 4 points. First of all, we'll talk a little bit about the strategic environment, I beg your pardon, about what is actually new. What is that novelty in the contemporary world that makes us pause and think about how warfare is changing? Secondly, then look at the impact that these changes have on the traditional understanding of the divide between war and peace. Then look at the implications for law, in particular for international law. And then by way of conclusion, offer some thoughts about implications, broader implications and trends, and what the outlook for the future might hold. So let me get started with looking at the strategic environment. Now, if there's one word which sums it all up, I think that word has to be competition. And it's of course not a word that I have chosen. If you look around, if you look at pronouncements from politicians, from political leaders, if you look at military doctrine, if you look at things like the US National Security Strategy from 2017, you will find competition featuring very prominently. And of course, as you can see, this document is now perhaps a little bit dated, but I think that's a good thing, because already in 2017, people were very prominently thinking about the international environment in our strategic predicament, if you will, through the lens of competition. What kind of competition? Well, political, economic, and military competition around the world. And in addition to the word competition, I would also highlight this idea of growing competition. Growing compared to what? Well, probably the 1990s. I mean, of course, the 1990s had their own brought their own challenges and their own difficulties, even for great powers like the United States, even for the hegemon left after the Cold War. But nonetheless, there seems to be something qualitatively and quantitatively different compared to those days where we are today. And of course, you also see there on the slide the reference to China and Russia, and the idea that competition mainly emanates from these actors, from actors like Russia and China, but then also sub-state actors who are either revisionist or who seek to challenge and erode American values and security and prosperity. Now, this theme of competition, as I say, is pretty much all around us. And forgive me if I bring in some of the British doctrine. I think that helps to sort of complement this idea of persistent competition with a few additional points. What you see here on that slide is the product of a couple of years of strategic thinking that went on in the United Kingdom over the last couple of years and produced what is known as the Integrated Review. And the Integrated Review is a document which is a sort of halfway house between a strategic stock-taking exercise on the one hand and a national security strategy on the other. So it's not a proper national security strategy. In many respects, it's actually broader. It's called the Integrated Review because for the first time, the UK government and I guess strategic community sat down and thought about the UK's place in the world from a security, defense, development, and foreign policy perspective. So it's very much a sort of full spectrum approach to strategy and the current strategic position. So as you can guess from the title and also this notion of persistent competition, competition is the theme that runs throughout the entire document. And competition is traced back to four main factors in this document. First of all, there are geopolitical and geoeconomic shifts going on in the world, in particular the rise of China, and then of course the impact this has on the standing of the United States and more broadly competition with the West. There is a reference to systemic competition in the sense of a competition between different forms of government, between different systems. The liberal, open societies, if you will, democratic systems on the one hand, broadly speaking, the political West versus authoritarian regimes, the Russias, Chinas, North Koreas, Irans of this world. The third source of this persistent competition is the idea of rapid technological change. And again, we've seen how communications technology, information technology has transformed our lives very often to the better, although it's difficult to tell my kids to put their iPhones down, but of course also it has created vulnerabilities. So on the one hand, technological change is something that is all around us and we as societies benefit greatly from it, but also it has opened up our societies to greater interference and vulnerabilities. And then the final source of persistent competition, according to UK thinking on this subject, is our transnational challenges, which is a bit of a catch-all category, to be fair. So here, think about things like transnational terrorism, think about transnational crime, climate change, for example. They're all sort of shoehorned a little bit into this category. The bottom line that the Integrated Review arrives at is history doesn't quite seem to be coming to an end. So Francis Fukuyama's prediction that history will end, liberal democracy will triumph with the end of the Cold War, that prediction hasn't quite been borne out. And in fact, the end of history and the triumph of liberal democracy and liberal ideas cannot be taken for granted. So actually, we have to work a little bit harder to make that happen. Now, just to add a little bit more detail on the threat that, according to the UK, but I guess in many respects to the political West, we are facing in the strategic environment, let me refer you to another document which was produced simultaneously with the Integrated Review called the Integrated Operating Concept. As you can probably tell, there's someone in the British government who really likes the word integrated. So at the moment, everything in UK doctrine must have the word integrated in it. But this particular document is essentially the Ministry of Defense, so the defense understanding of the strategic environment. And it goes into quite a bit of detail, painting the sort of threat picture. So what is it really in the current world, in the contemporary world, that is threatening and that is problematic and that is a driver of warfare? So running with that theme of competition, it identifies that adversaries, or points out that adversaries are engaged in a continuous struggle and that they use all instruments of statecraft. So the threat isn't just a military threat, it is a political, economic, diplomatic, cultural, social, you name it threat. So it's multi-spectrum, multi-domain. In this context, what is perhaps combining and integrating these different threats into a single whole is political warfare. In other words, that adversaries are not necessarily engaging in hostilities, open hostilities, kinetic hostilities in the old sense, but they're actually using peacetime means and peacetime methods in order to achieve a strategic advantage, which then leads to this idea that the goal is to win without fighting in the military sense. Now, the MOD, the Ministry of Defense, then goes on to explain a little bit in more detail about the sources of the threat and what makes them persuasive. And I think that's there's some really interesting insights here. Well, the first notion is that it is information that is driving a lot of this. The information domain is a vector of this persistent competition. I think this is a useful insight and useful for us to recall. We very often talk about cyber, and we talk about the cyber domain as a new paradigm of warfare, as the Symposium description puts it. But cyber, at the end of the day, is the means. It is the technology, if you will. But the actual threat, if you will, or the actual difficulty is not so much cyber. It's not the instrument. It's what is done with cyber and what happens through cyber. And really, it is information. And is competition in the information domain. So that is a point that emerges very prominently from this document. But also, of course, technology more broadly. Technology has created, as I mentioned before, new vulnerabilities. It has essentially allowed adversaries, and not just adversaries, but of course also the West, to have greater reach into foreign societies. So technology has opened up our societies. And in a little bit like air warfare, for example, has allowed us. We heard Professor Anderson mention that earlier. That air warfare really has opened up the battlefield. That you can fly over the trenches, and it has made the whole battlefield and warfare far more dynamic. And in the same way, information technology has opened up our societies, and in many respects, allowed information to be a vector for warfare and to create new inroads into our societies. Which then leads to this idea that competition through information, through technology is ultimately pervasive, not just in the sense that it is multi-domain, that it happens across different areas of societies, but also it is breaking down some of these old borders and some of these old barriers and some of these old categories, in particular, the category between home and away. This idea that the battlefield is somewhere away, it's in a foreign, distant field, that doesn't really apply anymore in an era of persistent competition, because actually the battlefield in many respects is in our living room, or it is on our phone. So some of these distinctions, quite comfortable old distinctions between home and away, etc., have broken down, and as a result, I think these are some really powerful ideas, which is why, again, forgive me if I dwell on them a little bit and provide you with a bit of insight into sort of British strategic thinking on this subject. Now, again, if we want to express these developments in a single phrase or collectively sort of paint the picture, I think it's all about connectivity, isn't it? So information, technology, pervasiveness, it's all about ultimately that we are far more interconnected as societies. In the past, we used to talk about globalization, and I'm sure we still do. But essentially globalization, one of the things it has achieved is greater connections, economic, political, social, etc., connections amongst states and amongst societies. So it has broken down some of these barriers. Now, these connections are fantastic, but of course, it's exactly these connections and that greater interdependence, which then creates vulnerabilities, which can be exploited. And these are weaponized, if you will. So we now live in an era where pretty much everything is connected. And as a result of that, pretty much everything can be weaponized. So if we disrupt some of these connectivities, whether that's economic relations, whether it's trade, whether it's G3 or G4 networks, it doesn't really matter. It can be weaponized. And as I say, ultimately, I think connectivity is perhaps the key to expressing what we are seeing and the big changes we are seeing in the strategic environment. Now, one example I think that highlights this, if you will, connection between the old, that the old hasn't quite gone away, that we have old forms of warfare, but also these new forms of warfare driven by connectivity, is the example of the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I'm not suggesting that this is what warfare will look like in the coming century. So I'm simply pulling this up as an example, as an illustration of how some of the old and some of the new actually intermingle. Now, in what way does the conflict illustrate that? Well, the conflict essentially was a sort of pretty old style, old hats type of conflict over territory. I mean, you can't really get more traditional in terms of warfare than conflict over territory. Also, obviously, conflict between two states, so very traditional in that sense, but we also see the very prominent involvement of non-state actors or sub-state actors, the Republic of Artsakh being one of the important players. We see very important and significant involvement of external actors. So we see the foreign interference element very strongly by Turkey, by Russia, by Western nations. Again, another sign of the old is, to the surprise of many commentators and many analysts, we saw tank battles, right? I mean, many people predicted that this was a thing of the past and that heavy armor is something that is best consigned to the history books and perhaps some storage depots, but no, out come the tanks. But not only do the tanks come out, but also drones come out, and all of a sudden, tanks seem to be extremely vulnerable to modern technology. And all of this, the new and the old, is wrapped up in information. And I think we've seen from both sides in that conflict how winning is important, but actually also seen to be winning on the battlefield is equally important, if perhaps not even more important. So we've seen very concerted and sometimes quite sophisticated information strategies being played out in this conflict. So again, it's a nice illustration of the old elements intermingling with some of these new issues that I mentioned before. Now, before I turn to some of the legal considerations, let me just flag this up. What I have here on that slide, just to explain: COIN, counterinsurgency, HW, hybrid warfare, and peer-to-peer is the third one. The reason why I thought I flagged this up is it's interesting to listen to some of the commentary in relation to Ukraine and Russia, and quite a few people were almost sort of jumping around up and down and getting very excited and saying, well, Ukraine, Russia demonstrate that all this talk about gray zone warfare and hybrid warfare and all that sort of stuff, to which I will turn in a second, is, thankfully now a thing of the past. We don't really have to worry about hybrid anymore. That was a big distraction. And actually it's all about conventional warfare. Clearly, this is the important thing that NATO and militaries need to think about. Let me push back on that, precisely running with that theme and emphasizing that theme again, that what we are seeing is not a wholesale change, but rather a slowly changing character in warfare. There is old and there is new at the same time. At the moment, many strategic commentators and I guess also ministries of defense and others who deal with this professionally will be focused on peer-to-peer conflict, but we mustn't forget the lessons of counterinsurgency or indeed some of the lessons of hybrid warfare. If anything, if we can predict anything with a degree of certainty, I think it is precisely that in the future, what we will see is this continued intermingling of different styles of the old and the new. There's not going to be a wholesale shift into just cyber warfare, for example, or just information warfare. No, we will see traditional conflict over territory. We will probably continue to see the use of heavy armor and some of these methods intermingling with the new. Now, let me turn to the divide between war and peace. So what is the impact of this strategic shift towards greater competition? Well, just quickly, the classic position has been that war and peace are two separate domains. They're two separate areas of human activity, that there's a pretty drastic and clear division between war and peace. Peace has very often been seen to be the normal condition between states. If you look at the UN Charter, for example, that idea survives there. The purpose of the UN Charter, as you will know, is to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. You find this in the preamble, which sort of implies that peace is the normal condition, war is an aberration. It's exceptional. It's not the normal position that humanity should find itself in. Because of that idea that peace is the normal state of affairs and war is exceptional or an aberration, very often you find this idea that war and peace are distinct, that you cannot have war and peace at the same time, that they are dramatically and drastically different normative and moral environments. We can go back to Hugo Grotius, who cites Cicero for this point. And we already had exactly this case, or rather, this is the House of Lords stage of the case, but the Dryfontein case mentioned before in an earlier panel. This idea that the law itself draws a very sharp distinction between war and peace. I guess the final sort of third part of the traditional understanding of war and peace is, from a legal perspective, is that war is a legal status. So war is a condition between states. It's a formal condition, which then means that states can be in a state of war without fighting. And equally, you can have fighting, which does not amount to a state of war in the legal sense. So this was very much the traditional understanding, drawing a clear line between war and peace and looking at war as a legal relation that pertained for much of the existence of modern international law, pretty much until the UN Charter system. Now, the contemporary legal framework is slightly different. War has lost its relevance in the sense that war is no longer the organizing concept when we're thinking about warfare and the regulation of warfare. Without going into details, I'm sure this audience is well aware, the two main legal frameworks for warfare are the jus ad bellum, in other words, the UN Charter rules on the use of force, and the jus in bello, also known as international humanitarian law, the law of armed conflict. And because we have moved in the current legal system to these two legal regimes, the thresholds and the concepts are different. So war as a threshold and as a concept is no longer really the organizing idea. It's use of force, armed attack in the sense of Article 51 of the UN Charter, or the existence of an armed conflict under international humanitarian law, which are the critical thresholds. Now, if that is the law, what does competition do? What sort of problems does it create? Well, the problem that this idea of persistent competition, if we go along with the notion that the current strategic environment is really the novelty of our current strategic environment is this persistent competition element. The problem that this creates is it doesn't fit either the old distinction between war and peace, nor does it really fit some of the thresholds that we are currently working under. It doesn't fit the old distinction between war and peace because persistent competition is precisely somewhere in the middle. It is a mixed state. It's not proper peace, but it's not proper war either. Nor does its persistent competition really fit the thresholds that we're currently operating under. So the notion of use of force, the notion of an armed attack, or indeed the notion of an armed conflict under international humanitarian law, precisely because even these concepts, they try to operate on the basis of pretty strong demarcations of either or, whereas persistent competition across multiple domains is below sometimes these thresholds, or happens around sometimes these thresholds, or happens in spaces where we are not quite sure how these thresholds and how these concepts actually apply. Now, it's precisely, I would suggest, this difficulty and this problem that notions such as gray zone and hybrid warfare seek to explain and address. Now, I'm mindful of the time, so what I'll probably do is I'll go through some of this a little bit more quickly than I was planning to. just to leave more time for questions. But briefly, let me say a few words about gray zone and hybrid and why I think we can look at these notions as ways of trying to conceptually understand the problem that I just set out. So the big idea behind gray zone is fairly straightforward and fairly self-explanatory. In fact, let me move to the next slide because you can see there on the slide. Gray essentially is meant to refer to this space between war and peace. In other words, it's this area which is neither peace nor is it war, and that's where competition is taking place. So operators like China, they would engage in coercive activity, which is why it's more than peace in places like the South China Sea, but at the same time, not to the level, not to the threshold of a war, or indeed, if you want to use the sort of current terminology, not rising to the threshold of an armed attack or even use of force, or indeed an armed conflict within the meaning of international humanitarian law. So the idea is fairly simple. What I would say, though, is there are some problems with this idea. Well, first of all, it's somewhat ahistorical because very often this gray zone concept is presented as a novel development. It's like, oh my God, we are in an era of gray zone conflict and the clear divide between war and peace is breaking down. Well, it's ahistorical because if you go back, the only reason why we could talk about a clear distinction between war and peace was because that was a normative assumption made under international law. In other words, it's the rules and only the rules which drew a clear distinction between war and peace. The reality of international relations was always messy. You had colonial wars, you had small wars. I mean, Clausewitz wrote a book on small wars. So the reality was always gray and messy. It's just the international legal system and the international legal order tried to rationalize and get away from that messiness by imposing a very strict separation between war and peace. So actually, we're not really in a new position. This problem of grayness has always been with us. There's also, I think, a lot of lack of clarity as to what constitutes grayness. The idea of the concept of gray zone very much hinges on this notion that gray zone competition is not normal. It's somehow beyond what you would normally do in times of peace. At the same time, it's not quite as abnormal as war. Yes, but what is normal and what is abnormal? I mean, if you look at the conduct of Western democracies, say even during the Cold War, if you look at the US policy towards Latin American states, I mean, some of those tactics are probably what we could call abnormal, right? And some of those tactics are tactics used by Russia or China. So what is normal or abnormal, I think, is very much in the eye of the beholder and not a very helpful way of distinguishing between what is gray or isn't gray. And finally, I think the other big problem with the gray zone concept is, in many respects, it's actually unhelpful. Yes, it does highlight that a lot of this competition happens between the war and peace threshold, whatever they may mean. But also, what Armenia and Azerbaijan, or what the conflict in Ukraine highlight, is precisely that it is full spectrum. So the strategic environment and the threat doesn't just take place and doesn't just happen in the middle. It's actually full spectrum. It's in the peace dimension, in the gray dimension, but also in the warfare dimension. And in that respect, I think gray zone can be somewhat misleading. Now, briefly on hybrid warfare, what I suggest, I'll, again, in the interest of time, I be very quick on this. The headline here is hybrid war, hybrid threats, hybrid warfare. I mean, these are concepts which have undergone very significant evolution over the last sort of 10 years that they've been around. Initially, the idea of hybridity was attached to war. So the originators of the idea of hybrid warfare really were talking about war and different modalities of warfare, such as terrorism, different modes of coercion and violence fusing into a hybrid model. So you have conventional and non-conventional methods of warfare fusing, but it was really about war. Now that has evolved, and let me just go to where we are today, again, in the interest of time to leave a bit more space for discussion. This has evolved in relation to Russia's annexation of Crimea, Here you see the NATO Wales Summit Declaration of 2014, which was adopted after the Russian invasion of Crimea, which no longer talks about hybrid warfare as a mode of war, but actually refers to hybrid warfare as a fusion of military, paramilitary, and civilian measures. So it's basically talking about full spectrum competition, not necessarily even warfare, something that in the West would have been called the comprehensive approach. So in many respects, hybrid warfare, and it has actually been called this, is the bad or the dark side of the comprehensive approach. Now, even more recently, we have gone from hybrid war and hybrid warfare as something related still with violence to an even broader framing of hybridity, which essentially revolves around the idea of hybrid threats. And hybrid threats in this particular formulation, what you see here is the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats. It has come up with a model of hybrid threats. It essentially defines them as the exploitation of vulnerabilities and weaknesses of democratic societies by their adversaries, essentially by authoritarian states. And in many respects, hybrid threats becomes a euphemism, if you will, for the tactics and the policies employed by the Russias and the Chinas of the world. So we get to a point where hybrid becomes so broad that it really is a euphemism, if you will, for strategic competition. So it doesn't really bring a lot more analytical value to the table and doesn't really help us to make sense of the strategic environment. We have the word competition. Hybrid doesn't really add much to it in this very broad approach, broad framing that I mentioned just now. And also it raises the question of, well, if adversaries, if the Chinas, Russias, etc. of the world are hybrid and use a comprehensive approach, then what exactly differentiates that from whatever the West is doing? So again, in what sense does hybrid help us understand strategic environment? So the bottom line that I would suggest is this. We have a number of these framings and concepts out there at the moment, overlapping, partly in competition with each other. The notion of competition, persistent competition, the notion of war and warfare, whether it's political warfare or warfare in the narrow Clausewitzian sense, gray zone, hybrid warfare, hybrid war, hybrid threat. So there are a lot of these concepts around. I think the important point is to remember these are not things. They are concepts. They are analytical frameworks. And I think we need to approach them in exactly this way. I'm not suggesting that we spend a lot of time necessarily arguing about definitions. Of course, we need to have at least working understandings of what we're talking about. But ultimately, it's probably more fruitful to look at these terms, concepts, as frameworks which may or may not aid our understanding of what is actually going on. My own preference is competition. I think competition is probably the most useful way of framing what is new about the strategic environment. But again, I would also admit that gray and hybrid do have some analytical value. Now, moving on then quickly to the relationship between war and law. What does all of this, this newly competitive environment mean for the legal regulation of warfare? First point to make here is we clearly have a lot of law that applies to warfare. I already mentioned the jus ad bellum, the charter bulls, we have international humanitarian law, but of course these are, if you will, the tailor-made special regimes that apply to warfare. International law does not stop applying in times of war. So, all the other areas of international law, whether it's law of the sea or the law of diplomatic relations, or even human rights law, they continue to apply. So we have an awful lot of rules that are applicable. It's not so much that there are gaps or big gaps in the law. We have a lot there. The question is more, is the law, in particular these tailor-made regimes, the jus ad bellum and the jus in bello, fit for purpose? Are they actually capable of doing their job given these novel developments and the changing character of warfare? And that we are increasingly moving into this more competitive environment where the clear distinctions on which the law is based or which the law sometimes seeks to impose upon the world are breaking down. which of course then leads to the question, well, fit for purpose, for what exact purpose? What is the purpose of the law in this field? Is it to achieve peace? Is it to facilitate peace? Is it to get rid of war, to rid humanity of the scourge of war? Is it about limiting warfare or just regulating it? What I would suggest, there are three areas of concern here that we might want to pull out and keep in mind. One is, in this new area of competition, do states actually comply with the old rules? And if not, what does that mean for the rule of law? What are the specifically new legal challenges posed by persistent competition, by grey, by hybrid? And then finally, I would say there's a third area of concern, which is that in an age of persistent competition, geopolitical competition, we mustn't lose sight of the fact that there's also legal competition, or competition in the legal domain. So let me just quickly address these points before concluding. So in terms of the first concern that we might have, compliance and the rule of law. Now, again, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of rules around, in particular the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, and the concern here is of course that increasingly, perhaps we are seeing great powers, but also not so great powers, smaller states, simply not complying with the rules. Russia's annexation of Crimea, obviously the invasion of Ukraine, these are major violations of fundamental rules of international law. But of course, we don't have to look very far, and the West itself has, or the political West has committed a range of transgressions, as Russia doesn't tire to point out: Kosovo, Iraq, Libya, Syria. But then beyond these, we have the practice of targeted killing, remote warfare, the targeting of General Soleimani, etc., etc. We are all well aware of this. So there's quite a lot of illegality to go around. It isn't just a question of the West versus the rest. There is illegality to go around all great powers, which then raises the question: well, if we have this era of pervasive competition and also non-compliance, what about the charter rules? Are they dead? Are they dying? I mean, these are discussions, and I use the word, or use the question, is Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, the prohibition on the use of force, is it dead? I use that deliberately. This was, as some of you may well know, a debate in the 1970s. Are we back to that debate? What is the health of the UN Charter? What happens if a permanent member of the Security Council violates the rules in a fundamental way? What about some of the justifications? If you look at President Putin's speech, the way he invoked self-defense, probably not quite in good faith. But also, again, if you look at how the West has been utilizing the words and the concept of self-defense, stretching it perhaps beyond all recognition. So the big concern here is, yes, we may have rules, but compliance with the rules is patchy at best, and there are some very significant reinterpretations and going on of the rules at the same time. Turning to gray zone and also hybrid, what specific legal challenges do these developments and these concepts pose? Well, it's mainly about ambiguity and the exploitation of gaps and uncertainties in the law. So the idea with gray zone is precisely that. What we see gray actors or hybrid actors doing is they don't stick to these clearly legal categories, but they exploit some of these legal thresholds. So in other words, they engage in, say, economic warfare, or they engage in information operations, precisely because that way they can avoid tripping over some of the legal thresholds and the legal categories, and they can avoid the legal censure and accountability that would come with that. So for example, in relation to information operations, yes, there's the principle of sovereignty. Yes, there's the principle of non-intervention, but all of these principles, they are somewhat uncertain, and their application is also somewhat uncertain. Cyber is another area, what amounts to an attack within the cyber domain. All of these questions provide a lot of opportunity for actors to exploit the gaps and operate in the gaps. And of course, that's exactly why they're doing that. Hybrid raises very similar questions. So one of the big concerns in the context of hybrid warfare and hybrid threats has been that potential of adversaries exploiting thresholds and operating in underregulated spaces. So actually hybrid and gray raise very similar legal concerns. Now, if you want to, again, sort of have a list of what they are, on this slide, you see a few of them. So questions around the use of force, the threshold issues that I mentioned. Cyber is very prominent, and concerns that cyber is simply underregulated, that we need to find an international consensus to regulate activities in the cyber domain. Space, of course, and in particular the application of coercive activities in space, the application of military or conduct of military activities in space is at the moment underregulated. So in other words, this greater connectivity, this competition in novel spaces and novel domains raises significant and real legal challenges, precisely because these novel domains are underregulated. So there are indeed gaps. We have a lot of law, but there are indeed gaps in the law, which then fuel the conflict. Which leads me to the final point that I want to make in this connection, which is, in this age of political and economic and full spectrum competition, the law itself is part of that competition. It's part of that competition, not simply in that sort of very straightforward sense that the law provides a framework and perhaps a restraint on competition, but actually it is part and parcel of competition in two ways. First of all, the law itself is an instrument of geopolitical competition. States rely on the law in order to pursue their strategic interests. To give you one sort of straightforward example, Russia may well have violated Article 2.4 of the UN Charter by invading Ukraine, but it was actually relying on legal processes and legal instruments to carry out the invasion. What am I referring to? I'm referring to the process of recognizing the People's Republic of Luhansk and Donetsk. This is actually an international legal process. And then Russia concluding treaties with these two entities, which it has recognized as states. So it using the legal institution of a treaty in order to create a legal environment and to shape the legal environment, which then, according to the Russian understanding and the Russian narrative, allows it to intervene in Ukraine. So it's never quite as simple as a state simply violating the rules. No, states use the rules and they instrumentalize the rules for their strategic purposes. Law, as a result, is a competitive domain. So it's not just an instrument that states use, but actually states compete about the law, and they compete over legal institutions. They compete over influence in legal institutions, whether that is institutions like the United Nations Security Council, or having a judge on the International Court of Justice, or indeed about the very content of the rules. So we had earlier a mention of the Chinese and Russian statement or declaration on international law. So here you have two states which understand international law and want to see international law evolve and being applied and understood and used in a particular way, coming out, forming a bit of an ad hoc alliance and hoping to push international law and its application in a certain direction. So let me just skip over one or two slides again in the interest of time. I had two examples for you on how this plays out in the international sphere, how this instrumental use of international law plays out in the international sphere, but I'm sure I don't need to go into the examples. So let me, just by way of conclusion, offer a couple of thoughts and perhaps questions. So if we go along with this idea that what is changing in the character of warfare and what is driving really that change is competition, and this competition across multiple domains, that this competition breaks down some of the earlier barriers, and that law is part and parcel of this competition, that it doesn't just stand outside of this sphere of competition, but it is actually an integral part and an integral element of the competition that we are describing. Then I think these are some of the risks and some of the challenges that we are facing. First of all, there's obviously a massive challenge to the rule of law. If states and in particular the great powers, have entered an age where they compete more aggressively and more openly. And if the law is part of that more aggressive and open competition, what does that mean for the rule of law? And I'm not suggesting, or not referring necessarily to the rule of law in a sort of thick sense of, you know, human rights and openness and these sort of values, but what I'm thinking about is the law as something that is distinct from politics. One of the great added values of the law, regardless of its content, is precisely that there are certain formalities around the law, that there are institutions, there are courts, there are judges, and when they render a judgment, then we respect it because it is the law. So I'm not so much talking about necessarily the content of the law, I'm simply talking about the law as something that is independent, that is formal, and that is different from politics. And the more the law itself becomes caught up, and the more legal institutions and processes become caught up in the political competition, the less space there actually is for law to be independent, and the less space there is for law to add value, an independent, distinct value to our societies and also to international societies. In other words, if everything becomes weaponized, if everything becomes politicized, including the law, then increasingly law is not going to be that more or less neutral or a somewhat more neutral space in which we can sit down, talk a different language, and perhaps find agreement. And an example for that would be Ukraine launching proceedings before the International Court of Justice, alleging that Russia has wrongly accused it of committing genocide, but Russia not appearing. So again, law is no longer able to actually provide an added service because we're simply not participating in the process. So which way could this go? And I think it can go in two ways, and I'm referring back to the integrated review, which I think flags this up. Well, we can either end up in a happy place where we overcome some of these difficulties and they can be managed more effectively, where we can go back to using the law, to using international institutions, and they can do their job and they can manage this competition. Or competition can get the upper hand and we end up in a place where international institutions, legal processes, etc., are contested, remain contested, are fragmented, and basically are unable to provide us with that added value. Now, if these are the evolutionary scenarios, here are, I guess, some questions from a Western perspective that we might want to consider. What should be the political response? In which direction should the West go? Should it go in the direction of an illiberal liberalism, try to spread liberal democracy as it has been doing in recent years? Should it try to defend the status quo, whatever exactly the status quo is? Should it try to contain authoritarian states? Is that even possible if all of these borders are breaking down? Is containment even a realistic strategy? Or perhaps is it time for a strategic retreat? Perhaps it is time to recognize that democracy, rule of law can mean and does mean different things. So maybe there is time for a strategic pause, if you will. And if there's competition in the legal domain, how should the West compete? How can it make existing rules and institutions more resilient? How can it do so in a way that actually respects the rule of law? And how can it communicate what it is doing and what it intends to do persuasively to domestic audiences, but then also to adversaries or to broader international audiences? So thank you for your attention. I hope there's a little bit of space left for questions, and I'd be very happy to take questions.
Well, Professor Sari, thank you so very much. And yes, I have several questions, if you don't mind. The first is more by way of observation than a question. And that is something that seems to have remained constant in all this change. And I wonder how much longer it will remain constant is the idea of political community. We still have the idea that one political community wages competition against another political community without considering the composition of those political communities. Yet we see in some neoliberal premises the idea of free movement of peoples, the idea that one should be free to for example, under the EU, move from one nation to another freely to sell one's labor, one's services. So how does the idea of perhaps a more malleable political community begin to influence international competition? That's one question. Another is the old rules did have, I'm thinking particularly of full spectrum warfare, the old rules did have one advantage, and that is we knew how to negotiate a settlement. Do we really know how to negotiate a settlement, a conclusion to hostilities in our new order? I'm not sure we have that. And finally, the idea of liberalism itself. We are, again, taking for granted the idea that liberalism remains a constant commitment of at least the Western order. And we know across the Western order that liberalism itself is being challenged and being challenged in very provocative ways, including very in some very serious academic quarters. What are your responses? That's a lot I gave you. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. They are great questions, and it's going to be difficult to do justice to them. I think they are questions that we might even want to have independent panels on. But coming back to your first point about political community, I think the issue is precisely what is that political community. Clearly, the nation state has remained vibrant, despite all the talk about globalization and everything else. If anything, we see the nation states, if not quite resurgent, but certainly in good health. So the nation state and the modern territorial state is certainly one carrier, if you will, of that political community. And I guess, political community at the international level, this idea of international society, or perhaps the absence of it, is precisely the issue, isn't it? Namely, when we look at common standards, when we look at common language, when we look at the institutions and processes whereby which we can communicate, negotiate, and arrive at coexistence, what is it that brings us together? And without having at least some sort of a society and some sort of a common bond, it is these avenues for political settlement and political understanding simply do not exist. Now, for a long time, international law was described as that universal thing that combines all of the nation states, that brings together all of these political communities, precisely because international law is universal. But I'm afraid exactly that sort of consensus, if there ever was a consensus, maybe it was all an illusion all the way all along. But that consensus that international law is truly universal is breaking down. And I'm not necessarily referring even to things like human rights, because that was always somewhat contested. But things like sovereignty, I mean, that's the core idea of the modern international legal system. What exactly does sovereignty mean? And how does it fit then with some of the other more contested categories, such as human rights? And that's exactly where we see, I think, dramatically diverging understandings from the West and from other nations. So I'm afraid the dynamics that we are seeing are precisely because political communities do exist. Some of them are strong, but not at the universal level, which sets up, I'm afraid, to continued competition, to continued conflict. In many respects, of course, that isn't new. That isn't new, but I don't think we will see any greater move to international organization and world government and a greater role for international institutions, precisely because of the underlying political community and sense of community is lacking. which brings me to your question about a negotiated settlement and how can we negotiate a settlement. I think the tools are there. So as I suggested, the law, we have an awful lot of rules. We have an awful lot of institutions. It's always easy to find, the legal formula if the political will is there. My worry is that the political will is not there. And to be more specific, looking at Ukraine and Russia, and just kind of thinking how that might pan out and what sort of compromises can be found. Well, sure, the two parties will find some sort of a compromise, and I'm sure they will find the right instrument and the right mechanism to give effect to that compromise. But here too, I would point to the law as a potential obstacle. So at the moment, there's a lot of talk about accountability, right? So Russia has broken the rules, so clearly someone must be held accountable for that. But that is precisely what may prove to be one of the big obstacles to arriving at some sort of a settlement. So the war crimes issue, right? So if Ukraine and its allies insist on justice and bringing potential war criminals to justice, that is going to make a negotiated settlement far more difficult. Of course, at the same time, if this is something where Ukraine is going to compromise and say, well, fine, in the interest of peace, we will not pursue justice, or not full justice, or drop some of these issues, you're back with selectivity, and you're back with that particular dilemma that yes, we have rules, the rules are broken, but then actually the rules are not even vindicated, and there is no accountability. So unfortunately, neither way looks great. I think there will ultimately be some sort of a settlement, and the law and these processes will be there to assist it. But they're also there as I think a big obstacle. The final point on liberalism. I'm very much in two minds, and this is why I ended with questions as to which way we are likely to go, the world, if you will, is likely to go, and which way we ought to be going. I do believe that liberal ideas, democracy, openness are morally, superior is probably too strong a word, but do have their attractions over alternative systems. But I do also appreciate that, again, the way to go about, say, propagating these values is probably not the way that has been done over the last decade or so. So I think there has been overreach. I wouldn't go as so far and say that the West is to blame for Ukraine. I think there's been perhaps there's something that we can perhaps discuss in greater detail. But certainly there is a lot to be said for being a lot more strategically modest about some of these values and accept, if not spheres of influence, but certainly accept that there are different ways of living, if you will.
And Professor Sari, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation. And to the extent we can applaud virtually, we'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Kendall, before we go into our final panel today, should we get a 5-10 minute break or so? Or are you guys thinking the same?
Yeah, I would be fine with that, yes.
Okay.
Sure, let's take a
Is
5
that
minute.
all right with our panel? 5-minute break? Okay. Thank you.
All righty. It looks like we have all our panelists and we're all good to go. So we'll go ahead and begin with panel 3, the new paradigm of war. And we will start with Mr. Alan Deneve. He received an advanced degree in international relations from the Catholic University of Louvain in Belgium. He is a researcher within the Center for Security and Defense Studies of the Royal Higher Institute for Defense in Belgium. His research focuses on technological innovation in the field of defense, armament industry, and the aerospace sector. His expertise is in weapons of mass destruction and risks of proliferation, cybersecurity, and integrity of military digital networks, challenges related to militarization and weaponization of space, energy security, and developments in the field of drones and military robotics. Mr. Deneb, it's an absolute honor to have you here, and please, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you very much for your welcome and for your kind words. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for having accepted my contribution to the symposium. When I first read the call of papers, I was really excited by the topic chosen. And this is for two reasons. First, I was at that time totally focused on space security issues, for I was tasked to write a report aimed at addressing the French presidency of the European Union about the necessity for the EU to invest space traffic management issues in order to cope with existing and future threats that could endanger space sustainability. The second reason is that we assisted to a sudden inflation of disturbing events regarding the status of space and cyberspace. These are not only weak signals, there are also strong warnings that should be treated very cautiously, for they appear not only in a troubled context, but even in a critical period during which most of international security regimes and arms control agreements are silently vanishing from world politics. And this is really a worrying matter. No one has missed it. On 15 November last year, Russia proceeded to the destruction of its derelict telecommunication Cosmos satellite by means of a noodle missile. This event sharply reminded the world of the level of space offensive capabilities held by the country. Moreover, the outbreak of the Russian hostilities against Ukraine was immediately followed by a cyber attack against the Carset satellites network. Well, these two events offer not only a glimpse of the future threats to the sustainability of the space environment. Moreover, since 2015, several defense organizations have set up institutions dedicated to the military space domain. I suppose that everyone in the audience has in mind the US Space Force Command, yet many other countries before or at the same time of the United States transformed space as, I could say, an institutional sanctuary dedicated to exclusively military purposes. This global phenomenon was aimed at answering two great questions. First, how to better coordinate space assets with other service needs, but two, how to better protect space assets against multiform attacks. I've chosen to address the audience first about the status of space in regard of international security, and in a second time about what appears to be a slightly shift from the long-established militarization of space to its progressive weaponization. It is now more than probable that this shift will result into transformation of the strategic status of space in the coming decades. In the last part of my intervention, I will explain how space weaponization, and we will try to understand what such a concept includes, is currently challenging the international legal order that proves to be simply ill-equipped to cope with the ambition ambitious military programs that seek to employ the full spectrum of space technology for both defensive and offensive purposes. Such a shift from militarization to weaponization is not only a conceptual move, it is a historical reversal too. In order to take the measure of this move, I think it is useful to realize on what we come from. For more than 60 years, space has been at the heart of several transformations that have taken place in our military organizations. It is currently impossible to imagine any military planning without the contribution of space in the field of imagery, navigations, early warning, or strategic and tactical communication. It could also be asserted that one cannot imagine a war that could not affect both space and the cyberspace domains. However, when we focus on the relationship between space and the military domain, several periods must be distinguished. A first period is, strictly speaking, that of the militarization of space. This era is situated between 1945 and 1990. In the midst of the Cold War, the militarization of space guaranteed the maintenance of a certain level of mutual security, which provided the two main protagonists of the Cold War with means of observation, anticipation, prevention, and mutual control of their conventional and nuclear arsenals. During this period, both superpowers took great care to prevent any form of arms race that could lead to space weaponization. During his term, for example, President Jimmy Carter decided to hold talks with the Soviet counterpart in the view of limiting certain activities directed against space objects. Yet President Reagan's strategic defense initiatives should have followed the installation of armaments in orbit, but we know what happened with those investments. A huge part of the planned funding essentially went to military R&D programs, but were incapable of yielding at the time the technological exotic weapons that were supposed to be deployed. With the end of the Cold War, space gained a second status, a second operational status. This is not to say that space ceased to be a supportive tool for nuclear deterrence. However, and especially for the United States, the need to make the billions of dollars of investment in favor of the SDI worthwhile became an urgent matter. And the US decided to put space at the service of military operations on the ground. The contribution of space and navigation satellites for smart munition in particular has become increasingly important during the 1990s, and this part increased during recent operation and during freedom, Iraq freedom, and so forth. The technologies on board of US satellites then led the US Department of Defense to establish new doctrines, often grouped under the name of revolution in military affairs. And in the wake of this revolution in military affairs, in this RMA, breakthrough approaches, new approaches emerge, such as network-centric warfare, parallel warfare, effect-based operations, global prompt strike, and so forth. The unprecedented doctrinal explosion was aimed at making the US armed force capable of confronting the entire spectrum of violence. And to this end, space technologies were deemed as major tactical and operational asset. And this growing dependence of the armed force on the most diverse space technologies gave rise to new fears. And this is the first period that I will discuss. In January 2001, the Rumsfeld Commission drew attention to the risk of undergoing a new Pearl Harbor, which this time would result from an attack on US space capabilities in the context of an asymmetric warfare scenario. The report resulting from the work of the Rumsfeld Commission then envisaged the scenario of a space weaponizations, which was labeled as a virtual certainty by the Commission members. The virtual certainty of space weaponizations was then further defended by the advocates of what could later become major themes of the US strategic debate: space dominance and space control. So in this kind of context, it was logical that counter-space operations should be envisaged. And today the question is, will it be possible to avoid space weaponizations today? A scenario that has been successfully avoided in the past by the two superpowers. In other words, I would say, will we be able to prevent tomorrow what we were able to avoid yesterday? The answer is far from certain. For more than 2 decades, nation-space activities have witnessed an unprecedented intensification, and many transformations have accompanied this growth. A reasonable explanation for this trend is the concomitance of many phenomena that have had a lasting effect on the space sector since the end of the Cold War. What are these phenomena? A first phenomenon is the horizontal and vertical extension of digital technologies and networks. A second phenomenon stems from the increased number of states, these new spacefaring nations, now having developed a space policy, either because they have managed to develop their own scientific and technological infrastructure to deploy their launchers, satellites, and associated service, or because they can use space resources from partners within the frameworks of industrial cooperation. And some of these states, like China, which have long remained in a phase of technological catch-up, are now competing with historical, long-established players. A third phenomenon is the qualitative diversification of scientific and technological actors implementing a space policy. States that long remained the dominating players in the sector have been constrained to share this exclusive area with private entrepreneurs. And in this regard, it is important to define the scope of this transformation. Private entrepreneurs no longer act as American subcontractors for public authorities. They also develop their own space policies and define their programs according to their own market and growth objectives. A fourth phenomenon is space domain congestion resulting from the competition between states and private firms for the occupation of space. Today, voices are being raised to alert public opinion decision makers, but also companies, to the risk that this unbridled entrepreneurships could present to the continuity of the services. And if deregulation were to become the norm, this could have dramatic effects on the guaranteed access to space for nations. In this context, the Kessler syndrome has recently resurfaced and with it concerns about the future of the space ecosystems. Yet, these hypotheses could prove even more dramatic: the possible destruction of a military satellite by an uncontrolled object of debris generated by a fortuitous collision, possibly in cascade, with repercussion on other systems belonging to other nations or organizations, would have serious consequences for peace between the space power, as they could mutually accuse each other of attempting to start a major conflict. A final phenomenon is, as I previously mentioned, the disruption of most major agreements that have forged international security since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. This trend is not without impact on the nature of relations between states in the medium and long term. And while this development is largely due to the reminiscence of power policies among the former major signatories, it could also be perceived as a result of the very absence of control, limitation, or reduction regimes. Well, this leads me now to examine the question of weaponization in regard of international law. The increasing weaponization of outer space poses now difficult legal questions, but also represent a clear and present danger to international peace and security. The legal regime that governs possible weaponization of outer space is unsatisfactory and not capable of differing interpretations and largely protective of a state's sovereign right to utilize force in self-defense. Article 4 of the Outer Space Treaty is very specific in that it prohibits the placement of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction in orbit around the Earth and establishes during times of peace somewhat of a demilitarization of celestial bodies. However, nowhere in Article 4 and other provisions of the Outer Space Treaty figures any provision about the deployment of conventional weapons in space. Would they be directed against targets in orbit on the surface of Earth or against other celestial bodies? After saying that, it seems simple. After all, as long as nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction are excluded from scenarios, it could be said that conventional space weapons should not be prohibited. Yet, although it might seem simple, it is not. Why? The possible weaponization of outer space and the development of space-capable Earth-based weapons create a fundamental change in circumstances that force the need for a reinterpretation of the space law treaties and a correction in state practice. The evolution of technology, as well as the deterioration of outer space due to the proliferation of debris and the risk of a forthcoming saturation of orbit and frequencies, have radically changed the initial conditions in which the space treaties were written. At the time of the signing of the Outer Space Treaty, outer space was not weaponized, nor was it being weaponized. And the consent of states at the time of their ratification of the treaty was based on such circumstances. Moreover, while the first paragraph of Article 4 evokes announced control functions, that could be reinterpreted in the light of contemporary technological and environmental evolution. The second paragraph, which contains a normative function, is also open to controversy, for it does not offer a clear interpretation of the concept of peaceful purposes. Some states and commentators have suggested that peaceful purposes should mean non-military purposes, while others tend to allege that it should be interpreted as non-aggression purposes. Faced with such controversy, two kinds of approaches could be envisaged in order to adapt space treaties to the contemporary challenges resulting from military technological developments and the outer space environment degradation. The first stance would imply a complete refundation of space law. This is a very risky option. In recent years, multiple blockages have prevented an evolution of space law. And these blockages were sometimes the result of diplomatic maneuvers like those of the Russian and Chinese delegations within the framework of the United Nations. This is the reason why we assist to the development of a second kind of approach. Gradually, it seems that space law is evolving towards more technical and less restrictive recommendations that are intended to encourage as many states as possible to join a new reflection on the future status of outer space. The choice of such a strategy results from the reluctance expressed by many actors about the principle that should rule a new and more adapted framework for space activities. It is also a risky political gamble that confirms once more the difficulty of maintaining an effective regulating regime. All these reasons help explain why it is very unlikely that in the coming decades we will establish a genuine arms control regime for space activities. I would like then hand my address with some considerations about the future of private space activism and its consequences on international security. By space activism, I mean the growing role played by companies such as SpaceX, mistakenly regarded as a new space entity, which it is not really. It is well known that one of the reasons why an actor as SpaceX succeeded in developing in launch capabilities has to be found in the United States Department of Defense contracts won by the company for 10 years. Today, the role played by SpaceX is somewhat different, as seems to suggest the recent logistical support provided by the company to the Ukrainian forces. The Starlink constellations, which could be considered as the expression of a genuine private space policy independent of state considerations, this constellation is currently at the service of a belligerent of a war in which the United States as such has chosen not to directly intervene or intercede. Well, I am not naive. I'm aware of the fact that covert actions may have been undertaken by the US in support of Ukrainian resistance against the Russian oppressor. Yet the question that should be asked is whether the assistance provided by SpaceX to the Ukrainian forces has been previously decided in consultation with the US public authorities. given the information we currently have in our possession, it is far from clear that SpaceX support is the result of, let's say, a private-public partnerships. This clearly poses a challenge to the international legal regime under which private space companies are supposed to conduct their activities. Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty provides that states are required to ensure that activities of private entities are subject to authorization and continuing supervision, and that they have to bear international responsibility for such activities. Should we consider that the provision of Article 6 thus only concerns the responsibility of private companies in the placement of satellites on orbits? Or should we extend the scope of this clause to cases where a private company decides to support a belligerent by providing space-based logistical support that could reverse the balance of force? These are some of the questions that we have to ask for tomorrow in order to examine whether our international legal order is well adapted or not to the future challenges. Well, I tried here to examine some of these challenges and how space could become weaponized, and how this weaponization change all the circumstances in which many of our regimes regarding space have been developed. I hope that this will raise some question in our audience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Denis, for that fantastic presentation. As we've done with the prior panels, we'll hold questions till the end and then just ask them for the full panel. So we're looking forward to it. Next up on our third panel is Professor Paul Rosenzweig. He's the founder of the Red Branch Consulting, a Homeland Security consulting company. He received his JD from the University of Chicago Law School. He served as a Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy in the Department of Homeland Security. He's a professorial lecturer in law at George Washington University and a senior fellow in the Tech Law and Security program at the American University, Washington College of Law. He serves as an advisor to and former member of the ABA Standing Committee on Law and National Security and a contributing editor of the Lawfare blog. Professor Rosenzweig, we're very happy to have you here, and please, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Oh, and you're still muted, Professor Rosenzweig.
You betcha. Well, there you go. Thank you very much. I was saying thanks so much for having me, and how pleased I was to find out that this wasn't an April Fool's joke and that we're actually having an event here today. I'm going to see if I can successfully share my screen. I believe I have. So I have a few slides that will sort of help us go along. My topic today is the new paradigm of cyber conflict. Which is to say how we should apply existing paradigms of international law, the laws of armed conflict and deterrence, to a new battle space, the cyber battle space. So my plan is to very briefly tell you a bit about why cyber is different, and then outline some of the important questions that I think need to be answered as we go forward, and maybe suggest some of the possible answers. So first off, I wanted to, hang on a sec, there we go. I gotta be able to move forward. There we go. I wanted to just introduce you to the differences that cyber faces. This is a map from 1973. It is the entire internet as of 1973, and I've counted, you don't have to, there are 36 different nodes in it. So literally only 36 different servers were on the network back in 1973 when it first kind of became the communications network that it is today. You can see some familiar names in there like USC, the University of South Carolina, Southern California, and RAND is in the bottom left, right? This is a map of about 10 years ago, which is the last known map ever made. It's gotten so big that we can't make a map anymore. But if you get a sense of the size, scale, and scope of it, what this tells you is that the cyber domain that you and I are talking about today is pervasive across the globe. It is connected to everything, and it passes just about everywhere. And so this map is not just servers and email and this Zoom link that we're on right now. It also contains all of the nodes of the Internet of Things, like the elevator that you went up in to get to the classroom earlier this month that is connected to the network. It also will contain and has begun to contain internet-enabled things like cars or remote at a distance surgery. Everything is on this network. And as you can see, the number of nodes is so big that quite literally we've lost count of it. So one thing that's different about this domain is that it's getting bigger all the time in a way that, you know, the naval domain or the air domain or the land domain are not, or even the space domain, though that is potentially more expandable than this. So that's one thing about the domain that makes it different. The other is that it's becoming more populated, if you will. In 2010, the world created a zettabyte of data to put into this domain. Now, how big is a zettabyte? Well, it's really, really very large. It's hard for me to explain it, but the best analogy I can tell you is that if you started back 14,000 BC with the very first caveman drawings and consider that the first bit of digital data, and you accumulated all the digital data that human beings created from then until roughly 2000, that was a zettabyte of data. Obviously, that's an estimate. Nobody's quite sure about it, but it's a pretty good estimate. In 2010, we replicated all of human existence's thinking and data in a single year. And today, in 2020, we are up to 35 zettabytes of data every year. So the system is not only expanding in size, but it is expanding in the population within that size. It's as if the battle space that we were talking about, the contest space that we're talking about for the paradigm of cyber war, had more people in it today than 10 years ago, and levels of more people in it today than 100 years ago. So the final thing I want to talk about that's a change in the space is how the battle space is becoming democratized. This is the Cray XMP-1 supercomputer, circa 1995. It was bought by the United States of America, and at the time it was the biggest, bestest, fastest thing in the world. And the United States was the only nation that had such a computer. And so it was a military advantage, it was an economic advantage, and it was, in effect, like aircraft carriers, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, kind of a unique military advantage. This is the iPhone 7. If you have an iPhone 7 or later, which I'm sure every one of you who's listening does, you have more computing power in the palm of your hand than the Cray XMP-1 supercomputer. So a system of processing data that was just a generation ago a unique superpower advantage of the United States is today available to every Tom, Dick, Harry, Jane, or Emily in the world. We call this essentially the democratization of cyber conflict, such that cyber conflict is now available not just to unique nation states, uniquely powerful nation states like America, Russia, and China, but to every nation state around the globe and to non-state actors as well. So to kind of sum up the differences here, cyberspace doesn't have any borders. The map I showed you has no borders. It allows action at a distance, so you can be attacked essentially from anywhere. There's no front lines in this battle space. It's now asymmetric because of the democratization I just spoke about. It is anonymous, or at least pseudo-anonymous, in that it's really difficult to identify your attacker. So imagine if you were at war and you didn't know with who. And finally, something we haven't quite talked about yet, it lacks distinction. In my world, every bit and byte looks the same. And so it's almost impossible to tell in advance whether this set of bit and bytes is an attack vector or your grandmother's cookie recipe that she sent you. And that's as if in the aero domain, we couldn't tell the difference between a nuclear bomber and a commercial airline. And finally, most importantly, this space is distributed and dynamic and changing every day. So a lot of what we're learning today is different from what we thought about 5 years ago, which actually brings me to today and the new complexity from the lessons from Ukraine. If you had asked any analyst before the start of the Ukraine conflict, many of them would have said that they were anticipating a significant use by Russia of cyber tools to have kinetic effects against the Ukrainian military. And honestly, we just haven't seen that. It's a new lesson that we're on the cusp of discussing today, and I'm still trying to wrap my mind around. So here are the things that I think we're seeing in the Ukraine today. An IT army of volunteers. For example, Anonymous has gone to war on behalf of the Ukraine against Russia and broken into the Rosneft systems and leaked confidential data there, and also doxed a whole bunch of Russian soldiers by disclosing their personal information to the Ukrainian Pravda magazine. So this is pretty unique. We've always had civilians participating in guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines like in World War II, but all of a sudden, today we see an army of volunteers who are enlisting to go fight in the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Second, instead of a kinetic battle space, what we've seen most of all is an information battle space. Here in the West, we've seen it in the form of Ukraine's work on Twitter, which we all would tend to think has mostly been won by a very brilliant Ukrainian information operation program who hasn't seen videos of broken Russian tanks and Russian soldiers surrendering. However, one of the things that we'll have to learn more about is there's been a very active Russian information operation in Africa and Asia that has pretty much been invisible to most Western civilians, not obviously to Western analysts, that is equally been effective at portraying Russia as the victim of Ukraine's Nazi regimes. But what we've really seen is that the battle space of whose side are you on is being shaped aggressively on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, and any number of other social media platforms. The third thing we've seen is an extremely limited amount of infrastructure disruption. We would have anticipated, or I would have anticipated before the war began, significant disruptions to the Ukrainian infrastructure. Just haven't seen that. There was one attack on the Ukrainian banking system to which Google responded by assisting the Ukrainians. And there was a pretty significant attack on the Viasat, Kassat systems, satellite communication systems that the Ukrainians were using for military communications right on the cusp of the war. That's been attributed by the United States to the Russian GRU and was probably part of a combined operation plan of the Russians in their attack on the Ukraine. And the last thing is we've seen almost no kinetic effects on the battlefield. We've seen no use of cyber tools to, for example, take Ukrainian tanks systems offline or mess with Ukrainian air traffic control systems or command and control systems on the battlefield. It's really quite surprising. Overall, we've seen espionage, sabotage, covert actions, counterintelligence with deception and disinformation. And that actually suggests that maybe the story I told you in the first part of this lecture, that cyber is different, is not right. I'm going to have to think about it a bit. I'm invested in the idea that cyber is different, but the reality is that at least in this conflict, the effects have been mostly restricted to what we would call traditional espionage, sabotage type things. So that gives us some big questions to think about. And the first is, have any of these efforts by either side risen to the level of an armed attack that would trigger the right of response under the UN Charter? I think probably not. And so that means that most of this cyber conflict that we're seeing in the Ukraine is being governed by a sub-armed attack level of law that doesn't really exist yet. The second thing I would draw from this is that we focus in most of our international law on state actors and state responsibility for people within their control. We've seen a huge amount of non-state actor activity, as by anonymous in the conflict. And we've even seen some non-state activity by Ukrainian supporting non-state groups against Russian non-state actors, as to which the question of what is the controlling international law is radically indeterminate. We just don't have a lot of good purchase on that. And then in the context of classic jus in bello laws respecting actual conflict in arms, we have some questions that this conflict is raising again, we're not sure what the answers are. A number of the attacks have used neutral servers. Ukrainian attacks on Russian servers don't just go from the Ukraine direct to Russia. They get bounced through servers in Germany or Poland or Estonia, nations that are strictly speaking neutral. Is that a violation of neutrality principles? Probably not, but we're going to have to think about why that's true and why it's different from, say, Germany's invasion of Belgium in World War I. We are going to have to answer questions about what it means to be a non-military actor who is directly participating in hostilities, and when does one lay down arms, when does one take them up again? And we're going to have to talk about protected targets, because some of the Russian activity that we've seen has addressed targets that we think might be protected. Russian hospitals, Ukrainian hospitals look like they've been subject of some attacks that have taken them online in a context where in the kinetic world, we would think those were wars to combat and not subject to attack. We also, I would be remiss if I didn't say, this is raising questions about deterrence in cyberspace. Classically, we think that deterrence in cyberspace is very, very difficult because of problems of anonymity and distinction. You can't deter someone who you don't know is attacking you. And so we also have problems of credible counter threats. Who are we going to threaten? Who are we going to hold at risk in response to cyber attacks? We also lack rules in cyberspace of what is an attack and what is a proportional or appropriate response to attacks. This gives us, we had thought, the ABM problem. Since offense in cyberspace is dominant, it's difficult to deter by denial. Arms treaties won't work, and we only know we can only operate by punishment, which is sort of where the United States has gone with its defend forward and persistent engagement policies. So that leaves me leaving you with these questions. What does the future hold? First, I think we're going to need to develop a body of international law that applies to sub-armed attacks that are more than espionage, but less than the equivalent of kinetic armed attacks. Second, this is just my opinion, but in the armed space, I think there's no prospect for a cyber Geneva Convention for armed conflict. And that means that international law will develop almost exclusively through state practice. And so far, state practice has been without limit. That may change as kinetics become more notable, but so far it hasn't. Second, or next to last, deterrence is theoretically lacking, but in practice, we've seen it's very real. We have not seen Russian counter cyber activity against NATO nations, for example. Why that is, I don't know, and I need to find out. And then finally, nobody has a good handle on what to do about non-state actors, all of which leaves me with more questions than answers, which is probably not the best thing for a professor to suggest at a panel discussion like this, but it leaves me with the last admonition to everybody, which is in thinking about what the answers are, we should all be pretty humble, because I suspect that if we have this discussion in 5 years, we will still be puzzled, but we'll be puzzled by things that are very, very different than what we're seeing now. And so with that, I will try to stop sharing my screen and return control to you guys. Thanks very much for listening.
Professor Rosenzweig, thank you so much for that fantastic and fascinating presentation. We really appreciate it. And I know we got some questions as well once we round out this final panel. Thank you again. We'll round out panel number 3 with Dr. Edward Salo, who is an associate professor of history and the associate director of the Heritage Studies PhD program at Arkansas State University. Professor Salo earned his PhD in public history from Middle Tennessee State University. He served as a consulting historian for cultural resources management firms, working on hundreds of projects across the globe, including an administrative history of the efforts to dispose of the Iraqi munitions after the 2003 invasion. He has received numerous awards for his work, including an Outstanding Resource Document Award by the California Association of Environmental Professionals for his report analyzing coastal and submerged archaeological sites on the Pacific Outer Continental Shelf. Dr. Edward Salo, thank you so much for being here, and you may begin whenever you are ready.
All right, thank you so much. I'm also going to try to share. Everyone can hear me fine? Okay. All right. Yes, I want to also thank everybody for this conference. I was really excited, and it's one of those things that as I've been sitting here listening, I was like, wow, kind of get that, hopefully that this will be half as good as some of these. But I want to talk about the weaponization of heritage, examination of protecting, destroying, and assimilating heritage as a weapon in irregular hybrid warfare. So in a diplomatic cable back to Washington, an American ambassador recently commented that the Turks have destroyed a Russian monument which documented a previous Russian victory. This event has been reported in newspapers across the world, and it was met with widespread condemnation. However, and when I said recent, I'm a historian. Those things are relative. This action was not in response to Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. This attack on the Russian chapel at San Stefano, which was erected as a monument to commemorate the Russian victory over the Turks in 1878, occurred in 1914 at the start of World War I. So the destruction of cultural heritage is not something during war, is not something new. While recent conflicts in the Middle East have renewed our focus on protection of cultural heritage during combat, the role of heritage on the battlefield, both regular and irregular, dates back to almost the beginning of armed conflicts. In Western armies, we have worked to instill in our forces an understanding of the value of heritage and to abide by the international treaties like the 1954 Hague Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflicts. Sometimes the opposing forces do not respect the value of a heritage site and either damage them or use them for military purposes, such as part of a defensive fortification. Question is, if we can't protect the heritage site as dictated in our doctrine or in international treaties, what can we do? Moreover, sometimes we manage and protect these sites and they become weapons in hybrid warfare. Mark Dunkley, former freelance archaeologist who specializes in the exploiting of cultural heritage across the spectrum of conflict, has recently argued that current trends indicate the escalation of weaponization of culture as part of a long-term strategy to either reinforce or erode cultural heritage and identity, despite such heritage being recognized as a fundamental resource for other human rights. So from the battlefields of Syria to Ukraine to the peaceful Buddhist temples of Southeast Asia, cultural heritage is being used by nations and nation state actors as a weapon in hybrid warfare or as a way to project diplomatic power. This paper is going to examine how nations and non-nation actors have weaponized heritage as a weapon in irregular warfare. This includes nations that struggle to protect heritage as a way to win the hearts and minds of the populace in counterinsurgency, while several international treaties protect heritage. Pragmatically, protecting heritage sites is also a good way to keep the populace content, and even as a way to revive local economy. Furthermore, the destruction of heritage sites can be a weapon in irregular warfare to destroy the cultural ties that bind people together, destroy morale, and also destabilize a region by illustrating that the government cannot protect the people and what they hold important. And finally, some nations do not destroy, but rather assimilate other nations' heritage as a way to erode the nationalism of the people and also make it easier for outside nations to accept territorial claims that are based on history. I'm using that in quotation marks, or a common heritage. So let's look at protection. During the recent conflicts in the Middle East, the U.S. Army returned to its World War II model of having monuments, fine arts, and archives program, which was established in 1943 under the Allied Command's Civil Affairs and Military Government sections to help protect cultural property in war-torn Europe. This is the Monuments Men that was celebrated in the book and in the movie, which I thought wasn't that bad, actually. In 2009, the U.S. Army published the Civil Affairs, Arts, Monuments, and Archives Guide, a copy of it there, and revised the document in 2015 using some lessons learned. Also, the Army has recently been actively recruiting cultural heritage professionals to join the Civil Affairs branch as reserve officers, and offering direct commissions to people who have worked in museums, much like they did in World War II. As you can see on the other side, it's, it can't be the Army unless you have like nice little tables and everything to give everything a value of numbers. The document primarily focused on identifying and protecting cultural heritage during and after combat operations, which are critical times for when military operations can adversely affect these resources. The manual does state that cultural property is particularly vulnerable in times of conflict, and combatants may exact political retribution for targeting symbols of their enemy's cultural identity. Going to the 1954 Hague Convention I mentioned earlier, it states that states are obligated not to attack cultural property nor to remove or misappropriate movable property from its territory of origin. Only exceptional cases of military necessity will excuse this obligation. The United States Army subscribes to this treaty, and military officers are trained to follow it. And while it's important to follow the international treaties that protect heritage, pragmatically, it also allows, for making the populace happy. Cheryl White argued that preserving cultural property of the host nation and its local communities will provide mutual cultural understanding and respect, as well as knowledge and awareness of the host nation's history and archaeological record. This understanding can only help in counterinsurgency operations, as well as any kind of diplomatic relations. An example of protecting, some degree, heritage on the battlefield occurred during the recent military operations against ISIS in Syria. During the 2017 military operations to liberate the city of Raqqa, the U.S. Army Central Command described in a briefing that I'm going to butcher this, Rafika wall was that ISIS had developed combat positions there planted mines, improvised explosive devices in the wall to slow a coalition advance. During the period of occupation, ISIS had also vandalized and targeted the wall and other heritage sites as a way of attacking the morale of the citizens and imposing their twisted view of Islam on the population. The wall is a heritage site. It's important to the history, the culture of the area, well known, documented by archaeologists. The wall was a heritage site, and coalition planners knew it was being used as a defensive site. And the planners had decided the best way to address the wall during their planning operations. In June 2017, American-led forces decided the best way to handle the fortification was to conduct a precise airstrike to open two 25-meter corridors through the wall, which would be wide enough to allow coalition forces to enter the inner parts of the city of Raqqa and continue the assault. The U.S. military spokesman stated, unlike ISIS, who deliberately destroyed the ruins of and uses sites such as the wall, hospitals, schools, mosques, weapon storage facilities, and fighting positions, coalition forces are making the great effort to protect civilians and preserve these sites for future generations. And you can see one of the holes in the wall there. The protection, as much as possible for the wall, not only protected this important piece of heritage, but also illustrated American forces did care about Syrian heritage, and this was not a war against Islam as some in ISIS had tried to frame it. The public relations victory of protecting as much as they could also demonstrated the differences in the morals of the opponents. After the liberation of the city, the State Department and various NGOs became active in efforts to restore the wall almost instantly, as well as a grassroots campaign. Protecting heritage also allows for an opportunity to create work projects in restoring or stabilizing the heritage sites that could be helpful during counterinsurgency operations. Traditional coin operations usually include things like constructions of schools, infrastructures, etc. And like these work projects, working on heritage sites can hire local civilians and keep them busy and paid, and therefore less likely to seek other groups for this support. Restoring or stabilizing the heritage sites in the area can also make work for locals, as well as allowing them to pass down traditional building methods and provide civic pride. So let's go to the destruction. Of course, while one force attempts to protect heritage, it's possible for another to target heritage for destruction as a means to damage the will to fight or for other goals. Examples of this recently is the target of the Muslim mosques in Bosnia in the 1990s. That's in the lower photo there. It's estimated that about 96% of the mosques in Bosnia were either destroyed or damaged as part of the ethnic cleansing during the breakup of the former Yugoslavia. Of course, another example at the top is the Buddhas in Afghanistan, the Buddha statues that were destroyed by the Taliban over a period of 25 days because they considered these statues to be idolatrous statues and against their twisted view of Islamic faith. But sometimes it's not just the destruction of heritage sites that can be part of its weaponization. Sometimes it's the threats for these sites. Just as one would threaten a piece of infrastructure, one can threaten heritage and thus weaponize it. And again, here's a slide I added in just recently showing destruction of a heritage site in the Ukraine by the Russians. You can see this cathedral has been damaged. One of the domes had collapsed. So again, this is occurring now. But what I wanted to bring in, January 3rd, 2020, President Trump tweeted that, let this serve as a warning that if Iran strikes any Americans or American assets, we have targeted 52 Iranian sites representing the 52 hostages, some at a very high level important to Iran and its culture, and those targets and Iran itself will be hit very fast and hard. This tweet was in response to possible Iranian retaliations after the killing of General Soleimani, the head of the Iranian paramilitary forces. The response to this by the president from museum and heritage professionals was quick and negative. Patty Gernsblock, the director of the Center for Art, Museum, Cultural Heritage Law at DePaul University, stated President Trump's threats to attack Iran's cultural sites as a form of premeditated retaliation would violate the instruments and would be a legal command. World Monuments Fund issued a statement saying any attack to cultural heritage sites in Iran or any other country is unacceptable. From Syria to Afghanistan, Mali to Yemen, we have all witnessed far too many intentional acts of destruction. When asked about this, the Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, would later say, was asked if the U.S. would target cultural sites, and he said, "We will follow the laws of armed conflict." When pressed, he said, if he meant no, he said, because targeting a cultural site is a war crime, he responded, that's the laws of armed conflict. The president also later walked back his comments when Trump again tweeted, "They're allowed to kill our people, we're allowed to maim our people, they're allowed to blow up everything that we have, and there's nothing that stops them. And we are, according to various laws, supposed to be careful with their cultural heritage. And you know, if that's what the law is, I like to obey the law, but think of it, they kill our people, they blow up our people, but then we have to be very gentle with their cultural institutions." So while the Trump administration did acknowledge that the U.S. has to follow accepted laws of war, the threat of attacking heritage as a way of harm to a nation illustrates that the threat to heritage is real. A simulation. The assimilation by an aggressor state may not be as tactically as important. However, strategically, it's important. It's part of a larger irregular operation. Assimilation of heritage can erode nationalism, the will of people to fight. It can also serve as a rallying point for collaboration. In addition to serving as an avenue to paint false narratives as part of psychological operations, the proof, again, in quotations, offered by assimilating the heritage can serve as evidence for allies and other nation states to accept any territorial gains based on this belief of a common heritage, because the aggressor is just gaining what is historically theirs. With the 2022 invasion of Ukraine by Russia, this is a good time to examine how Russia's forces have previously used a simulation of Ukrainian heritage sites and items in the Crimea as part of a campaign of irregular warfare in the region. The destruction of Ukraine's heritage sites remains part of a larger Russian strategy of destroying the foundation of Ukrainian nationalism and presenting a narrative that Russia has a historical claim to the region. This claim was given by Putin in 2008 and continued this year on the eve of the invasion. Furthermore, irregular war tactics of using heritage to craft a false narrative can easily be used in other regions and conflicts and further edify Russia's disinformation strategies. The Russian campaign against Ukrainian heritage began in 2014, soon after the Russian invasion and annexation of Crimea. Soon after the invasion, the Russian-backed forces established the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and Russians began a process of changing the heritage of the region to support their claims. In August of 2014, the Russian-controlled State Council of Crimea passed the Law on the Sites of Crimean Cultural Heritage, which turned over all museum artifacts and cultural monuments of the peninsula to the Russian Federation. The next year, the Russian State Duma passed a similar law that established the bureaucracy needed to obtain these collections for Russian museums. The removal of the collections weakened the museums in Crimea's ability to tell the story of their history and heritage because the institutions lacked the tangible heritage to populate their museums. Furthermore, having the artifacts in Russian museums indirectly supports Russian claims over the region and allows Russians to craft museum interpretations in their museums using the collections. Both of these weaken the Ukrainian claims of being associated with the Crimea. Furthermore, in addition to taking the collections, in October 2015, the Russian Prime Minister signed an order that inscribed more than 220 previously identified cultural and historical monuments of Crimea onto the Russian national roster of places of cultural heritage, historical and cultural monuments of the peoples of Russia. These Russian actions were designed to remove Ukrainian control over their heritage sites and items and place them with Russia, who could then use them to promote a pro-Russian historical narrative that would again weaken nationalistic claims by Ukraine on the peninsula. The Ukrainian deputy head of the presidential administration described the movement of the sites to the Russian list as Russia's encroachment on Ukraine's cultural heritage. Inscribing the monuments on the Russian list made them part of Russian history and heritage, again, further weakening the idea of non-Russian heritage in the Ukraine. Russia also was very active in destroying sites that were related to the Tartars and other groups that kind of went against any kind of narrative that there was a multicultural Ukraine. Heritage offers an easy weapon on the battlefield. For people destroying what makes a nation, committing cultural genocide, these are real threats. But heritage can also be used to fight. It's a way to rally people. It's a way to bring people together, as we're seeing again in Ukraine, using symbols, using popular heritage as a way to get people, rally them to support. Weaponization of heritage is something that we're going to be seeing both as part of information, disinformation strategies I see for the coming time. And again, going with the last speaker, having the internet and a way to disseminate this information and falsehoods so easily, just makes it that much worse. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank each of our speakers. It's been a wonderful afternoon session. It's been a wonderful, very informative, I think very important day, the entire event. So thank you, each one of you. I have questions for each of the speakers, and I'll pose my questions, and then following that, we'll take turns answering. And I'll begin with Professor Deneuve. And that is regarding outer space. When I think of outer space, I think of several principles that should be governing and that are not currently really very much in prominence, but I think they're principles that need to be given legal effect. And they seem to be the following. Number one is the recognition that space forms a kind of commons. If you think about, for example, English history, the history of the commons, those medieval pastures and lands held in common that were unfortunately enclosed many centuries ago, but tell a vivid part of English legal history. So space should be thought of as perhaps a commons. There should be cooperation in space. We've seen fitful efforts at cooperation in space with different scientific cooperation. Skylab back in the 1970s was one such effort, and the International Space Station is another. So cooperation would seem to be a second premise, and a third would be a commitment not to the commercialization or the privatization of space, which may lead to anarchy, but I think a robust notion of the public good. So the question I'm going to put to you, Professor Deneuve, is how do we get there given what we're facing today? That's an impossible question, but I'd love a couple suggestions along those lines. Professor Rosenzweig, wonderful paper, but how do I pose a question to a paper consisting of questions? Well, I think I think I have a question that I think may help frame many of the questions you've put to us. And that is, how do we define? I think maybe a very elementary question that we're concerned with is, how do we define aggression in cyberspace? Aggression, of course, is a basic principle of international law. Aggression triggers all sorts of consequences in the international arena. How do we define aggression, and how do we understand it both in the context of state versus state actors and state versus non-state actors? And I'll throw in something a little fanciful. It's late in the afternoon. Does the law of piracy perhaps suggest some avenues of approach? Professor Salo, thank you again for your presentation, and I'm going to pose a couple of questions to you. And that is your discussion of the wall in Raqqa. And it reminded me of the attack in World War II on Monte Cassino. The Nazis, of course, had fortified Monte Cassino, and the Allies attacked Monte Cassino, this great, magnificent medieval monastery. And your discussion of the effort to breach the walls in Raqqa raised for me the idea that there's always, it seems, this is not subject, this area of the law is not subject to absolutes. It's always, it seems, subject to utilitarian calculus. How do we achieve an objective consistent with other objectives we have? And that always calls for a utilitarian Benthamite, Jeremy Bentham type balancing. So I'm going to pose to you the question, how do we strike that balance? But you also raised some very interesting questions about the weaponization of heritage. And how do we counter the toxic weaponization of heritage? Because we're seeing the toxic weaponization of heritage right now going on in the information war occurring within Russia itself. I'm thinking now of people like Alexander Dugin, the Russian political philosopher, who is weaponizing, if you will, Russian Orthodox history to very militaristic ends, and seeing in Russia's Orthodox past, seeing in Russia's history of Tsarist autocracy, seeing in those a heritage that he can, in fact, weaponize, exploit, and promote as a public philosophy. How do we counter? How do we counter that? How do we strike those utilitarian balances? So those are two questions for you, Professor Salo. I'm sorry, but Professor Deneuve, if you could begin, please.
I believe you have to unmute, Professor.
You're still muted.
Yep. Yeah. Well, thank you for your question. They are very interesting because, firstly, about the notion of common and the notion of global common. There are many links that are established between space and between maritime strategy, for example. And in maritime strategy, indeed, the notion of global commons has a centrality in this aspect. And there has been an interesting article published in the U.S. Naval War College Review 10 years ago, I think, about how maritime strategy, according to Julian Corbett, could help thinking about the future of space, given the challenges that are now posed to the future of outer space. But in fact, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that I interviewed some lawyers about outer space, and they recognize that normally space should be considered as a global common, but today there is a gray zone occupied by this new kind of entrepreneurship that put into question the future of space as a global common. And for the moment, in fact, this notion of global common is today a principle and not and there's nothing really binding for the moment. And it's in the current context very doubtful to think that we could transform the notion of global common as something binding for states, for private companies that exploit outer space. The other point is about scientific cooperation. If I correctly understood, you asked me if scientific cooperation could be a kind of solution to the current challenges. Well, in order to answer to this question, we have to. I am a little bit cynic, but we have to admit that scientific cooperation took place in a context of competition between states and superpowers. And the International Space Station is very illustrative. The reason why the Russians are in this International Space Stations has nothing to do with a scientific cooperation. Well, I agree that there are extraordinarily good scientists regarding space, but the reason why they are present in this program has nothing to do with scientific cooperation as such. The reason was to integrate Russian space scientists and engineers inside a program mainly budgeted by the NASA, instead of risking to see this scientific be dispersed after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. So I think that scientific cooperation is not in itself as such a solution, but can only take place when a kind of appeasement in a competition between states occurs. So I think that it's a good way, but it is not. I think it's not the panacea in order to solution the challenges that are now posed for the sustainability of outer space for all the spacefaring nations. Sorry to be cynic.
Well, thank you. Professor Rosenzweig.
Well, I'm sorry that I gave you a paper full of questions that makes
it was a wonderful paper.
Thank you. Thank you. I actually have personal answers to some of these, but in the spirit of humility, I don't offer them. So, but let me offer some answers to you, some actual answers to your two questions. The first is whether or not we can gain any purchase on cyberspace through the concept of aggression. And let me translate that to you by offering what we in the cyber domain think of as the 4 Ds of cyberspace: disruption, degrading, denial, and destruction. Those are the 4 ways in which one interacts in cyberspace. You can disrupt somebody's communications capabilities or their access to data You can degrade it. There are instances in which I can make the information on which you're relying less precise, possibly by falsifying it. We can deny your access to it completely, make it unavailable to you so that you can't access it, or we can destroy it completely such that it is never recoverable. In theory, one could identify aggression for all four of those, which are obviously on a sliding scale from destruction, which has a quasi-analog to kinetic destruction, all the way down to taking you offline for an hour, which is a denial activity. The two problems that you have to address are, first, of course, that aggression is classically thought of as applying only to nation states. And so we still have the big question behind us, which is the non-state actor problem. And then the second of those is that lots of activity by non-state actors in the less than destruction pieces might look like aggression, but they are probably much more akin to things that you and I would think of as criminality. Ransomware is a classic denial where a criminal gang takes your data, encrypts it, and says, we'll only give it back to you if you give us Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency. And so it would be challenging, I think, for international law to adopt a definition of aggression that in some contexts involving non-state actors would clearly not be in the traditional mode of aggression. And so I tend to think that we should be narrower, at least with respect to nation states, and not pull out laws of armed conflict, laws of aggression in the nation state context in areas where we wouldn't pull it out and use it with respect to non-state actors, like criminal gangs. On your suggestion that piracy is a useful analog, you'll be happy to know that is actually an area of fruitful discussion in two different ways. The first is that there are a lot of theorists who've suggested reinstituting the concept of letters of marque and reprisal in order to authorize private sector actors.
Cool.
Yes, it is. It is. It brings with it all of the problems and burdens which have led to letters of marque and reprisal becoming much less common these days. I mean, the last letter that I know of in the real world was issued, I think, in World War II, and they really have been out of use since the 1800s. But the idea there is, since the panoply of threats in cyberspace is so pervasive, and the governments can't be responsible for all the responses, we'll deputize private actors to do that. The flip of that is, of course, that a private sector actor might be the one who starts a World War III with Russia. Problems there. I tend to be skeptical about that. The other way in which is, I think, probably what you meant more, is whether or not we can reach an international consensus that certain types of cyber misconduct is so contrary to human to the international order that they will become per se illegal. We've tried to suggest some of that with respect to attacks on protected spaces like hospitals. There's a project being run by the Carnegie Endowment for Peace that is trying to suggest that the international financial network is so critical that it should also be deemed out of bounds and developing an international norm against it. Both of those are nascent, norm growing projects because, as I said, I'm very skeptical, and we've been very unsuccessful in developing positive cyber international law. So it's all going to be through state behavior, which involves, as I'm sure everybody who's engaged knows, lots of time, lots of discussion, and is kind of a forward and back process. Those are the two best places where I think we might see norms develop that would restrain state and possibly even non-state actor behavior in cyberspace. The financial network one has some real legs and has been discussed, for example, at UN conferences, but neither is anywhere ready for prime time.
Thank you. And Professor Salo, please.
Yeah, you didn't give me any easy questions here. Yeah, the idea of striking the balance, to me, I think, of course, this is each situation is different. And I think what is the best is education. Working, having professionals involved available during the plannings of the operations, during the targeting, and as well as having professionals there to assess before and after, and do as much as possible to stabilize and repair. I was talking to a friend of mine he was an officer, served in Iraq, and he's during their action, they had to fire some anti-tank weapons that damaged a wall of a mosque. And he was telling me that the people in the community understood that they had to do that for the operation. What they didn't appreciate was that some of the American troops then left garbage and everything around during the occupation of the building. And they saw that as more disrespectful than the actual damage caused during the fighting. So I think it's striking this balance. It's education. It's instructing people on what's important and explaining and having people there. I think this expansion of the civil affairs and, to other troops too, to explain on the battlefield or after that, yes, we understand what happened, but this is why we had to do it. And we're trying our best to, to make it right. Of course, that also, goes to the point where cultural heritage and the ideas of preserving are different based on different cultures and ideas. So it's not only bringing the Western ideas of cultural heritage protection. It may be something that, we may be dealing with a different idea. So knowing that and how to counter toxic use of heritage, like you were saying, yeah, that's something I think about like every day, and how to counter it. And again, coming from the professorship, I guess this is the easy answer, is again education. I think I've been fairly impressed with the social media, the presence of the Ukrainians during this recent conflict, and how they've kept their message out in a way, that's galvanized, I think, most of the world for them and given them a lot of moral support. And I feel that, social media, the internet can be, it can be a good tool and it can be a bad tool, is how it's used. As I mentioned earlier, of course it can disseminate information so quickly, but at the same time, it can disseminate bad information just as quickly. Again, we're trying to, here at our university, one of the things that we're proposing is a digital literacy type thing for our students, especially in humanities, so that they can, use critical skills, critical thinking for, in the digital world, because a lot of them are just taking any web page they can find, any YouTube thing that looks like the news, to be just as, credible as any other source. So nothing, it's difficult questions. And unfortunately, I think this is something we're going to be dealing with for a long time.
Well, Professor Salo, thank you so much. Kendall, are there questions in the queue?
We don't have any questions from the audience that I can see. So I think that just wraps up our last panel of the day. But before we end, I just want to thank everyone for attending. I hope it's been really educational for everyone, as I know that I've learned a lot and enjoyed all the presentations today. I also want to thank everyone at St. Thomas and the Journal of Law and Public Policy for helping to make this event possible, specifically my committee, our editor-in-chief, Thomas Maygard, and our faculty advisor, Dr. Reed, who actually was the one who came up with the idea for the symposium and worked hard to find each of our fantastic panelists, as well as a huge thank you to Xander Moser for helping to make this virtual symposium possible. And lastly, I just really want to thank all of the panelists and our keynote speakers today. I'm really grateful that you all took the time out of your days to discuss this really important topic. With the unfortunate Russian invasion of Ukraine, this event is really timely and important, and I'm optimistic that perhaps this conference provided education and some understanding and potentially some hope in this uncertain time.
Kendall, I would like to thank, am I muted? No, I'm not. Kendall, I'd like to thank you, and I'd like to thank everyone for their participation, their presentations. We are, as you've pointed out, Kendall, we're faced with a global crisis, and I hope in some small measure we've been able to contribute some steps towards a solution of that crisis. Thank you all very much for your participation.